Hello, dear friends. We welcome you to the second playing day of Women Rapid World Championship, and we will again comment these great games for you. Grandmaster Evgeny Miroshnichenko is
And
here with me.
yeah, and Anna Burtasova is my co-worker for today. And just to remind you, we are in Hanti-Mansi's Russia, which has been recently really a chess mecca. So it's already the third consecutive event to be held there.
Yeah, it's the last event for this spring Hanti-Mansisk chess event, but not the least.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
after five rounds of play, Tatiana Kosintseva is in the lead with 4.5 points. But here at your screen, you can see the board number 4, where the
Well, two smiling arbiters. Arbiter and a press center
officer,
chief. Yeah. At the moment, but yes, indeed, board number 4, it's Antonetta Stefanova with Olga Kiria, once again referring to Women's FIDE Grand Prix. So those two were playing just maybe a week ago. They played their game.
Yeah, and just to remind you, Antonetta Stefanova is the current rapid world champion.
Yeah, that's right. So switch to board number 3. Actually, we're going to see the start of the round on this board number 3. It's Anna Ushenina versus Zagnidze on board 3. Then
Number 2 is Ekaterina Lagno against Maria Muzichuk.
yes, and on the first board, the leaders board, we have a Russian derby. So Alexandra Kosteniuk is white against Tatiana Kosintseva.
Yeah, Alexandra Kosteniuk had her birthday yesterday, and we suppose that these nice emotions from her birthday would help her in the games today.
Well,
let's see.
let's see. So actually, about this game, I have to say, so those two played with the same colors in the Grand Prix, but already the first move of Kosteniuk is different. So in the Grand Prix, they played 2 knights defense. This time, Kosteniuk went for d4. So, well, don't know if we can bring the board here.
Yeah, we will see shortly the board.
Yeah.
And here you see it on your screens. Tatiana is already in thoughts, after this opening.
Yes,
Probably she was not
b4. So that why she's playing bishop
expecting it.
b4. I know what's going on. I believe, because normal for Kosintseva. Well, Kosintseva is usually playing Rogozin defense, so you would expect third d5 here from her. But this time she goes for Bogo Indian, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5.
And a5, yes.
Yes, knight c3, and black castled.
Well, and an interesting opening for Rapid especially.
Yes, when we spoke yesterday about this comfortable positions, right? So this, Black's main idea, I would say, is just to play in spirit of Capablanca's advice, to give away this bishop, then put the pawns on dark squares, at least to ensure there will be no bad bishops for Black. And
you can see that a lot of female spectators are in the hall.
Again, referring to yesterday's comments, we said that, well, when we have a women event, somehow more of a female spectators also are coming there. Well, and bishop g5, which is, well, a little bit surprising, I would say.
Well, maybe white just tries to pin immediately and to use this position of black's bishop on b4, and also, well, just to get the opponent off the preparation earlier, probably, especially bearing in mind that Tatiana Kosintseva likes to think in the opening, so maybe Alexandra Kosteniuk is trying to get some advantage on time.
Yeah, I'd say if Black plays d5 here, for instance, this gonna be okay. Just let me play d5. Oh, maybe no. Okay, she started with
first
h6.
h6.
Yes, h6. It's
Well, it doesn't change
most
much.
logically,
Probably,
most logically, White's gonna continue with bishop h4. But then, I mean, after d5, it's gonna be, well, typical Rogozin defense position actually. So still in the book of Kosintseva, but with an extra a7 and a5. It might be this makes a difference. Might be that this a5 makes a difference. I mean, maybe that is the idea of Kosteniuk. So maybe this a5 in some lines is not useful, but on contrary, Black will have less opportunities. So far we don't know. The bishop is still on g5.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's
is she
considering to
considering
take
to
and play
take and play
e4.
e4 or something, or
Yeah.
what else? I mean, there is nothing else to consider, just to go to h4 or to take. Well,
Yeah. Oh, well, seems to be an interesting game, I believe. I mean, no, not a deep preparation. I believe they're just, I mean,
they will
trying to
just
get
play at the
yeah.
board, yeah. Okay, she
Bishop
took actually,
f6, yes. She took on f6,
and now e4,
queen
yeah.
f6, and e4.
Getting some central space advantage.
Yes, but I would say shouldn't be that problematic for black. I mean, black maybe can voluntarily take on c3 just to harm white's structure a little bit, and then play d6, e5. So it seems quite possible. Or to start with d6.
Yeah, just
d6,
put all the
e5.
pawns on black squares and to
Yes.
give this bishop.
Yeah, and well, so far looks comfortable for black. So perhaps should we switch to just to? I believe we mainly gonna be concentrated on this one, but
Yeah,
just
sure,
maybe to
because
get an
it's
idea what's going on.
the game of the leader. But yes, let's get an idea what is going on the second board,
Yes,
where
with
Lagno
Muzichuk.
is playing against Maria Muzichuk.
Yeah, so Alap in Sicilian, I believe, c3, right?
Both of them are actually half a point behind the leader, so they have a really good chance to catch up. So this game is also quite important for the standings.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and both of those are actually players of Ukrainian national team, so they know each other very well. So what to expect, basically.
You see that photographers and cameramen are working hard
Well,
this first minutes of the game, especially because then it's better not to disturb the players. So you see this Ukrainian derby, and of
yeah,
course
bishop e7 and knight c3. And once again, what is notable, Lagno has more on her clock than she had initially. So once again, she comes to the game very well prepared. So now she's on 16 minutes, and well, Maria seemed to, the opponent seemed to spend quite some time already for this 10 opening moves she played. Well, okay, I believe everything is well known here. Castle.
Well, I believe psychologically this game is quite important for Katrina Lagno to push for a win, because she should feel she's more experienced, and well, she's the first board of the national team, so probably she would like to show her strength once again, and to show that she the first board place is it's not for granted. It's something really
Yeah, but on the other hand, I don't remember exactly if Lagno played in last 2 Ukrainian championships, but I'm pretty much sure that Maria won both. So that means she's 2 times Ukrainian champion, and that's exactly the question. So she's might already be looking for a board 1 in Ukrainian national team. Okay, a3, knight is returned to d5, knight e4. Well, it looks like white is getting much more comfortable position here. Knight e4. Well, then bishop g5 is going to be played, and white is fighting for a d6 square. So not exactly very much comfortable for black. So I'd say black will have to take sooner or later on d5. Let us say, well, if black simply develops, then bishop g5 is going to be played, and this knight is coming to d6, so white will have, well, maybe not such a big, but a stable advantage.
Yeah, but on the other hand, maybe black can manage to just somehow overcome this. Knight would stand on d6, but
yes, maybe knight
the bishop
c8
on
one day.
c6,
Yes, so
yeah,
it's
and
not
then
that easy. Okay,
somehow knight
d5
c8.
she just played. Yeah, maybe that's the point. Bishop d7, bishop c6, and then if knight comes to d6, then knight c8. So also black has very strong knight on d5. So still, no, but I don't like how long Muzichuk is thinking. So it means like she's not really confident of what to do. Yes, now it's already like white's advantage consists not only of some, well, some more space, but as well those 5 minutes on the clock difference. Bishop d3 played by Katerina Lagno, so she's also looking, yeah, she has some kingside intentions, of course. Supported with this e5 pawn, so one of the knights might jump to g5. So, well, let us maybe try to get an idea what's going on the other board. Board number 3, Ushenina with Zagnidze. I'm gonna check what goes on here. Yeah. So we still, our camera view belongs to Lagno with Musicuk, but the position at, at bottom right corner is the position from Ushenina and Zagnidze. And once again, quite an interesting position from Nimzo Indian, I believe. Yes, here we are. So it has been like that. Yes, e3. Ushenina once again. As for those who followed Women's Grand Prix, so you're perhaps already know. So Ushenina really seems to be an expert in this e3 Nimzo line. So once again she plays this. e5, h3, e4. Well, that's interesting. Bishop f5 and f4. Well, actually, I'd say the structure pretty much resembles the French defense. Knight de4. That's interesting. What's gonna happen? So black has to take. Knight takes. And then, well, it seems like white has those... white's gonna have two bishops advantage in no time. I don't think bishop e7 is really a move for black here, but maybe this one is acceptable. Queen e7, and if white captures, then black simply captures with the pawn, hoping to set a blockade on e4. So let us say bishop d5, rook e8, still insisting on playing bishop e4, and if white accepts the pawn sacrifice, then after bishop e4 it's actually black who looks better here, because of course it's not about a number of pawns but the position of this bishop on c1, which is rather passive. Meanwhile Zagnidze's clock is down to 10 minutes, still no big thing, but well, it's only 14 moves being played and already she faces some difficulties. So as I said, this one looks like a normal way to continue. Queen e7, maybe white actually doesn't have to take the bishop. On the other hand, if white returns the knight, then once again black might want to play rook e8 or rook d8, or perhaps just move the king to unpin f7 pawn. d4 is gonna be hanging this way. So she takes, and she played bishop e7. So that's a little bit surprising. So she preferred to keep the bishop. But maybe that's a nice idea, because now black is really threatening to take on d4. So knight d4 is the threat. If white, I don't know, is not cautious enough. If white plays bishop d2, which might be, which is definitely not a great idea. So black simply takes on d4 and then captures the bishop on c4. So this bishop e7 is actually maybe a good idea here. Can safely say white hadn't really got any advantage. Zagnidze managed to solve all the problems. Well, and once again I'm moving forward to see what is going on in a game of an actual world rapid champion, Antoaneta Stefanova, who's playing with Olga Giria. So it's board number 4 of today's match, of today's round. We can see meanwhile an arbiter's discussing something and even
Probably the games, actually.
yeah, maybe I don't know. And well, our attention was noted by Anastasia Sorokina, the deputy arbiter, so she smiled into the camera. So just a second, I'm looking for a game of Stefanova with Kyria. Yes, here we are. Well, and quite an aggressive setup from Stefanova. With lots of space on king side she already got. But nothing is clear, of course. Black is quite flexible here. Yeah, her pet line d4, d5, bishop f4 she played. Bishop f5, symmetrical. So it was kept symmetrical for quite some time. And then, so knight f6, rook g1, bishop b4, knight d2. So it's White's idea is more or less obvious. White is planning to castle long, and then it would be really too risky for Black to castle short, to castle to the opposite side. But as well, castle long is not that comfortable. So if Black would castle long, that this bishop has some influence. Bishop on f4 has some influence on Black's position. So, well, White looks a little bit better to me. Okay, queen a5. Now it's a question if White can castle immediately, because, well, Black
Looks a bit scary.
Yeah, Black's
Looks a
gonna
bit
take
scary.
c3, queen c3, and take on a2. So, yeah, I don't believe in a full compensation for this pawn, but maybe knight b3 can be played.
Knight b3 looks.
Then, yeah,
well, but
okay,
then
knight
c3
to take
pawn,
on c3.
yeah.
Well, I'm capturing back
Would
with
be
the pawn, and yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Let's say Black is playing queen a4 or even queen b5, just to keep control on those on the c4 and e4 squares.
Yes, and of course, if White takes, then the c
Yeah,
file would
those
be
c pawns
completely
gonna
in
be
control
yeah,
of Black, and they would just fall at some point.
yeah, those two pawns gonna be really weak. So queen a5 is a nice touch from Olga Kyria. Yes.
Still, I think that Stefano would just castle somehow. Can be. I mean, she's quite an aggressive,
she's, quite an aggressive
quite
player.
unconventional player.
Yes,
so
yes. Well, I've just spotted maybe it's not such a bad idea to keep this king actually in the center. If White just plays f3 and then king f2. So despite all those pawn moves on the king side, still king on f2 looks relatively safe. So in this case, it's gonna be really hard for Black to find a place for the king. So it's still dangerous to castle short, but also, oh well, and f3 has been just played by Stefanova. Well, and I mean, f3 and king f2, yes, releasing the pin. If Black at once takes on c3, then bc3, of course, keeping the queens on the board, and then White is ready for both c4 or e4. So, yes, f3 is an interesting move.
yeah, let's actually go back to the main game of today.
Yeah, the main intrigue, of course, is Kosteniuk as White against our actual leader, Tatiana Kosintseva.
Yes, let's see what is going on in this game, and actually quite, I guess quite a lot has happened already.
Yeah, well,
You see, I mean, this is
yes, and
the
seems
bishop
like
was still on
Kosteniuk is in very
c8.
aggressive mood, right? So queen f6, e4, d6 as we predicted, and then e5 has been
Immediately, yeah.
played. Yes, so she takes advantages of.
Okay, Tatiana
Bishop
took on
d3.
c3 and bishop d3. So clearly, White wants to mate Black.
Yes, structurally Black, of course, is very comfortable, right?
So
But
and Black should somehow avoid this and then go to the endgame
Bishop
and
b1.
win the endgame with this weak pawns. This is the
knight
idea of Black.
c5, queen c2, g6, h4.
Yeah, very aggressive play, but rook a1 is not in the game yet. But on the other
h5,
hand,
and then knight d4.
bishop on c8 is also
Yeah, very concrete chess, because now White wants actually
g4 probably.
g4 and
yes.
then h5. Yes. I mean, otherwise Black would be happy. I mean, if White develops it in a bit slower
Yeah.
fashion, Black would be happy. But
Should Black play something like b5 and bishop b7 to
maybe
quickly come
maybe
into
it's
play?
not in the. Well, maybe b6 maybe.
Maybe
no, b5 then.
b5
I'm
was
afraid
just in the same
white's
aggressive
gonna
manner.
yeah, okay, but white's gonna capture it perhaps, and
Then
not
bishop
quite sure.
b7
Yeah,
and bishop
maybe.
e4. Just
Yeah,
this
maybe.
is the idea somehow. Okay, b6 is of course
B6 maybe will. No, I mean,
is not
if
that.
white is playing G4, then bishop B7,
Yeah.
and black is well still F3, covering E4
Yeah,
square for a
f3 is
second,
an
and
important move, of
capture
course.
H5, and it's total mess on the board here.
Then
I'm
queen
still
g5
not sure what happened.
probably.
Queen G. Oh well, Queen G5. If Queen
And
G5 works, then it's
suddenly black can. Yes, she just
ah,
played
she
b6
just played
actually.
B6. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I thought about some crazy lines like capturing there, white is capturing there, then F2, King F2. Ah well, bishop E4 might be already too late. So I mean, in case of capture here.
And g7.
Yes, no, G7 I thought, but there is Queen H4 check first. Yeah, so in even in this line, black is winning, so coming back to the position after B6. Yeah, maybe G4 is too optimistic after all. Still, knight D4 is not such a bad placement for a knight, so maybe white's gonna try to play it a bit slower.
Well,
Meanwhile,
one
the
game
first
already finished, and this is the game of Bizgodova and Ambartsumo, and the black
black won
Ambartsumo
this
won
one. Yes,
this game.
it's perhaps one of the last boards here.
Yeah, so this is the first finished game of today.
Yeah.
But we should remind you that there will be another 5 rounds today, so this is the first of the 5 rounds, and 5 more rounds tomorrow.
Yeah, so look, B6, and well, to me at the moment it seems like black is really very comfortable. So white, I'm not sure what white is going to do.
Maybe white played a little bit too aggressive, but on the other hand, black should be precise, otherwise can as well get mated. So
Yeah, but I mean, if immediate G4 doesn't work, then how to set all those pieces into play? All this construction is rather artificial. And Queen E2, Alexandra played, so it's a little bit, as we thought, it's a little bit too slow then. Bishop B7, obviously.
yeah, immediately, and now what to do?
So
F3.
G4 is not possible. Yeah, this probably so F3 perhaps.
Rook H3. Wow, this is actually
Still in the same. So she's planning to play Rook G3
yes.
and to capture.
So this is the
Oh well, pawn
the idea.
So Queen E2, Bishop B7,
Ex-world champion
and
came
Rook
up with.
H3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the interesting thing is actually if white's gonna be given a move, Rook H3 itself is not a threat because black's gonna take on H4. So it's Rook H3 is a, let us say, a defensive move against Bishop G2. So in case of Bishop G2, then Rook G3 works perfectly. So Bishop is attacked. If Bishop is moved, then Queen H5, and it starts to look scary for black, of course. So, well, horrible concentration of white pieces, and even after King E2, Bishop G6, and the other Rook is coming.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
It's gonna be really.
But I believe that
Yeah,
black
shouldn't take. Black
It
shouldn't take, but
probably should just develop somehow, maybe.
yeah, maybe well, black has to take care of the king side. Well, I don't know. Maybe
Maybe even King G7.
yeah, I think
simply.
that's what I thought. King
Because then-
G7, G4. Black's gonna have Rook H8. and
Yes, the rooks would come to defense. So
Yeah, to defend and
and
to attack later, perhaps.
possibly, yeah.
Because this rook is still not into play.
Yeah, the rook on A1 is just out of the game. So
Yeah, but
so far.
perhaps Kosteniuk is still looking for concrete solutions. Maybe she's still looking for concrete solutions. I'm not sure. I don't see one though. Well, black is, as we said, black is structurally much better, but somehow it's not that easy to open the game. Normally you want to open something in a center just to use your development advantage. But this time, I mean, this rook is...
well, still King G7 looks
yeah,
like
King G7
a reasonable move.
You have to, well, a bit defend the position. No, I was actually thinking of bringing this knight back, but yeah, it stands actually on C5 too.
I think
Very
that
good
yet
position, yeah.
it stands quite good. So black should probably take care of other pieces first.
The rook
Rook
D8.
D8. Well, to say the truth, I was thinking about this move, but on the other hand, I don't see what this rook is doing so much
So
on
King
D8.
F1 has been played, so now G2 pawn is defended.
So now white wants to finally go Rook G3.
Yeah, so maybe white is actually is not to not to play g4, but just to keep it a little bit more calm. King f1, then rook g3 in the right mode. Maybe white can switch to the development. Bishop c2, you know, and
Okay, knight d7. So I guess black wants at some point to play c5 and try to use
the
the
d5.
d-file.
Or queen
probably.
c5, maybe. Queen c5, attacking e5. Well, I don't know. This knight also can go to f8. But still, our
protect
king
everything,
g7 looked better to me, to be honest. But this is gonna be...
Well, on the other hand, if black really manages to open d-file and just bring the pieces in, then...
well, it won't be for long, I have to say, because c5 is always answered with knight to b5 and then knight lands on d6. So
oh, of course,
still
it
black
is
has
very
to be
concrete.
careful.
It's just in case that it works. Well,
Bishop d3. The white intends to bring the rook into play, rook e1, which is gonna be the case for on
Queen
queen c5,
C5,
for
yeah.
instance. Rook e1. Somehow black is comfortable. White is comfortable, pardon. And then rook g3 and... honestly, I don't like so much what Kosteniuk is doing. Bishop d3. The black managed
she
to
can
develop.
as well play knight b8 and knight c6, I just thought.
Yes, okay, she played knight f8 meanwhile, so... But after this, I'd say none of other black pieces is coming to defend the king, so she's relying on a knight only to defend the king, so it might be really dangerous if white is coming up with aggressive moves.
White finally has managed to stabilize the position and to bring the rook into play with rook e1 now, probably, or rook d1, maybe, I don't know. And so then I can start the attack.
Yeah, well, actually, as far as I understand, black's idea is to double on d7, then maybe play c5, but looks a little bit too slow. So we shall actually see what's gonna happen. Okay. King g1.
King g1, okay.
Seems
white
like another
castled
useful
somehow.
eventually, but this rook is on h3, so well, let us think. Okay, it's white has spent 3 tempi to get to this position. King f1, king g1, and rook h3. And if white would have castled, that's going to be 4 moves. Castle, then rook e1, e3, and h3.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's maybe this strange way white
save some tempo,
save the tempo to get to this position with artificial castle. The king g1 is, let's say, a useful move. So white wasn't sure which move to make, and then in a possible case of rook g3, queen h4, there will be no threat of queen h1. Well, rook d7, exactly as I said. So black is doubling the rooks here, but it doesn't look that comfortable for black. So bishop c2 immediately, the move from Kosteniuk, and then rook d8 is of course met with bishop a4. So black is not very much comfortable here. So king side is under pressure, and not a lot you can do on a queen side as well.
Well, yeah, seems
Right.
like black
Yeah,
was too slow at some point.
Did something wrong.
And now, just imagine this knight was standing on c5,
Yes,
and now it's on f8. So what is what is good about it?
You can think of well, moving it back, but yeah. Meanwhile, white's gonna have some
Okay, queen c5.
queen c5 and
Maybe bishop a6 then.
rook
But now immediately rook g3 because the queen
the
is
pawn
not...
on h4 is not hanging.
Yes.
Yes. And queen h5 now is really a threat, and actually it's not that easy to do something about it. King h8 or
Maybe she just... but okay, if she gives up the pawn on h5, then at some point the white's pawn would come there and just break the position.
I thought, maybe the good practical chance would be to sacrifice an exchange here on d4. I don't know if it works. Capture on d4, then rook d1, and to capture another pawn. So at least it looks less scary. It looks less scary.
Interesting, yeah.
Yes, and especially in rapid games, you'd like to change the character of the play. I mean, just imagine white was comfortably attacking, increasing the pressure, and then all of a sudden it's
that's what she
played. Rook d4, cd4, queen d4, rook d1, And well, indeed,
Okay, queen h4
Queen
should
h4,
be
I
played.
believe. Yeah, Queen h4 is going to be played. Still, perhaps objectively, white should be better there, but as I said, the character of the play has changed, so it won't be that easy for white anymore. So what to do for white?
Well,
Yes.
yes. Now she would have to spend some time thinking a little bit about this position, considering because the character of the play quite changed. But so now from should white still continue to attack somehow?
Yes,
I mean,
perhaps,
yeah,
yeah.
because she should use
Yeah, ideally, if black
her
manages
exchange.
to, let's say, if black manages to change both the pair of rooks and queens and come with the king to a center, it's black actually who's gonna look for an advantage. Something like, just imagine, queens are gone and so the rooks are, and then black king is somewhere on e7. So
Yeah.
black will have just a comfortable position with possibilities maybe to try to play for a win.
I'm just thinking of c5.
Yeah, c5 might be a good move because, well, let's say increasing this sphere of influence of your rooks, you're opening a second file perhaps, but on the other hand, black might want to play bishop d5 just to have
the
this square for
drawback
the
is that
bishop
d5 square is
given to black. Yes.
black. Yeah.
No,
What
that's
else can be
interesting.
done? Maybe another rook to somehow come through d4. But how to do
not
that?
easy. Yeah,
That's the
I've
question.
been thinking about queen e3, but then
c4.
black captures another pawn and still no concrete threats for white. Perhaps we can, I don't know if we can start with rook h3 and then rook d3, rook g3. Still there. Well,
C5 she
c5
played.
has been played meanwhile. For bishop d5, maybe bishop b3 is planned. Still, black's gonna find it hard to defend this one, I believe. Yeah, c5 is good move here.
Okay, maybe she should even, I don't know, take. And then bishop d. But okay, taking is of course strategically bad.
Yes, I would say black wouldn't be that bad if she manages to change those 3 pawns of her on a queen side to white's 2 pawns. And in view of that, so to take here is not really... Oh, well, she just took. So it's not really a good option, I would think, because this a pawn you cannot change anymore, so all the possible endgames you will have
But
to
on the other
suffer
hand,
from
you can perhaps just put your bishop on d5 and then
and support it
play
with c6, yes.
c6, yes, and just stay like that. And
yeah, maybe.
the c5 pawn, okay, it will fall at some point, but
Yes, if you manage to play bishop d5 and c4 and c6, then it's already gonna be 3 pawns, and so should I don't know if white should immediately go for this pawn, queen b5, bishop d5, and
okay,
to
but then it's
capture.
possible to take on a2.
Yeah, then my idea just works. Yeah. Okay, queen e3 instead. So well, I don't know what's the difference is. B c5 and queen e3. Maybe also looking to play queen h6, but it doesn't seem to be that dangerous. Maybe black can still play
bishop
d5
probably,
and yes, as we said,
attacking a2.
to eliminate a2 will be much of a relief for black.
But on the other hand, you know, after bishop d5, probably white should just protect a2, maybe a4 even, or a3.
or a3. But
And
then I'm gonna play c4.
But then I get d4 square right now. I mean, rook d4.
Rook d4, and yes, it starts to be... Yeah, it starts
be a
to
bit
look dangerous, yes.
Bishop
Queen
d5
e7
played.
and something like queen h6, all men into the attack.
Yeah, so this
so
can
rook
be
f4, rook f6,
yeah.
so might be black might be simply mated one day. So bishop d5, I don't know, take queen e3, bishop d5, queen c5, Alexandra
oh, no, okay,
played.
she just took it. But then
Now we
I
shall
believe
see.
black should just grab a2.
Can black try to exchange queens? Queen c4? Well, in this case, no, well, c6.
Oh, she
So
decided
other
to protect
option,
on c7 first.
Yes,
But now
I
a2
would be
not
strongly
be
considering to take.
otherwise because now white would of course protect a2 and the
Yes.
position will stabilize.
Well, 2 minutes left for Kosteniuk, meanwhile. Not very comfortable with the time. with this position being so sharp. So still, I mean, maybe no direct threats, but well, rook is still coming. Rook d4, and the only available square is queen d8. Queen d8.
Yeah, now, well, the position looks better and better for white somehow.
Bishop d1.
Bishop d1,
Attacking
attacking
h5
h5.
and queen also may come to c1. Yeah, so Kosteniuk is really playing for attack, this one. So, well, the question would be if black can really win this pawn on e5. I just thought about something like this. Queen
c7,
b8
queen
even.
b8,
Queen b8, maybe keeping in mind queen b1. They're still sharp. So queen b8 or I don't know. Yes, queen b8 first, and so I mean if black manages to get this pawn, then it's absolutely fine for black. So no more attack can be.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
this pawn kind of stops black pieces from coming to defense. So queen b8 is an interesting try. And if white plays f4 on queen b8, still somehow it covers the roots for white pieces, and in this case black should be fine once
Maybe
again.
just rook g5 black should play.
White should play rook
Or
g5
white, sorry,
perhaps, yes. But then I have... It seems like I have knight d7. Not quite sure, but knight
Insisting,
d7.
no?
Yeah, insisting to take this pawn. Well, h4.
No.
h4 is rather double-edged, I'd say. h4.
Well, this looks a little bit too aggressive in this position, you know, when black is actually on the back ranks.
Yes, rook g4, right? And maybe on rook g4 she's going to play. No, I thought
No,
knight
but
d5, knight
h5.
d7 she's going to play, but queen d6 is available. Yeah, this pawn is
Somehow
hanging.
h4
I don't know
looks-
if g5
looks
she's planning to.
dubious, yeah.
This h4 is a bit of too much. Rook
Rook
g4
g4, okay,
has
comes
been just
naturally,
played.
it's not...
h3. So she's trying to weaken the king a little bit. So gh3 and rook b8. Okay, possible, especially for
Well, but
time
it
trouble.
doesn't look like white's king is actually
Yes,
that
it's, well,
vulnerable.
it's still black. It's still black king which is in danger, right? Queen
Exactly.
h6 and rook h4.
And it seems now that it's even more in danger actually. To
Yes.
say the truth, I didn't like this h4, h3 idea.
So, well, okay, but at the
Also,
moment...
now it's easier for white to protect on e5 in case you start to...
Yes, well, I still have to play, I think, knight d7. Is it good or bad? I'm not sure. At least immediate queen h6 doesn't seem to bring something. Knight e5. Or it does. It actually does. Rook h4, queen f6, and then white is winning. Check and queen h8 and rook
and
on
the rook
b8
on b8
is lost.
yeah.
Yes, and it's...
But
Well,
still
and
knight
she,
d7 is
she
played.
played knight d7, so she's going for exactly the same line. Maybe she's playing queen f8 on queen h6. Yeah, this is possible. But it looks more and more scary, I have to say. So meanwhile, we can see a few games are finished here and there. So
Yeah, but
and
still,
something has
still
happened. Huh?
still
Something has
lot of-
happened in the game of
Maria Fomenich with Marina Guseva. You can see that
Yeah.
now Maria Fomenich is addressing the arbiters and
so something
explaining
really
something
has happened there.
quite emotionally, yeah? So
yeah, so they were
what
unable to
happened?
solve the conflict themselves, but the clock is started once again, so perhaps.
So they continue to play, yes.
Yeah,
But
so
what
they
happened, we
managed to resolve the
don't
issue,
know.
but we
We'll
don't
see, we
know
will see.
what.
Maybe we get to know it after this round finishes.
Yeah, so less than 1 minute left for Kosteniuk, and I got it right. At queen f8, she played. Yes, after queen h6, she played
Okay,
queen
I
f8.
mean, she couldn't take on e5. We showed you the,
the line,
variations.
yes,
so
but still, this one looks rather dubious. Kosteniuk is, I don't know what she's thinking.
I don't know. I would just go back with the queen, you know, actually.
Queen f4 or
Queen f4, queen g5, maybe even.
Yeah, but rook b1 in this case, so perhaps. Still, this rook b1 doesn't threat anything. So objectively, white should be close to winning.
Even rook b1, you know, after king h2, it can get into the tempi of maybe not
Bishop
because of
c2,
yeah, but
yeah.
then rook h1 is always coming, so maybe not, but still
Well, Yeah, seems like on Muzicuk, one of the yellow favorites of this tournament, has finished her game. And this game on the second board between Lagno and Maria Muzicuk is finished as well.
Yes.
So Katerina Lagno is
You see
leaving
that
the playing hall.
it's a draw.
Ah, it's a draw. It's a draw.
It's a draw, yeah.
So Ukrainian derby finished in a draw, and we still don't know how this Russian one's gonna finish. So Queen F8, Queen E3, and Queen G7, Rook G5, Rook B1, King H2. Well, so this rook is probably, this rook comes to G4 or H4, and also H4, H5 might be white's idea. Yeah, looks scary for black. H4, H5, black can't do much. The
And
queen,
also
queen
her-
on G7
her time
defense.
is,
Yeah, and the time
is
is running
running.
rapidly.
As it should in the rapid.
Yeah. So 20
It's
seconds
even difficult
left,
to come up with some move here, you know.
Knight
Knight
B6.
B6. Okay, she wants to try to come from C4 somehow, but well.
Yeah, but also, okay, let's say knight is, rook is moving somewhere. I don't know, H4 or
H4
G4 it has to
perhaps.
be. Okay, H4, let us say. Now knight C4, there is something with Queen A7.
But why? But why are we
Mhm.
giving up the bishop on D1? That's what I'm thinking
Ah,
about
well,
now.
no, that the knight was saying. But in this case, of course, yes, black's gonna take, and Queen B6.
And then
It's gonna be
yes.
check, another check, and,
And
this
probably
way,
would
this
be
way black is winning.
yes,
Right?
or
Ah, no, not clear.
King
King F4.
F4.
No, I just saw Rook G5, but in this case,
nice.
yes,
yes.
Queen D8 and Rook H8 on Queen F8. Yes, maybe it's still not clear. Yeah, how to react here? Because you cannot really defend an 8th rank, so maybe even this one is winning for white, because this threat
No,
of
but I was sure that she would not go for it. I mean,
no,
it's,
too
with
complicated
with
in the time
such
problem. Huh?
little time,
Knight
it's difficult
B6,
to-
Queen A3.
and also there is no need probably for these concrete
Yes.
solutions, because white is still
Black is
in a very
still
good
tied up,
situation.
and white wants to win with a
Okay, now C4. Tatiana is trying to activate
less
her
radical,
pieces somehow.
let's say, less radical measures perhaps available
But
for
now
white.
can't
Yeah, the main question if
we just take E5 pawn? No, Rook
no,
B2.
for some reason we couldn't. Rook B2, attacking F2.
But I can tell you that somehow black managed some activity actually, you know.
Yeah, Rook.
But now after Rook F4 we can't take on E5 for sure. Huh? Maybe Rook B2 was not the best actually.
Oh, just
But Knight E3 now?
Knight D2 she played. Knight E3 would have been a good move.
Yeah, to go to
put the knight on
F5. Yes,
F5.
yes, this was the idea. Yes.
Okay, Knight D2 is not clear what the idea of this move is.
Knight E4 probably.
Knight E4 or yeah, well, it's more of a just a
Of the nerves and time now.
yes,
Queen
Queen
E8,
E8, Queen F8.
Queen F8.
Ah, well, and
and
that's game over.
yeah.
Rook G6.
Okay, Tatiana resigned. So
Yes.
well, but of course she had a really tough position to hold.
Yeah, so something has happened right after the opening stage. I believe black had really good chances after the opening, but then
So actually now Alexandra Kosteniuk is a
becomes
new
sole
leader
Yeah.
because she overcomes Tatiana Kosteniuk by half a point, and the second board clash between Lagno and Muzicuk Maria has finished in a draw. So these players, Kosteniuk was second, so probably sole
Yeah,
second.
shared. No, so shared. No.
Ah,
She had 4.5. Now
yeah,
she's
yeah,
still on 4.5.
yeah, she shares with Lagno and
maybe some
Muzicuk
other
Maria
players
and maybe
from
some
a lower
others. Yeah.
group is gonna join them. So
But the new leader is Kosteniuk, and we would see whether she manages to keep this position. So you see that the game between
Stefanova and Gira
and
is
Gira
still
is
in
still on.
progress. Well, and the funny thing is that they are actually playing in absolutely
Probably they are
draws
just
position,
repeating the
so
moves
it's,
for a draw. Yeah, you see that they
yeah,
just
there is no
agree.
point, of course, in playing this. So it's a draw.
It's a draw. Yeah.
So I wonder if anything else is still.
So
Ah, well, an
Valentina
interesting,
Gunina
an
is
interesting plan.
playing with Alexandra Goryachkina. Gunina has black pieces, I believe, and as we know, she's the rating, the top
The top seed, you mean?
seed
Yeah.
in the tournament.
Yes,
But
and
so far she plays not very successfully.
Oh,
just
well, so
just 2 points out of 5. But okay, perhaps this day can go better for her. Well, we
yeah,
shall
well,
see.
actually, Goryachkina's position looks practically winning, I have to say. Not quite sure if it's well, so we can see Stefanova is leaving the playing hall. So after asking something from a deputy arbiter. So it's an extra
So
pawn in a queen endgame
extra
for
pawn for
Goryachkina.
Goryachkina, yeah.
This may last for quite some time. This may last for quite some time. Because it's a queen endgame and we already used to see for how long it takes. Ah no, it will not last for long because Goryachkina seems to find
So
well,
she
fantastic.
found,
She found
an
a
exchange of
yes,
queens.
queens
Wow!
exchange.
So it
it's
will
gonna
come
be
to,
pawn
and you
endgame
see that she looks not at the board, but she looks at her opponent. She looks at her opponent very, very confidently, and looking and asking, "Okay, now what you want? I found this
Yes.
great exchange, and so please." Just
yes,
realize
she
that
just double checks this
I
spot.
managed,
Of
yeah.
course, queen e4 should be easily winning without much of a trouble.
Okay, just double checking, I guess. She will of course
Yes.
play it. Yes, queen e4. And now,
well, basically no
yes,
chance
now
for
it's
black.
over for
Yes,
black
like
because okay, pawn up in the king's
pawn endgame.
pawn
It's
endgame. Yes, it's nothing to hope for.
nothing to play. Yes. So Gunina is tricky actually. This king f6, it's an offer to capture another pawn. But
Yeah,
of course,
it would
yes.
be better, of course, for black to stay in the queen's endgame, even
doesn't
though
matter. Yeah, doesn't
even
matter how many
though,
pawns
yeah,
the opponent has. It's
for the
always going
price
to be
of
a
another
chance. Yes.
pawn.
That's gonna
But
be
in
yeah.
pawn endgame, of course, there's absolutely no chance for black, and it's quite an easy task, to convert this game. So it's really not a problem for players of this strength.
Yes, f4 and well, okay, we won't even explain how to win this, but just gonna stay here.
Yeah, it's
to
just
see when this game is finished. Yeah, Goryachkina seems to be quite a talent, right? So
she is absolutely. I mean, you see, you can see even on her on her T-shirt that she's in a national team already.
Yeah, at the age of 15.
At the age of 15,
yeah.
this is very impressive. Yes,
And
so
yes,
Gunina, okay,
Gunina
she just resigned because
accepts the fact she
of course
lost
there is
again.
no need to continue playing in this situation. Of course she's very disappointed, I
With
can
her play so
assume.
far, but I believe still her main bet would be on her blitz.
On blitz,
chess,
yes. In blitz,
yes.
she's really strong, but now probably she's just warming up for the main
For the main
competition.
event.
Yes,
so
for her.
but she met with Muminova. This one we can have on the screen, I believe. Well, still we are far behind in the transmission.
So yeah, let's just follow it
Well,
on the screen.
Looks bad for Muminova, but still the game is not decided.
So Muminova is pawn up actually.
No, it's. I thought it's Bachimek who's pawn up.
So
white is pawn up, but
excuse-
Chimek is playing
yes,
white. That's right.
Yes, that's right.
Well, after Queen G5, I can say
I
White's
just
gonna be
confused the sides. Yes.
yeah, Queen G5 and White's gonna be 2 pawns up. So White may simply, I believe,
And
simply change queens and
a strong pawn on c7.
yes.
Well,
But the easiest would be, I believe, just to capture another pawn, and well, maybe there is no need even to change queens. So bishop is coming back.
okay, with queens exchange, it would be an easy win actually. But maybe here
Check.
too.
Well, we shall see what she's planning.
Okay, but how to change? How to
Yeah,
change queens?
she
I mean,
could
just
have
h5, h6. I guess she can just push this pawn and yeah.
Yeah, still looks hopeless for black. Though, but Chimek is doing quite fine here, because well, In Grand Prix, she really suffered not the best result, and managed to win her last game, her only game in Grand Prix. She won in nearly in the last round, but here she's doing quite well so far.
Okay, black is trying to get some activity at least, but and try to go for some perpetual check. Actually, now it is threatened with queen h4, queen e1.
No, it's the white queen is on e5, but it's gonna be the case in case of queen d4. So if white's gonna take on d4, then queen h4, queen e1 indeed is an opportunity. H6.
Okay.
Yes. Still some chance. So then, how to continue for black?
Maybe d3 just.
d3 seems like
But
logical,
okay,
no?
then it's
D3?
probably even queen g7 is
Yeah,
winning.
that is what I was thinking about. Okay, check. King is moving back.
And now d3 maybe.
Maybe now d3. Maybe this is what she's planning to do.
That's what.
But I believe bishop
playing it,
g5 is
but
going to be
okay.
painful in this case. Bishop g5, still you don't have any check. And queen f6 is a threat. So bishop g5 seems winning in this case. Bishop
Wow.
g5, and I'm really threatening to mate white in to mate black in a couple of moves. So queen d5 has been played. It's a little bit different, but maybe still winning. So queen d5 check. King g6 seems to be perhaps the only option for black. Otherwise, I don't see what to do. Yeah, but Kosteniuk seems winning. So king g6 once again, and at least white is going to capture the pawn on d3 with a check.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, queen d5 perhaps is.
I'm
just a
amazed
good
that
sort of king
they
e8.
have so much
King
time.
d8,
She could think for so long with
G3.
black.
She fought g3, then on queen f6. Ah, well, actually queen d8 has been winning on a spot. Queen d8. But now it's still on.
It's still possible, yes.
Yeah, it's still
just
possible.
queen d8.
Just to understand, there is so black can't stop the pawn and
yes,
queen d8.
and she
so
played it.
Rook, of course,
now
should be
it's
promoted.
important to promote. But you see, this was wrong actually, because she
Yes.
first pressed the clock, and then put the queen, and this
Yes,
would
yes.
be.
In
I
blitz,
mean,
it would be.
it can cost a point, I can tell you, because
Yeah, I'm not sure about the rapid, but in blitz, it's
it
definitely.
would cost her a point, because if you you finish your move with
Yeah.
pressing the clock. So if you press the clock already, it means that your move is finished, and the
then
pawn.
the pawn, so it's a
the
legal
pawn
move.
it's a
that
legal
means.
move, and in blitz we know that it means a loss.
Yeah, for us.
So with some principal opponent, it can really cost you a game.
The whole point. Yeah, well,
Uh-huh.
with Kosteniuk, she might. Just don't know this. I don't know.
Yeah,
It
can
seems
be.
like
But okay,
an empty hole, so
the
that
round is finished.
Yeah, the
yes.
round is finished. That was the last game, and well, that
Okay.
means we
We have
deserve a
short
break.
and
Coming back, I don't know, like in 15 minutes according to a schedule. I think they're
15,
gonna start
10,
at
10
6,
15 minutes, yes.
16 and a quarter. They're going to start. So, and for now we have a break.
Okay, see you soon. The FIDE Women World Rapid and Blitz Championships 2014 started at the Igrai Chess Academy in Khanty-Mansiysk. 34 female players from 14 countries are competing for the title and prize fund of $50,000. After the 5 rounds in the World Rapid Championship, Russian Grandmaster Tatyana Kosintseva is leading the standings with 4.5 out of 5 points. She started with a draw against her compatriot Karina Ambartsumova, but then followed with an impressive string of 4 victories, including the round 5 clash against the then leader Katerina Lagno, who started the tournament with 4 out of 4. In In the fifth round, Maria Muzchuk won a nice positional game against Elizabeth Petz, and Alexandra Kosteniuk defeated the defending rapid champion Antoaneta Stefanova. These two players joined Lagno on the shared second place with 4 points each. The biggest surprise of the day is the score of top-rated Valentina Gunina, who has only 2 out of 5 points. The event continues over 2 more days, for a total of 15 rounds, with a single game for each round. The first playing day was also marked with former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk and former European champion Pia Kramling birthdays. They were presented with flowers by the organizing committee. 10 more rounds to play, and we will know the name of the new women world champion.
Добрый день, уважаемые телезрители. Мы рады приветствовать вас вновь в Югорской шахматной академии. И вот нам удалось поймать Наталью Попову, которая также принимает участие в этом турнире и является тренером здесь, вот в Югорской шахматной академии. Наталья, скажите несколько слов о том, как сейчас вот проходит турнир, как ваше участие в нем?
Ну, во-первых, в этом турнире я заявилась в самый последний момент. Это было большой неожиданностью для меня, но это очень почетно сыграть на чемпионате мира, поэтому с удовольствием приняла это предложение. Сейчас начинаю потихонечку разыгрываться. Вот сейчас последнюю партию выиграла, имею 2,5 очка. Пока довольна собой.
Насколько я помню, вы также принимали участие в чемпионате Европы по быстрым шахматам очень много лет назад, который проходил в Беларуси. Как можете вот сравнить эти два соревнования и уровень их проведения?
Я считаю, что и в Беларуси здесь всегда отличный уровень. И тогда в Беларуси это для нас был, конечно, большой праздник, большая радость, что мы можем участвовать, и что вообще такой крупный турнир принимает Республика Беларусь. Ну, в то время я еще достаточно более плотно занималась шахматами, поэтому там удавалось показать какие-то интересные партии, даже попасть в призовые места, я имею в виду, не первое, второе, третье, но такие призовые. Вот. А здесь вот как бы я здесь для своего удовольствия и как бы...
Вы также являетесь тренером здесь, вот в Югорской шахматной академии. Радует ли Ханты-Мансийск новыми шахматными талантами? Насколько с удовольствием здесь занимается молодежь шахматами?
Да, здесь у нас город совсем по населению небольшой, но наплыв ребят, желающих заниматься шахматами, здесь очень большой. У нас каждый год масса желающих, и те, кто раньше занимался, все продолжают заниматься. Поэтому глазки у детей горят, очень приятно с ними заниматься. Поэтому вот и они с удовольствием посещают все крупные турниры здесь, в Ханты-Мансийске, которые проходят, учатся на партиях гроссмейстеров. Так что это тоже для них большое подспорье в учебе.
А что касается девочек, которые занимаются шахматами, много в секции ходит?
Но мы стараемся задействовать как можно больше девочек, и я думаю, что это у нас получается. У меня даже есть одна группа, где девочек больше, чем мальчиков. Вот так вот собралось 6 девочек, 5 мальчиков. Поэтому мы с ними вот так вот. Но девчонки, они своеобразные, интересные, с ними интересно заниматься.
Будем надеяться, что скоро в Ханты-Мансийске появятся мировые звезды, а вам желаем удачи в оставшихся партиях. Спасибо.
In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under 18 and Under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Jermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions.
Нам удалось поймать Марину Гусеву, она только что выиграла партию у Марии Фоминых, и ваши комментарии по поводу партии и вашего участия в этом турнире.
Так, ну участием в турнире очень довольна. Не знаю, как сложится турнир, но пока начинаю входить во вкус. Ну а что касается этой партии, ну с дебюта я вроде как теоретически знала, что стою лучше, но там своими конями, фигурами запуталась, и мне кажется, это была сейчас Машина позиция, и что-то получила хуже, без пешки, поняла, что надо что-то подкручивать, стала подкручивать, осталось без 2 пешек. Вот. А потом произошла такая вещь, что Маша, ей показалось, что ей времени добавилось, а когда у нее осталось 38 секунд, у меня 1,5 минуты, и, ну, в общем, она начала этот вопрос выяснять, остановила часы, подошли судьи, начали дальше играть, и вот, видимо, это ее очень сильно сбило, и вот, конечно, такая остановка часов, она вот часто поворачивает партию в другую сторону, несколько еще там зевнула, и вот в итоге партия закончилась моей победой.
На какие места надеетесь в этом турнире?
Ой, я ни на что не надеюсь, я хочу показать лучшую игру. Если там, условно говоря, буду в призах, я буду очень довольна. Я отобью все дороги и проживания.
Насколько нам известно, вы являетесь членом команды Югра, и вот вы заняли совсем недавно 1-е место на соревнованиях на клубном чемпионате России. Да. Мы вас поздравляем, во-первых, а во-вторых, хотелось бы узнать, в чем секрет успеха команды?
Ну, я думаю, основной успех в сплоченности коллектива. И, наверное, надо сказать спасибо Павлу Владимировичу Лобачу. Он очень хорошую обстановку создал, он очень ко всем тепло относится и очень удачные кадры выбирает. То есть в первый год у нас там были одни забойщицы, потом Толя Гиря как раз. Она ушла, и на ее место он пригласил Наташу Погойну, она тоже блестяще играет за команду. В этом году у нас Аня Ушенина не смогла играть, и он взял Викторию Чемелита, которая просто показала выдающийся результат 5 из 5. То есть мы каждый тур просто начинали +1. То есть он очень удачный, у него кадровый выбор, вот, и хороший коллектив. В общем, мне очень нравится.
На что надеетесь на клубном чемпионате Европы?
Ну, на что надеемся? 3-й мы уже были, 2-й мы уже были. Мы хотим бросить вызов Монако, правда, это, конечно, слишком трудно. Но будем бороться.
Мы желаем удачи и команде, и вам в этом турнире. Спасибо огромное.
Спасибо.
In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news: there is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driven ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Lagno Pass, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty-Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and kind Olga turning into a merciless opponent over the board. It was a twist of fate that enriched the chess scenes with one of the biggest Russian and worldwide talents. On the way back home from dance classes, Tatiana and her sister Nadezhda were lured inside the chess club's four walls. Everyone knows what happened next. The two Kosintsevas became inseparable ever since, heading straight to the top of the tree, seizing left and right titles, prizes, medals, glory. With full steam ahead, Tatiana soon became a fearsome competitor at the top level of junior chess, winning the gold medal in the Under-10 European Championship in 1996. Her resounding performance few years later, when Tatiana won the Russian Women's Championship in 2002, promoted her to the Russian Olympic team, where she was far from disappointing her captain, scoring an incredible 11 out of 12 in 2002 Olympiad. Since then, she became one of the key weapons of the Russians in the following 5 Olympiads, especially in 2010, when she helped her team to victory, producing a gold medal on her top board as well. But the best results in her panoply must be considered the 2 triumphs in the European Women's Championships in 2007 and 2009, as well as the victory in the 2010 Grand Prix in Nalchik, which pushed her up to a remarkable 25-81 rating peak. In spite of playing less than before and of some drawbacks in her career, Tatiana is undoubtedly going to strike back, and few would be surprised if she will achieve even greater results in the near future. The main question is not what Alexandra did accomplish over the years, but rather what she didn't. More than just a successful chess player, the Russian grandmaster reaped the chess world's laurels, getting the utmost out of it. She is the proud owner of the bottomless bag of medals, a renowned chess author, podcaster, blogger, educator, and last but not the least, a mother too. Alexandra's haul of trophies includes first place in the Women's European Championship in 2004, in the Russian Superfinal 2005, in the Sport Accord Mind Games 2011, and she is also the first world champion in Fischer Random Chess. There is no surprise she is a constant presence in the Russian national team since 2002, where she pushed her troop to 3 times gold in the European Team Championship 2007, 2009, 2011, and in the Chess Olympiads in 2010 and 2012. But the peak achievement of Alexandra's career is unquestionably the Women's World Crown and the 12th Women's World Champion title, which she claimed in her native country, in Nalchik, in 2008. Professional not only on the chessboard, the chess queen doesn't need to bring additional evidence that she truly deserves her title in the kingdom she has built together with her husband, Diego Garces. Very active in online social networks, her pages on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook have more chess fans than many other VIPs could only dream of. A champion for peace in the international organization Peace for Sport, and the restless chess promoter, Alexandra became a true chess ambassador before even turning 30. It was not hard to predict the readiness of the chess world to roll out the red carpet for the new rising star, the Ukrainian prodigy Katerina Lagno. With her whirlwind progress through her childhood years, she convincingly made her first steps noticed when she claimed the Women Grandmaster title at the age of only 12. By far more attracted to play with her opponent's nerves than with some boring dolls, Katya reached the top of the ladder during her teenage years. In 2005, when she won the gold medal at the Women's European Championship, and 2008, when she decided it was about time to repeat the story. Katerina continued to enrich her trophies with countless outstanding results. Noteworthy are too many, but if we have to mention a few. In 2006, she took the North Urals Cup to her native country, as well as the gold medal from the Women's World Blitz Championship in 2010. Since 2008, she has been the Ukrainian team leader, helping her squad to gold in the Olympia 2006, World Championship 2013, and European Championship 2013. If you think that chess is the only dimension in her life in order to reach all of that, you are wrong. Katerina is the happy mother of a 3-year-old son Sasha, perhaps a GM in the future. In spite of her early successes, Katya has her feet firmly planted on the ground, working on her best results, which are still yet to come. Hello once again, dear friends, dear chess spectators. This is the 7th round of Women World Rapid Championship. It's about to start. You can see that everyone is already on the places. So here is the pairing of the 7th round.
Yeah, so let's check a little bit who's playing whom and what is the situation. So on 5 points
Is Alexandra Kosteniuk, so she's the
Kosteniuk
sole
is the
leader.
sole leader, and then I can spot 3 players with 4.5. So it's Maria Muzyczuk, Katerina Lagno, and Tatiana Kosintseva. But well, so the pairings are Muzyczuk with Kosteniuk, then Lagno already played with Kosintseva yesterday, so she's facing Nana
Zagnidze,
Zagnidze.
yes, with 4 points.
Yes, and Kosintseva is white against Anna Ushenina.
Who also has 4 points. I can say that we would mostly focus on the first 3 boards, so to say.
Well, so let's check if. So, well, Gunina is one of the disappointments, I was just to say, of those first rounds, starting the first day, and we saw she lost.
Here she is in the middle, right in the middle of your screens now.
Yeah, so I don't know how much time left before the start of the round, but everybody's in a place.
Around a minute or so. Well, the fourth board.
Yeah. Anna Muzyczuk, the elder sister of Maria, she's facing Olga Gira.
Yeah, the player who is from Langi Pass originally, so it's not far from Khanty-Mansiysk. So of course all the Khanty-Mansiysk spectators are rooting for her.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So Gira really has, well, a lot of support from the local chess fans, and well, so that's Sport 3, Tatiana Kosintseva versus Anna Ushenina. So we may expect some.
Oh, you see, we finally have some boy watching the games, not only girls.
Are interested in women chess, you mean? Yeah. Okay, it's Zagnidze with Katerina Lagno. Well, actually, the spectators are not there yet, I believe. So we can see practically an empty those seats for spectators are. But I can
Okay, all the spectators are these days on the internet, of course. So
Mm,
Nana
yeah.
Zagnidze
Well,
and
so
Katerina Lagno are starting their game. You can
yes,
see the
I've been
first
just
board
started.
and the leader Alexandra Kosteniuk. So now we will start from this game and see what is going on in the opening phase. So Maria Muzicuk
Oh,
started
well.
as the Sicilian with bishop b5.
Oh, that's the one which has been played between Lagno and Kosteniuk,
Yes,
actually.
it's somehow a
So-
Ukrainian weapon against
Yes, but
against
also,
Kosteniuk.
let's say, Kosteniuk is not playing it in the most conventional version. So knight f6 is not by far not the most popular. Well, no, pardon me. So it was knight c3. So it's a
Knight
little bit
c3,
different.
yes,
Yeah, so
yes.
it can be still switched after knight f3. Still can be switched after knight f3, and this is what Muzicuk just played. Knight f3, g6. So Kosteniuk is quite persistent in this one. Thought that was exactly in her game against Lagno yesterday, but Muzicuk played a different move, castle short first.
Oh, okay.
So once again g6, and Lagno played h3 yesterday against
Yes, this
Kosteniuk and
was,
has been successful. But okay,
this
castle.
time it's castle, yes.
Yeah, once again, quite possible continuation. Bishop g7.
Well, I bet psychologically for Kosteniuk is not very pleasant to face again the same
Yeah, the
opening,
same setup.
because surely she still remembers this game against Lagno. But
Rook
okay,
e1.
perhaps she already knows what to change in
let's
her
say
play.
repaired the hole in her repertoire, and perhaps she's ready. But well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure about this setup with bishop g7 at all.
Yes, I mean generally this
Yeah.
setup is looks a little bit
Well, I'd say
questionable, so to say.
I'd say well, this bishop b5 became recently rather popular in also in men's competitions, and well, probably gained the popularity during the Anand with Gelfand match, and black is mainly playing e6.
Yeah. Okay, but on the other hand, for some reason, Maria Muzicuk is now thinking. So, I mean, there is nothing new played
I
from
believe there is nothing new,
Alexandra.
but maybe just a crossroad well, okay, if white's gonna well, still h3 has been played.
Yeah, so she decided to go on the footsteps of...
Lagno, more or less. Well, basically, what's the point of h2, h3? So the whole line is, the idea of the whole line is to try to keep this bishop on c8 passive. So sooner or later, white is planning to take on c6, and after dc6 and something like d3, bishop on c8 will be deprived from the g4 square, from the natural development. So, well, the question would be if knight d4 is a good move here. So I remember Kosteniuk has played this knight d4 against Lagno once again, and well, I don't know how to continue for black. Well, and it seems Kosteniuk is not sure herself. Well, in case of d6, for instance, what's gonna happen? So I think white's gonna take in this case and play e5. No, I just thought so, but it's not that clear. Yeah, in this case, knight d7. So it would be really nice for white if d7 wouldn't be available. Then the pawn on e5 is gonna be really strong. And well, if black takes, then of course knight e5 and those pawns on c5 gonna be rather weak. So d6 was possible actually, yeah, but never happened because Kosteniuk still employs the same idea as she did against Lagno, knight d4, but under a little bit different circumstances. Because now now e5 is going to be answered with knight e8, I believe. So knight
Yeah,
e8
and
is
it's
a
not
possibility.
leading to
Then
what
sooner or
happened
later,
in that game. Yes.
yeah, sooner or later d6 and knight's going to recapture on d6. So it's a little bit different situation. Knight d4. I wonder what white's going to do. There's a possibility to take, of course. Well, we shall see.
Actually, I wonder if Maria Muzachuk actually saw the game of Lagno against Kosteniuk.
Yeah, on the other hand, yeah.
There is a possibility to download the games from the official website. So if she saw the game, maybe it would have been better just to repeat completely, the same.
Yeah, well,
Psychologically
it depends pretty much. So I don't know her so well, so I don't know if she prepares for rapid, okay? Some prefer just not to prepare openings, but instead to rest. They had 5 rounds yesterday, so...
No, but also
be not
even if
that
she
easy.
prepares, she can, for instance, just look at the games that she has in the base and not add immediately the games from the tournament.
That is what I mean, yeah. So e5. So we just mentioned that knight e8 seems possible.
Okay, probably this what she should do. What else?
Yeah, so it has to be noted that knight b5 is still possible, right?
Yes.
So knight b5. Yeah, in this case the queen is attacked, so white has no time to capture on g7. No, actually, if I'm capturing this one,
yeah,
it's still equal number of pawns. I mean, here it's equal number of pawns. I don't know if black had anything better, but even this one seems to be okay. So just 2 bishops for black. So after knight b5, perhaps white's gonna take b5, knight to d5. Well,
maybe knight b5 is good actually. Yes, to white to go to e8 if it's possible to go to d5.
Well, once again, d4 might be not really pleasant for black. So let's say in this case it's going to be very similar to the game
yes,
game with Lagno. Yes, again, white is winning the pawn.
The game, we actually checked that game and commented on it yesterday. So
yeah,
you
Lagno
could
with
remind
Kosteniuk,
yourself.
so that will be more or less the same scenario.
Yeah, by watching it in archive and see that it was quite similar. Well, shall we actually check what is going on the
other
second
boards? Yeah?
board with Zagnidze against Lagno?
Yes, here we are, and once again, Nana Zagnidze seemed to start the game quite from afar.
Yes,
English
again,
opening
in her
and
slow
very
style, yes.
Slowly developing the pieces, but then once the tension is on, she wouldn't mind to rise it higher and higher. So bishop b7. Well, that's interesting. So the position before bishop b7, black could actually try to win the pawn on b4 here by simply taking it twice, but then I think white will just try to get some compensation here. Maybe with knight e4 might be a possibility, changing the bishop, so this dark square is going to be a little bit weak. Also the knight is hanging in the air at the moment, so in case of bishop b2, rook b2, and let's say knight is retreated, that's something like queen a1, also trying to use this diagonal and especially the square on f6 for the knight. So in this case might have been dangerous for black, so black preferred just to keep it simple to play bishop b7. And white answered with knight b5, so still those bishops going to be exchanged.
Well, basically still white is using the same idea to use the black squares and d4 maybe at some point.
Yeah.
Possible.
So looks not clear. It looks so far. I mean, I don't think black already has any difficulty though. Something.
As usual, this is usual in the games of Nana Zagnidze, that in the beginning of the games, the opening phase, there's really nothing special.
But I have to say, when she's at her best, I mean, you can't really understand what goes on, but she wins one after the other.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess this is why she wins, because the opponent really doesn't understand what happens and why suddenly the position that looked completely fine collapses.
Yeah, it goes like that. Okay, you don't really feel the danger from the opening, then it starts to be tense, and well, some concrete decisions needed, and then all of a sudden you made a couple of bad moves, and that's over.
Yes, this
Yeah,
is
so
Nana's style.
she's
Yeah.
quite dangerous. Yes.
So e5 played to
So
just
black preferred to keep those bishops
and also prevent d4 immediately.
just prevent d4, and well, knight went a little bit aside, let us say.
Oh, probably she would return.
Yeah, now she has to return sooner
But
or
pawn on
later.
d4 still heading actually.
Yes. Don't know if white has to take on c5, because at the moment white can take c5, and it seems like black cannot take back with d pawn, because then knight e5 is an option for white. So bc5, maybe that's a right moment, because perhaps black wouldn't mind to take with this pawn, then try to use semi-open d file in the center, but in this particular position black has to take with b pawn.
Yes, and now
Still seems like nothing dangerous for black, but
okay, but white should do something about the b4 pawn, and this is a really good option
yes,
now.
maybe bc5 is just the time for this.
And then probably take care of this knight on b5 and just maybe replace
Okay, just going to try to enter this line. So bc5, and I'm thinking what actually white can do here.
it. Actually, maybe even knight g5, knight e4 to
Oh
press
well,
on
interesting
d6.
position. Yeah, so you don't want to move. So the knight on b5 maybe does not much, but you don't want to move it voluntarily. So it's better to wait for black's a6, of course. It's also a little bit annoying for black. I mean, to have this knight on b5, the pawn on d6 is always hanging. No, but I'm afraid. Ah, well, yes, knight g5 is possible. That's a tricky way to play.
It seems that, I mean, tactically it's possible, yes. And actually, meanwhile, she played.
Yeah, she played
she took on
bc5.
c5, yes.
So this is the actual position here. And I would say this, well, Zagnidze's style, this might be a little bit unpleasant for Lagno, because, well, she's known to be very good prepared in the opening, as we stated a couple of times. She's known for, well, being ready to take some concrete decisions, but
Yes, but then she met Nana at the board,
yes,
who has
it's
quite
not
a
that
different,
easy, yes. Quite a different approach.
quite a
yes.
different. I would even say opposite approach to the opening phase.
Yes, and we can see that's maybe the first time when on move 12 it's already only 10 minutes left for Lagno. We used to
yes,
see her
this
with
is
16 minutes at that moment.
This is something new for her, yes. And
The position is fine, of course, for black, but I mean the way the play develops might be favorable for Zagnidze. But we shall see later, of course. So right at the moment I'd offer to switch to Kosteniuk with Shenina.
yes, to see how Tatiana recovers from her loss from Kosteniuk in the previous round.
Yes, and well, no surprise, Knight of Variation has been played, because Knight of Sicilian, Shenina is known to stick to her guns in most of the openings, and that's
Yeah, actually
exactly
she
from
plays
her repertoire.
yes, quite principle in this way.
And the same is plausible for Tatiana as well. So she's
Yeah, they are both
quite principal in the
principal
opening,
players
yes.
in the opening. They trust
so once
their
again
weapons.
h3, well, the line which brought Kosteniuk's success in her yesterday's game against Kosteniuk, in round 5, but different reaction from black. Knight c6. So this is what happens. Queen d2, bishop e6. So a pair of knights has been swapped. But, well.
And
now
again, Tatiana is thinking how to proceed in this position. And as usual, it amazes me a little bit that early.
yeah, that
early
early in the
thinking.
opening she used to spend a lot of time.
Yes.
Oh, bishop g5. So a little bit surprising, I would say. So that indicates a fight for a d5 square, but seems...
Well, looks rather unorthodox, you know.
Yeah, that's
To
right.
move
I
the
mean,
bishop that has already moved in the opening and not develop other pieces. Well,
yeah,
but
would be...
perhaps she wants to maybe
yeah, so
take on
that's what I think.
f6
Yeah, she
and-
wants to take on f6, then to lend this knight to d5. But I would be thinking of a different way, actually, to fight for the d5 square, maybe with g4 here. Then in the right moment, white can play g5 and still play knight d5. But, okay, so bishop g5 followed here.
So probably she just wants to clear the position strategically,
Yeah,
immediately.
just to simplify a little bit, yes.
Yes,
And
she shows her intentions. I mean, quite clearly.
yeah, that is interesting. It's gonna be played, and well, what is surprising, Ushenina also thinks for quite some time, because
Maybe she's surprised with this move, and
yeah, but
well, naturally
let's say
bishop e7
yes,
comes.
it comes into mind, but maybe she's planning to do something else, although not clear to say. I mean, it's not easy to say
Yes.
what's exactly is planned. Well, perhaps she's a little bit worried about, possible bishop e7, castle long, or even rook d1. I don't know, castle long, for instance. And then d6 needs protection. Because, well, let's say in this line, rook c8, I don't know, just a random move, then I'm capturing you on f6. And if you recapture back, queen d6. Still, black might have a compensation, but the pawn is the pawn. And of course, gf6 is not that pleasant to play.
Yeah, sure.
Even g4 is available for white, seems like.
And it's difficult to connect the rooks.
Yes,
so
yes, it will be serious damage to black's structure, of course. And if...
but still
anyway,
she played
she
bishop
played
e7.
bishop e7. So
Now-
maybe there's... immediately Tatiana takes on f6.
But actually, it can be that after a long castle. No, I thought maybe taking on e4, but it's impossible.
No, yeah, okay, bishop f6, but in this case at least black can take.
Yes, but
The
then maybe
bishop e2, so...
long
since,
castle could be
yes.
a little bit more pressing actually.
Yeah, because now long castle, of course, would be met with bishop g5. So it was
Now
a little
sure,
bit too
now
late.
she has
Yeah.
to go to the king's side.
Yeah, so bishop e2, so she preferred just to keep it simple. So knight will anyway go to d5 sooner or later. And then perhaps she's planning to castle short. Maybe trying to change the bishops with bishop g4 at a later stage. Well, so far it seems like black has to be fine here. I don't know how this one's going to develop, but at the moment it seems like black is perfectly fine.
Even at some point, maybe black could give some pawn, and just
Yeah.
for the activity of these two bishops and be fine that way. So we will see. It would be still an interesting game. But right now, let's go back maybe to the first.
Yeah,
to the first, board.
Okay. So Musachuk with Kosteniuk, yes, I believe it developed a little bit, so now we shall see what exactly is going on here. So just a second, I'm coming a little bit back just to see how this one has been solved. e5, knight went back to e8, then white took, and knight d5.
So
Quite
she
an
didn't take
interesting-
on b5
Yeah,
because probably she remembered the game with Lagno still too fresh in her mind.
yes. So e6, queen c7, queen e2. So white manages to defend. White
D6
already
is possible,
sacrificed the
no?
pawn, huh? So queen c7, actually...
Yes, this d4 pawn is.
Yeah, knight d3 white could have played, but then somehow it's so strangely placed, this knight on d3, so I believe after something like d6...
Should be completely fine for
yeah,
black.
okay, black
yes.
is maybe
Even
already
better,
better,
yes.
yeah, so white preferred to sacrifice the pawn this way, queen c2, b3, and queen went to f5, and d3 has been played. That's
But I don't
interesting.
understand actually. Bishop d3 didn't. There was no way to.
Yeah, that's strange. Why d3? Why not? Why not bishop
But
d3?
because the
the knight has been.
is
Yeah, the knight
hanging,
was
yes, so
hanging. Yeah,
because
so
we
that's
somehow
the reason.
managed to make two moves to put a pawn and the bishop on d3 in the same
yes,
time.
yeah,
yes.
that's right. The d3 now g4 has been a threat. So black played f7, f6. The e f6 followed. And after knight f6, it seems like black's gonna simply have an extra pawn.
Yes, and a good position also.
Oh well, rook f6.
Why not knight f6?
This is interesting. I don't
question.
know. So she has something on her mind. Though bishop still has to.
Maybe she just want to press on a f5.
No, I'm just wondering
somehow.
if this bishop is not lost. After bishop c4, b5.
She played bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4,
b5
b5. So
immediately.
Kosteniuk is quite principal. Oh well, but in this case, bishop d5 is a possibility. So she should have taken with the knight, I think. So now this, bishop d5, white escapes with the
Okay, but
piece, yeah?
still this position somehow
No, well, actually, I believe she missed. She missed bishop d5.
Bishop
But there is
with
also,
d5.
I don't know, maybe knight d5. No, knight d5 is. Now, still, it might be completely unclear. I mean, what's goes on after knight d5. It's something strange. So you cannot still take the knight, perhaps.
The point
Uh,
is that, of course, knight e7 is
Knight
a threat.
e7
Yes,
is a
we
threat.
should
Oh well,
mention this.
maybe you can actually take the knight in this case, and after check rook
Rook
f8, the
f8,
queen is attacked
yes.
and the bishop is. So bishop d5. Bishop d5.
That's
yes,
what
it's
she
rather
played.
unclear. So rook b8 now, and bishop has to go. Maybe bishop can stay here. Actually, g4. So this time it's black who is in trouble, I believe. g4, you have to play queen g5.
Okay, probably she really missed this bishop d5.
Yes. So I mean, I'm still not sure what goes on, but my feeling is that white is really doing fine. Okay, knight e6, attacking the queen, so queen has to take d5 and something like knight f4 back. So e8
My
knight
goodness,
is
these are
hanging.
crazy.
Yeah, crazy
lines.
lines, but it looks favorable for white. So now bishop takes, attacking the rook. The e8 knight is still
Okay,
hanging.
knight d6. or
Knight
should-
d6, yeah, and well, you need one move. On the other hand, you need only one move to win the game. Yeah, so it's still not clear.
So it can turn the tables again, eh?
Yes, now I'm supporting black. After all the damage I did to white's position, I'm starting to support black. Anyway, rook b8, maybe
So
not
this
g4, but
position
just
is really double-edged. I mean, it
Yeah.
can turn in anyone's
either
favor.
side. Yeah, that's exactly either side. But well, maybe even this g4 is not that bad, but then just something else white has to play. g4, queen g5, maybe returning the bishop, or just to play bishop e4 immediately. Still, black has an extra pawn, but somehow white might have sort of compensation here. So well, but really confidence shown from Kosteniuk. I bet
Actually,
she missed
I-
bishop d5, but
I
she
wouldn't
played rook
say
b8.
I wouldn't
and
say that she looks that comfortable. Actually, I think that she's a little bit
Mm,
nervous.
Yeah,
in
well,
this
we
position, which
can't
is
see the face.
understandable.
We can't see the face, but I mean, if we look at the timing, I believe she missed bishop d5, but when she realizes she cannot take the bishop, so the only move is rook b8, so she
Okay,
plays.
she plays
I mean,
it. Yes,
some
sure.
other player
Very
would spend,
practical.
I don't know, would spend like 3-4 minutes just, I don't know.
Just yes.
Yes, you know,
Thinking about
the past. Why didn't I play something else? But not Alexandra. Okay, I believe she's
Sandra is very
analyzing.
practical player in this way, and of course she wouldn't do such a mistake. And when you have just such little time, there is absolutely no time to think about what could have happened. Played something else. So
Yeah, that's right.
okay,
And
but
really
the
a
position is
crucial moment for Maria Muziciuk. G4 or not G4. So I just realized if bishop is moved back, then queen c5 and well, at the moment
well.
black
Queen gets some
Yeah,
space. Some
black
air.
still has an extra pawn and well, maybe some compensation, but not much really. So
G4 is
G4
really
is critical. I don't know if it
critical line
works.
here.
Yeah, I don't know if it works, but it really looks like a critical option here.
okay, but let's check once again.
G4,
G4, Queen G5 is the only
seems
move.
only move. But as well for white, now I realize that bishop cannot be returned because simply rook f4 and
yeah.
nothing you can do. Yeah, so then it means knight e6 then is once again a critical move. So queen
but maybe
e5.
no.
No, the queen is
G6
hanging.
unfortunately
I
is
mean.
impossible for white. Unfortunately for white.
Yes. Oh, knight g6, yes, queen g6.
But because Queen G6, yes. Otherwise,
Yes.
you cannot take on D5 because of
Yeah,
the
because of knight e7.
knight
Yeah,
E7,
that's
but
right. G4 has been
ship
just
is
played.
played.
Queen g5. Then, well, white has to be consistent, so I bet we're gonna see knight e6, queen d5. This position we have at the
At the
right bottom corner of our screen.
commenting board, so to say.
Yeah. Well, and what's here? So I said knight f4, right? Knight f4, then black has to take on f4, bishop f4. And well, here I realized bishop b7 immediately, not playing this knight d6 we were speaking about, but bishop b7 immediately, and black surely has an upper hand.
But why? F3 simply?
F3, oh well, something absolutely different has been played. So g4 and
H4 she
queen
played.
d5.
Okay,
h4.
let's check it because we did
yeah.
not actually
Let's really
watch.
try
this.
to understand
No.
what's going on here.
Okay, black has to take. This
Yeah,
is obvious. Yeah?
that's clear. But what's the plan for white then?
Maybe
mean-
king g2. But
Well,
what's the point?
it looks too deep. So knight g2, I thought, but then black has queen h3. So maybe
Okay,
that's
she
the
took.
point. I just understood. Maybe that's the point of white's play. I'm playing knight g2 and then knight f4 back. So trying to at least to get a draw. So well, accepting the fact that
Yeah, knight g2 she
the opening
played.
didn't really went very well. So knight g2, queen h3.
But maybe something else is possible.
I like
Like what? I
bishop. I don't know. Bishop g5 followed by knight f4.
don't know.
but
For
it's,
instance, yes.
it's something really deep then.
Because after bishop g5, okay, it's not that easy to play for what to do for black.
No, I mean, okay, maybe knight f4 is not that scary. I'll give away an exchange. I mean, happily. So maybe black just has to play a move. Say knight c7 or knight d6. I mean, to threaten this bishop. Let's say. Now knight d6 might be unlucky. Knight f4 take. Then the spin is not that pleasant.
Uh-huh,
No,
they
actually
repeated once.
she goes for a repetition so far. Knight f4, queen h4.
No, but still.
Mm.
But maybe not knight, no, bishop g5, bishop f4 is also possible. There are just so many lines in this position that it's really interesting to watch it somehow. Okay,
Knight
she repeats
g2,
again,
queen
but
h3.
But
so
actually, the question is, will she repeat now or not? But
Yeah.
what about bishop f4? for
bishop
instance?
f4, then well,
Just
actually-
attacking the rook. I mean,
Yeah, bishop. So
How
well,
to
the point is that
protect
this bishop is not actually hanging, right?
so
Well-
after bishop f4, probably d6, eh?
Bishop f4. Still, somehow, I'd like to develop with black a little bit. So maybe something like bishop b7. So if you capture the rook, I'm capturing on d5. This
Mhm.
looks actually very good for black. Once again, it's already 2 pawns for an exchange, and well, still not clear. f2, f4, which is the only move, seems to keep the position. Bishop f3. Yes, in this case, probably black is fine.
Well, the question is now, I guess,
So
will
knight
she have the
g2.
guts to
Yeah, to
go
try something
to try
else.
something, or because now it's very tempting, just to repeat the position and
So
go
now
out of this
Alexandra is
mess,
thinking. So
go out
queen
with
h3.
of this mess with a draw,
Yes.
because of course it's scary,
well,
one slight mistake
Inaccuracy,
and
and then yes, you've done. Well, still, I believe if white has the way to continue, it has to be bishop g5. Then if it's good or not, but seems to be the only possibility to continue. Actually, yes.
okay,
maybe
but what
after
about
all-
actually still bishop f4, bishop b7, just exchange there, and let's say
well-
queen e4 then.
take queen e4, but even d5 is possible. Yeah, the queen is a little bit stuck there on h3.
Okay, then maybe first bishop e5. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, well, you can just what
somehow
hap-
it's tempting, to try
to
something.
continue. Oh well, and
to try
Alexandra
something.
decided to look. Alexandra decided she wants
Alexandra
to
decided
continue.
to go.
Yeah, that's interesting. So
with the game.
it's happened like knight f4, and after a couple of repetitions, it's black actually who took on f4, bishop f4, and bishop b7 she played. So
Okay, with
after
this
capture
idea.
rook b7, I'm not quite sure if
But
if-
actually,
well,
I'm not
okay.
sure if it was good.
good idea.
Decision,
Yes.
yes.
So it's 2 pawns only, and well, look, Muzichuk is playing much, so she looks much more confident here. Knight f6. I'm afraid Alexandra
Even f3, why not?
might regret her decision. Yes, f3,
And then,
surely. And then knight
queen g2
d5
even.
she's planning to do. Knight d5, and then, yes, perhaps this is the way to play. Knight
Okay, f3 was
d5.
played anyway.
Yes. What to do here?
Queen, no.
So the bishop is hanging, and if you move the bishop, then this knight arrives to e3. I mean, it's
I
quite
thought of
unpleasant.
Queen
I mean,
h2, but
queen h2,
then the
f3
pawn
is
on
hanging.
f3
Yeah.
is hanging, and this is. Although I don't know, because I can
Also,
maybe
for black, I mean, it's not that
play
easy.
rook rook c8 and then rook f1. Actually, I
So-
don't know. I mean, again,
So something
some
like this.
some
Yes.
tactical stuff,
Queen h2.
which I'm not sure about.
Well, actually, my other concern about Queen h2 would be actually an exchange and then putting the knight on c3. So black is not risking too much. It's 2 pawns and no open file for white's rooks. So not clear at all what can happen there. So that's our current position after knight d5.
Yes, and 95 played, so
So there might be some tactical options for white also, and I think this is what Muzyczuk is considering. Oh, well, bishop e5. Bishop e5.
But we should never forget about rook c8 possibility
Yes.
for white.
Bishop e5.
Say after bishop e5 and queen e5 it was impossible to take on f3.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, bishop h6. So this way. And now bishop e3 is
Rook
the threat,
c8,
but
okay.
I'm not quite sure. Yeah, check, king f7, then bishop d4, right? The only move, but perhaps
that's
perhaps
what-
good enough.
Yeah, that's what she did. Actually now,
Now it's also black king who needs attention. I
Exactly.
mean, it's some
and
some
it seems
queen
like
e5
white
is a threat.
defended from all the direct threats.
Yes. No, it's not easy
And the
for
rook,
Alexandra.
the rook on b7 is not that well placed.
Aha, queen g3. Queen g3, so at least black is safe.
Okay, but
perhaps.
now the
Okay, so
it's
that's
just
I mean, we cannot play
you mean
as
just
white.
a
We cannot
perpetual,
play queen g2, so maybe it's a perpetual.
And what
still.
about king f1?
King f1, then I'm not sure. Knight f4 looks dangerous.
No, I
Knight
just thought
f4. Maybe knight f4 at once has been possible, but well, she plays to h1, king h1, then queen h4. Well,
okay,
delivering
but you
perpetual.
cannot do yes,
yes,
it's a perpetual. I mean, king g1.
So king f1 is the only opportunity to try. No, once again, Alexandra is pushing for a win. Knight f4. Knight
quite
f4.
ambitious play. That's
Well, so I understood why those couple of checks were needed, because now on queen f2 you have knight h3 check, which you wouldn't have if the queen would be on h3. So this way white is forced to play queen f1. And then once again perpetual is available, knight h3, knight f4 back. So I'm not sure about more. Now this rook on b7 is not coming
yeah,
into
of course.
play.
If black had also a rook to play, it would be just
Just
game over for
simply
white,
winning.
yes.
Yes, that's right. So let's try to understand if there is anything for black. Can't see really. Can't see. Maybe still.
okay. Knight h3, king g2.
Yeah, knight h3, king g2.
What
and
about bishop
bishop
f4?
f4 this time? Yes, maybe, but well, bishop f2, knight takes, queen takes, queen h2. Yes, white seems to escape in this
yeah.
case. Yes, normally you would prefer to keep the knight in the attack. No, somehow. Yes, if black would manage to enter the attack with just one more piece.
Well, but wait, no, that's
Queen
right.
g3.
I mean, if then why did we take on f2?
So
This
once again,
was-
check.
Let's just check quickly once
Yes,
again.
bishop e4, bishop f4, bishop f2.
No.
So, well, we
There's
can't
no
really do
ways.
anything.
Yeah, sorry.
No, okay, Alexandra played queen
Okay,
g3,
queen g3.
king h1. I've spotted an interesting idea. Well, I think it's interesting to try to play b4 and rook b5.
And bring
Okay,
the
a little
rook.
bit,
And
a little
then
bit too long way, but still, rook is not coming too far.
even
so
the rook
h5.
c5 would be.
Yes,
there.
rook c5. Well, so black just has to play some move to put a pressure on white. So, because it's also not that easy for white to make moves. Meanwhile, Anna Muzyczuk finished her game with Olga Giria. I don't know what was the result.
We
So,
don't see the kings, how the kings are
Yeah, so a little
placed on the board.
bit too far, but yeah, and the girls are discussing something, so I don't know what exactly has happened.
So it was
that's
a draw.
a
We see it now. So this
Yeah,
game finished
that's
in a draw
and they're
on the fourth
analyzing.
board.
Yeah.
Okay.
So still we are stick to the game of the leader. King h1, and yeah, I'd say, well, some simple move, I mean, will be rather unpleasant for Musiciuk if she would have to make a decision here. So I believe Alexandra is still looking for something concrete, but once again, my b4, even I'm giving up the idea of transferring the rook on a 5th rank, but it would be really unpleasant, because let's imagine, okay, b4 and with white, I mean, you have so many options to go wrong.
But it's also possible to take on d3, yes, that's what
that's
I
actually
was also
what she did.
thinking.
Knight d3.
Because the rook on e1 is hanging.
Rook e4. Then bishop f4 is another opportunity, but then queen g2. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe knight's going to be just retreated back. Knight f4. But I'm not sure if this pawn was really needed for black. Okay, we shall see.
Yeah, maybe
Rook
not.
e4. No, bishop f4. So she's really going for this. So now.
But even a rook e2, maybe.
Well, we shall see. Also, Musiciuk is known for. Bishop g1. That's surprising. That's surprising, I have to say.
Somehow.
Bishop g1. I thought about queen g2 going into an endgame, but.
But here again, the perpetual is possible. Queen h4, queen
queen
g3.
h4, queen g3, perpetual is still on, always. So the question is if black has something more than that.
It's just that after rook e2, could be that there is even no perpetual anymore, but still. Or maybe not anymore, actually.
So you mean here, like
I
rook
mean
e2?
here, yes.
Rook e2 and then bringing the rook
The rook
to
to
g2.
g2, yes.
But, well, okay, it's still two pawns for an exchange, so maybe black wouldn't really mind not to have a perpetual.
Okay, the game on the second board has finished
as well. Yeah,
between Zagnidze and Lagno. You can see them now leaving the playing hall. But what is the result? This is a question.
Once again, we don't know the result yet. Okay, so that's a current situation in Musiciuk with Kosteniuk. Bishop g1 and Alexandra is still thinking. Queen h4.
Okay,
once again, couple of checks
she will go for the perpetual somehow.
No, not sure. I mean, I think
more
she's
and more dangerous. I don't know. It seems like white are somehow
consolidating
and protecting
all the important squares.
The important squares around the king.
5. Now the knight is hanging. Okay, I thought about something like that. Check king h1, then d5. So at this moment you cannot take the knight because of queen h3. And if rook is retreated, then okay, something like rook e7. So after all, it's two pawns for an exchange for blacks. Then d5.
She
but
played.
I'm not quite sure. In this position, maybe white can
but
consider to capture
there.
on d3. The queen is on. Sorry, queen is on h4. So here d5.
Yes. But
now
first
and king g2.
king,
Yes, and
g2.
d5. So maybe white can consider.
Okay, but here you can take on d3.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe it's still insufficient. Okay, check there.
King f1.
Taking the rook. No, well, okay, never happen. We will never.
But you can see the nerves. Look at
yes,
at the nerves.
The time
this
is coming
incredible.
up also.
But the position is also very tactical.
Rook d4. Now, I'm afraid black is forced. Knight e1. Knight e1 wins the queen. So Musiciuk has blundered her.
It seems so.
No, rook f4. It's not over. It's not over. Rook f4, king g7. It's not over yet.
And
so, yeah, bishop d4 is met with e5.
and the rook e8 doesn't help because of queen d2.
So what actually? But still, this rook is out of place. So what? White can white do anything? I'm just thinking. Yeah, objectively looks lost for white.
g5 maybe.
But yeah, I thought about g5, but then rook f7 is.
No,
so that is what she does actually. She's still looking for perpetual, but first playing rook f8 and hoping for some.
But I can tell you the aggressive play and even the quite risky play from Alexander Kosteniuk pays off. Yes.
Yeah. Check king g3.
Very nice game.
Rook f7. Rook f7. And yes, looks like white is forced to change rooks, and in this case, of course, it's gonna be
It's gonna
absolutely
be winning
lost.
for
Yeah,
black.
absolutely
yes,
lost.
absolutely winning for black. And rook g8, just king
Rook
h6.
g8, king h6, and I'm afraid f3 is
There
about
is
to fall.
nothing, yes.
About to
So
fall. I don't know,
well,
f4 perhaps. Maybe still possible to play
Okay,
like this.
queen
f4,
d3,
queen d3, and
yeah.
some crazy stuff. King h4. Well, if you take f4, then rook. I know, I cannot even threaten mate here. Maybe I can. Bishop c5. Well, still it's winning for winning for
Yeah.
black. I mean, with any move like queen e2 perhaps. And if no, this time I won with white. Check and g5 mate. So I mean, the game is still not over. Some chances, especially with seconds on the clock. Well, okay, where we are here, rook f7. But of course, it's rather unlikely. It looks like.
Okay, but she should
Kosteniuk is
understand,
going
of
to
course, that
win.
if she takes an f7, this would be completely lost. So what to do? She has to
Yes,
create some chances, you know, in the
that is what she's doing. Rook g8.
in these dark waters.
Yeah, king h. Oh well, king f6 as well is a possibility. But then at least f3
But
is
then,
not hanging.
yes, and also maybe bishop d4 is
Bishop d4 to
Plus
provoke e5, then
E5,
some
and
rook
then
c6,
something,
another
yes.
yeah, something which is not
okay,
clear.
king h6, and now what?
Now,
we
okay,
said?
yes, I think
Maybe
white has
king
to go.
h4.
King h4 at once. Oh,
At
threatening
once,
g5
yes.
actually. No, but then queen e1 would be the case. So
Mhm.
f4 she plied first.
Okay, this
So
this
in
game keeps us, you know, to the
In
screens
tension, yeah, that's right.
until the very end. Just
Queen
queen
d2.
d2.
Well, perhaps much better move than the one I've offered, because f4 is hanging. G5, king h5 leads nowhere. Yes, maybe that's the end, and one precise move, queen d2, and no, I don't see the way for white to continue really, because g5 itself brings nothing. It has to be combined with some other threats.
f5. Yes.
Well, f5 still
Okay,
to
s-
stay in the game,
yeah.
just not to get mated. But well, I'm afraid after ef5, f4 is the threat. Well, bishop c5 still. White is fighting. But to be honest,
Even f4.
not a lot of
just-
chances.
she
Yes,
just took,
simply
okay,
captures.
the
and
point is
yeah.
that black can give the rook for the bishop.
Yes, but
simply
also
even. But
after she captured
but
king
even she doesn't
h5,
need it,
huh?
yes.
King h5, king on h5 is gonna be rather safe.
Okay,
No,
well,
it's
what to say?
absolutely-
Really great game, and with a lot of chances for both sides. So basically, Alexandra Kosteniuk just outplayed her opponent in the complications, and the quite risky tactical complications.
Yeah, it looked like they going to repeat moves, but then Alexandra found really the way to continue to sacrifice an exchange. And while we don't know really if that was correct objectively, but
Yeah, but it was
it
just
really-
a practical decision.
yeah,
you
it
know,
really
and,
pays off.
And
Okay, rook f8,
she was not scared at all, you know, to
queen
try
f4.
it.
So now it has to be forced mate, I believe. Well, Alexandra is still. But Maria is fighting. I mean, it's incredible.
Okay, but she should
I
use
would
the
have-
chances, of course.
I would have really resigned this game already, but okay, queen f1.
Okay, and there is still enough time on Alexandra's clock,
Yeah, with
more than
this
a minute even.
10
So of course now
seconds
it will be
increment. It's
will be just
so easy.
mate in 2 moves right now. No.
No, mate
Not
into
in 2
moves.
moves. but
Yes, okay, it's winning still. With rook f3, for instance, threatening rook h3. So white will have to take on f3 and then g takes. It's just
in
too
3
much,
moves,
too
in
much,
3
yeah,
moves,
too
sorry,
much.
because now it will be mate, so it's a 3rd move.
yeah. Still,
So-
I can give you a check on e3.
Ah,
So it's still
so-
not over. The one.
You
and
see,
actually
I'm not good in the studies, you know, mate in
look,
2, mate in 3.
Look, she changed her mind, and now she gave another couple of checks, like this: Queen g3, King h1. So if Black's gonna capture couple of pawns more, then White may also hope for stalemate. So at the moment, it's
Okay, rook f3
this
is
way.
played,
This way,
of
of course, she's also winning. Rook f3, no, nothing to speak about. Yes, it's done.
Okay, great game by Alexandra. Really, I'm truly impressed. I can tell you.
And what happened in Saknica Lagno? I don't remember. If that was draw, that's gonna mean
They
already
finished, but
one
we
clear
don't- but
point
we-
lead for Kosteniuk.
But we don't know the result somehow. Okay, let's maybe try to get this information somehow.
Yes, bishop. Okay, now it's forced mate in 3, queen f1, and or g3 or rook h3 would have been mate. So Alexandra Kosteniuk continues to lead the tournament, and actually that means she had a nice birthday party yesterday.
True.
So at least
Actually, we just quickly went through the second board, and I wanted to try to get
the information.
The information, yes, but okay, that's no
well,
problem.
so this one is still in progress. That's quite interesting. Kosteniuk is Ushenina.
And it seems that Kosteniuk is two pawns up. And
Yes, king f7, queen b4. That's the current position here. So
yeah,
white is winning.
White has
White-
a winning position, yes, and she should convert, although she doesn't have
Queen b4, king f7.
a lot of time. But
Well, queen c4. The pawn
but then
endgame.
it's just a pawn endgame. Come on.
So now
this
it's not
is-
not that hard for Kosteniuk.
Of course.
But still, I mean, some worries are still on.
No, but
And
I'm
yeah,
sure
I
that
believe
she would
it's of
convert
course
it.
we're winning with precise play. But what do you think? Well, yes, king.
Okay,
king.
she
You
should bring
have
the
to bring
king.
the king. But
And then
what to
just
think about?
slowly push Black's king away.
So king is coming. So then g6 is
G6
critical,
should
right?
be played, of course, to exchange at least one pawn.
But still, it's rather hopeless, I would say. So king f7 and king f4. So that's the current position. I don't know if black can do anything. King f6. Okay. So what's actually an accurate way for white to
Maybe
to win this? Still,
G4?
yeah. Well, okay, g4. Let us say.
And what to
Yes,
do, I
g4 was actually played. Yes, then king e5, slowly but surely white's
Well,
going to win.
h4 can be also played, why not? And then or just king e4, king d5 now.
Well, let me
Slowly black
let
king
me
would-
describe the danger for white. So king f7, let's say h4, g6, and then okay, if white makes those two stupid moves, then after king f6 it's a draw. So I mean,
Yeah.
still you have some
No, the
space to
point-
go wrong.
The point for white is just to put the king on e5. Once
Yeah,
white
yeah,
puts
that's
the
right.
king on e5, it's absolutely
Winning.
winning.
So
yes.
g6 has been played. So here g6 has been played.
Okay, she can
H4.
h4. Well, she could even take and play still king e5, I believe. But okay.
Well, now it's going to be about this famous triangle, I believe. So take, king goes there, and okay, king f8 has to be played as far as I remember, and then king f5. This and still white has this spare move h5,
and
which
then
is
king
important.
g6.
Yeah, even if white would be to move in this position, still it would have been won. But well, particularly in the one we have in the game, it's even easier. So well.
there are more
Shen
games
is
still in progress.
Yeah,
Actually.
yeah, the round is not approaching its end.
Okay, so it
GF5,
comes to what
GF5.
was just shown by Evgeny. Actually,
Yeah, not a lot of chance, I have to say. Not
and
a lot
well,
of chance
it
for
means
black.
that Tatiana Kosteniuk managed to pull herself together.
Yeah, to
and,
recover. Well,
recover
so
from the
she's gonna
loss.
be half a point behind Kosteniuk.
Yes,
yeah,
she would be still running on the second
yes,
place.
yes. So king f7 still. Black is trying to fight, but Well, okay, f6, king f7, I believe. Well, f6, and black is thinking still.
Okay.
But as we said,
what
yeah,
is
king
the
f8,
there
it
is no-
goes
there is no point.
exactly the line we showed.
Okay, I believe that this game would end like in two moves or something,
Yeah, looks
because of course both players they understand that white
like.
is
Yeah, white
absolutely
is
winning.
but still, okay,
Okay,
king f8,
no, king
king
f5.
f8. Ah, well, actually, king e6 wins as well. Of course.
Actually,
When
any
check this, and then to stalemate black, but black still has this h5, and then after king g6, the pawn promotes. So I'm still not sure which way Kosteniuk was going to play. No, king
Should play
f5.
F5.
It's safer just to take black's pawn first, and then king f7, and h5 is going to finish the game.
Yes, that's
Yes, I
she
believe
plays.
black will not play any further.
So
With two
somehow
pawns,
we
it's
have
too much.
already now we have the situation that these two players, Kosteniuk and Kosteniuk, are a little bit ahead of the
Of the
field.
entire field, yeah?
Yes, and the second board, Zagnidze Lagno made a draw,
Yes.
so it means that Katerina Lagno is not sharing second place with Tatiana Kosteniuk. Tatiana Kosteniuk would be half a point ahead, so it would be like this: Kosteniuk with 6 points, and
Then
then
5.5 for
Kosteniuk 5.5.
Kosteniuk. And probably a bunch of players with,
With
5
5
points.
points.
Yes. So meanwhile, we're switched to some other game which is still in progress. It's Karina Bersunova
Against
versus
Alina
Alina
Kashlinskaya.
Kashlinskaya. So let me find out if we have a transmission of this one to look at the position here.
Yeah, that's what it is, I believe.
Yeah, yes, something like that. Although I'm not sure if, yeah, rook e1, king d5. That's a current situation here, and have to say it's not obvious who's playing for a win,
Yes, because
especially
this knight
after
of
rook
black
d1,
is,
king e6. So black is about to lose the third pawn here. King e6 and rook f1. Rather, black is rather uncomfortable, I
Maybe
would say.
even a rook f6.
Yeah, I also thought, but yes, rook f6, why not? Rook f6 seems to
win the pawn.
Well, at least to
Yeah.
win the pawn, yes.
And white would never risk to lose, at least. And,
Yes, this
well,
pawn's gonna be eliminated. Okay, the knight d8, intermediate can be played, but knight
Yes,
d8,
she
king
played.
e7, yes, exactly what
Mhm.
she played. Now, I just thought maybe rook f4 might be a try. That is what she seemed to play.
No.
Rook d1, but it gets closer and closer to black's elimination, because this knight now is really badly placed, so I would suggest something like e5 simply. So the knight
Yes,
cannot join
e5
the game.
played.
Yeah, e5 has been just played.
Yes.
Knight
even
c6 and rook takes c6.
Oh my goodness.
So I don't know
My
why
goodness.
so
okay,
far
she blundered.
she blundered the knight,
Yes,
and
she
knight
just
it's
blundered the
now
knight
it's
probably on the
absolutely
last
winning.
seconds.
This rook g4.
On the last
And
seconds,
then
yes.
Okay, white is also doing strange things.
Well,
I mean,
of
after
course,
rook d4, I believe there have been much more convenient ways to win. But okay, anyway, what has happened. Rook g4, and white almost played rook c7 check. But why do you stop? Why do you stop then? I mean, if already you
Yes,
touched the rook, and it
Well, why rook c8? Well,
rook c8.
this is something. But
So now on king h6, of course, rook h8
this
is
is the
going
point,
to follow.
yes.
So that's the only point of rook c8. Still looks like white is winning. The rook e4, well, basically it goes e6, e7, and
Yes, and
black's
it
going to resign.
it becomes a queen. Yes. So well, some crazy game here. So
yes,
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 the end of the
well,
game.
Well, the end of the game we just saw. It was, well, unclear position until the point where black simply blundered the knight.
Well, yes, and now there is no hope practically for black.
Yes, okay, rook e4, e6,
E6.
as I thought, g4, e7, game over.
G3. Okay, she still continues to play, but you see that she first put
the queen and then presses the clock.
Press the clock.
No.
This is important somehow.
Yeah, I just thought this young generation who, well, I mean, maybe not those ladies, but some who are now 10 years old, maybe they are playing mostly on internet, and then you have an automatic promotion, so maybe they don't even know you have to put a piece.
Even the promotion always go
always to queen,
yes.
So
maybe
sometimes they don't consider to promote tonight or
else,
something.
yes.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
right. So that seems that had been the last last game of this round. So we are done with round number 7 and coming in roughly 15 minutes
for
to the next
round
one.
number 8.
Yes. So stay tuned and we are coming back.
The FIDE Women World Rapid and Blitz Championships 2014 started at the Ugrai Chess Academy in Khanty-Mansiysk. 34 female players from 14 countries are competing for the title and prize fund of $50,000. After the 5 rounds in the World Rapid Championship, Russian Grandmaster Tatyana Kosintseva is leading the standings with 4.5 out of 5 points. She started with a draw against her compatriot Karina Ambartsumova, but then followed with an impressive string of 4 victories, including the round 5 clash against the then leader Katerina Lagno, who started the tournament with 4 out of 4. In the 5th round, Maria Muzchuk won a nice positional game against Elizabeth Petz, and Alexandra Kosteniuk defeated the defending rapid champion Antoaneta Stefanova. These two players joined Lagno on the shared second place with 4 points each. The biggest surprise of the day is the score of top-rated Valentina Gunina, who has only 2 out of 5 points. The event continues over 2 more days, for a total of 15 rounds, with a single game for each round. The first playing day was also marked with former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk and former European champion Pia Kramling birthdays. They were presented with flowers by the organizing committee. 10 more rounds to play, and we will know the name of the new women world champion. When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow the audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships under 16 in 2005 and under 20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark, undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters, when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as the Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have Nafisa Muminova with us, and my first question is: how is it going for you after so long event? Women Grand Prix event just finished, and now you started the new one. So how is it going?
Oh, it's going very interesting for me because I'm first time participating in World Women's Rapid and Blitz Championships. So yesterday was better day, but today I'm trying to play. After these two loss, I'm trying. I'll try play better.
So, which games you can mention? I mean, which one you like from yesterday? Maybe something was interesting.
Oh, yesterday was all games was interesting. Uh, Actually, with Gorechkina, I played with black, and I sacrificed the knight and managed to give mate.
And in general, how does it feel to play after a Grand Prix event? Do you feel tired or it's fine?
Oh, it's actually fine for me in general. So it's interesting to play rapid chess and blitz. I like to play this type of control.
So, was it easy for you to go from classical time control to rapid and blitz? What have you done to change, your mind?
Mm. It was okay. There was no any problems, but okay. Sometimes I go to deep think, but and I realize that it's I have to play faster.
Okay, so we wish you good luck in the next rounds. Thank you.
Bishop on d3. Oh, white. White is maybe a little bit more active.
When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow the audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships under 16 in 2005 and under 20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark. undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as the Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating 6-8 hours per day to the royal game. In moments of doubt, the support of her sister Maria comes in handy, the two motivating and helping each other to climb the highest heights of success in the passion they both share, chess. A big fan of Kasparov, whose games influenced her the most, Anna displays the same fearless, attacking chess without forgetting of prophylaxis. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoanetta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoanetta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward. The Tuvshintuk's family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too. Shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Batchimek. Like father, like daughter. Batchimek's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Batchimek took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Batchimek made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dilijan. Batchimek occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronavali, Olga Giria, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Hatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Batchimek's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Batchimek's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. For Anna, this happened as a pure coincidence, when her mother wanted her to play draughts. But when they reached the club, it turned out that they had only chess. This was just the starting point of a long journey. Although the young Anna learned how to move the pieces a bit later than her colleagues, when she was only 7, nothing stopped her progress since. She firmly stood up from the crowd by becoming the clear Ukrainian women champion for several years. Soon after, Anna strikes with an early pinnacle in 2006 Olympiad, where her undefeated 7 out of 10 score helped the Ukrainian team to gold. Since then, the team medals kept on coming like clockwork. Anna being responsible in a great measure for that. Her individual successes didn't cease to occur either. After bringing home the bronze from the European Women's Championship in Plovdiv in 2008, Anna made the biggest leap of the career, becoming the 14th World Women's Chess Champion in 2012. She overpowered the higher-rated Anna Muzychuk, Natalia Pogonina, Nadezhda Kosintseva and Yu Wenyun to finally reach the final against the former world champion Antoaneta Stefanova, which she defeated as well. But Anna's interests are not limited to only chess. She is very much fond of jurisprudence, subject from her law faculty at Yaroslav the Wise Law Academy in Ukraine. This, combined with her affection for the classical wizards, such as Spassky, Smyslov or Karpov, may explain Anna's playing style in terms of foresight and circumspection, melded with fearless attacks when given the chance and when the position allows it. From an early stage, Ksyu became the fear of her junior competitors, proving she was the most talented of them all in 1997, 1999 and 2002, when she took to China the gold medals from various age groups, under 12, under 14 and under 20. But maybe her most stellar results came within the national Chinese team, where she performed fabulously. Ksyu played an important role in the last 2 victories of China in the Women's Chess Olympiads. Her first one in Bled 2002 was exceptional. She took the gold medal on the 4th board with a massive score 11 out of 12. In Calvia 2004 she took gold again, on board 3 this time, with an impressive 10 out of 12. In Torino 2006 her team didn't win, but Ksyu decided to press the repeat button and won gold again, on the top board with yet another outstanding score, 10 out of 13. The Chinese Grandmaster continued to rise, leading her team to victory in the Women World Team Championships from 2007, 2009 and 2011. On an individual level, Ksyu reached the semi-finals of the World Women's Championship in 2010 and won the 2013 Sport Accord Mind Games Basque. In order not to disappoint her fans, in 2011 Ksyu won the Women Grand Prix stage in Nalchik with a great score 9.5 out of 11. Bear in mind that she actually lost in the last round to still finish 2.5 points ahead of her nearest rival. Although Ksyu didn't cross yet the 2600 barrier, the chess spheres know it will happen, as she clearly showed that when the Chinese is in the top shape, she is going with the principle Veni, Vidi, Vici. Ksyu knows very well which are the keys to success. Integrity and hard work are the most important qualities, she said. The Chinese is currently working on her educational research in the Peking University in Beijing, entitled New Qualities of Chess Players. For those who are interested in the results, just a bit more patience. Ksyu has first of all tournaments to play. Once again, welcome to Khanty-Mansiysk, dear friends. We have round 8 of Women Rapid Championship just to be started.
Yes, we can see players took their places once again. Well, I just wonder if there is no zero tolerance rule. Once again, I'm not sure. Okay, so let's speak about the pairings a little bit. So Alexandra Kosteniuk is leading the field with 6 points and
she's playing now with Anna Muzychuk with 4.5 points because she already played with
both Kosintseva and Lagno,
yes.
who are her closest rivals. So it's Kosteniuk in the lead, Kosintseva trailing her by 0.5 point, and full point behind is Katerina Lagno, and lot of players with 4.5.
Lagno is the only one on 5 points.
Yes. So then Irina Krush is a new face in our transmission. So on board 3, black against Katerina Lagno. So, well, few seconds, I believe, to start this round.
Yeah, so you see that everybody is ready for the next fight. Well, so we will once again mostly cover the first boards and see the other games if they would be still in progress when the first boards finishing their games. So this is the fourth board. Antonetta Stefanova is playing against Nana Zagnidze.
Yeah, so basically, well, it's notable that all the players on those first 4 boards are from a recently finished Grand Prix, mostly. I mean, so just sometimes we see new faces.
Starting.
Yes, and
D4.
D4 from Stefanova. Well, it's interesting how this one's what's going to happen there.
And again, as usual, Nana Zagnidze looks quite confident now. Is thinking on her move. Okay, what to
I wonder if she
surprise Antonetta with.
Yes, I wonder if she ever played a game for a draw in her life. I mean, it seems like she always determined to play for a win. Doesn't matter the opponent and the tournament situation. Okay, it's not that it's all the time it works out, but I mean, I believe she, well, in practically every game she has quite aggressive intentions right from the beginning.
Yeah, okay, B6. So again, another opening for a long strategical battle.
Yeah, well, I think if she's just going to switch to Queen's Indian sooner or later. Yeah, C4 and now E6 leads to a Queen's Indian. Yes, E3. I believe Stefanova also plays this line quite usually. So we shall see how this one's going to develop later.
Okay, let's
they're moving
let's
them.
see. They're going. They're moving very quite quickly. I mean, this is a theoretical line.
So, well, we have a bit of a delay in the transmission, so well, unable technically to bring the board, but okay, we can actually see from a camera view what's going on. So, well, quite a modest opening choice from white, I would say, but
You know, it's
well,
really nice to have to watch this game like this because Nana Zagnidze is sitting back on the chair and she's helping us with a great view on the board, actually.
yeah. Well, that's the first time I believe. Well, we were not covering Stefanova's games in every round, but it's the first time she has like 16 minutes. And normally she spends a lot of time in the opening. But this particular line seems to be quite familiar to her. So
Okay, I suggest actually, because this is just an opening stage.
so we switch between the games.
Yes,
To find out if there going to be anything interesting, really exciting, or something. Or otherwise, of course, the main game we are covering is going to be the game of Kosteniuk with Anna Mozicuk, right? So now,
Yes, but
let's check. Yeah, board 3.
I suggest to go up slowly. So let's check board number 3, where Lagno is playing
I know we switched to
against
the first.
Irina Crash.
Is
But
it?
okay, since we are already on the first board, let's see what is going on in this Kosteniuk Mozicuk
that's interesting.
clash.
That I believe Bishop B5. This line in Sicilian with Bishop B5. This time Kosteniuk plays as white, so she faces it with black a couple
So
of
she
times, and now she
decided
plays
it's
with
not a bad opening to also to play with white after she was facing this with black. So yes. Okay.
So actually, between the rounds, I've gotten information that the sharp game in the previous round between Mozicuk and and Maria Muzichuk and Kosteniuk. So white could have won at one point. So well,
Yeah,
it
that's
means
why we said that
Muzichuk really missed some
Kosteniuk's
chance.
play was quite risky, but it actually paid off because in this rapid play it's difficult to find
All the good moves,
all the
all
good
the
moves.
precise moves. So,
Okay, now there is some interesting fight in the center going on. Probably
yes, I think.
E5. will
Yeah,
be played.
E5 is a theoretical move actually. No.
Actually, not. Probably after this crazy game with the sister of Muzichuk with Maria, with another
Yes.
Muzichuk,
Yes,
Kosteniuk decided to go for something, calmer to
yes,
save
maybe.
to save the nerves.
Oh well, so finally we have a position here at right bottom of the screen, so that's a current situation here. D5, and I thought E5 comes automatically, but not here. ED5 has been played by Kosteniuk. So that means in case of the most natural CD5, DC5, white is really planning to win this pawn and to keep it. I don't know if she can do like this, but yes, it's not easy for black to regain the pawn in this case. So after ED5, I'm not actually sure
Maybe
what black has to do.
Black should take on D4.
Yeah, I thought to take on D4 might be an option, then DC6. Then still it's not yet that easy. Also knight D4 shouldn't be absolutely discarded. I mean, because knight C6
because
is a
after-
threat, and Queen D4, Queen D5 has to be played.
Yes, the only move probably.
Yeah, Queen D5.
But then the pawn on E7 is hanging actually.
Yeah, just trying to understand. Okay, Rook E7, but C5. Yes, C5. Then using this pin is available for black. So in this case, black will win a piece. Now, perhaps DC6 is much more critical, and then after DC3 seems logical. Then white takes D8, Rook D8, Knight C3. So
And
white
still a pawn up, yes.
pawn up at the moment, and
Threatening
as
on
well
E7.
E7 is hanging. Yeah, and not easy so far to get back this C6 pawn. So well,
Maybe something like bishop E6 and then another rook on C8, but
you mean here? Yeah,
yeah.
bishop E6.
But
yes,
okay,
but
it has
knight
its own
D5
drawbacks,
knight
knight
G5
G5
something,
and
yeah.
so on.
It's not absolutely clear if black's gonna get full compensation. Well,
she just
CD5.
She just took on D5, and now we expect taking on C5. Yes, that's what Alexandra did.
Knight E4.
Immediately going for this pawn.
Knight E4.
Now
That is
probably
gonna be
bishop E3.
rather sharp. Bishop E3, yes, I think it is a move. Bishop E3, then with Knight D2 to follow. So
Yes,
black has to
white would like to keep this pawn if she manages.
Rook B8. Yeah, maybe a nice move, this Rook B8. So if pawn moves, then C3 is hanging. And otherwise, but also,
Maybe bishop D4.
yeah, exactly. This is what comes into my mind.
And
Bishop
the idea
D4.
is to have some C4 moves after.
Yeah,
Rook
if
B2.
Rook B2, once again, we may get to really crazy position if white plays C4 at once, and really it's too many things hanging there. Knight F2. Well, maybe white would prefer to take first this, then to play Queen D4, and then to go for C4, attacking the Rook. Yes, I'm not quite sure actually if this one works for black. Queen
Yeah,
D4,
it
King
looks
G8,
like good for
C4,
white
the Rook
actually,
is hanging, yeah,
but
Queen D5.
But she didn't play, so
Yes, Queen C1 instead. But this way it's not clear if black will manage to get the pawn back. Because now as well B4 is
it's
a
possible.
possibility, yes. But
Maybe
well, of course
A5
Knight
should be played
FD2.
to prevent it.
A5,
to
yes,
prevent
A5
it,
is a
yes.
possible move, of course, yes. But then a
Then
knight
knight
BD2,
B2.
and still the pawn is the pawn. So it's not that easy. Knight D2, then planning to take on A4. if black takes, so queen takes, then bishop h6 also. So I mean, even not being a pawn up for white, it wouldn't be that clear position, but this one certainly seems to be just better for white.
Yeah.
Bishop d4 or bishop h6, keeping both options. Actually, after a5, bishop d4 at once is possible as well.
Yeah, so it seems that white went out of the opening quite successfully.
Yes, after this surprise ed5. That's interesting. Yes, and I'm just coming back to this position to understand if anything else was possible for black. Yes, not clear. Maybe already d5 is not the best move, but although this position looks rather familiar to me too, so I think it's how they play. Yeah, it's how they play with black. But after d5, see d5, well, it doesn't look like very nice. Well, maybe queen c7 is possible. Yeah, now d5 pawn is not hanging, so queen c7 in case of rook before there is rook b4.
Rook b4, yeah.
Rook b4. And still the position will remain unclear, of course. After, I don't know, take for instance bishop a1 and just something, knight d2 or bishop d4, exchanging this bishop, so it's gonna be strong center for white and those two passed pawns for black. For white,
the other way around.
Yeah,
yes.
the other way around. A strong center for black, and well, a5 meanwhile has been played. So the move we mentioned before that. But
and now
then knight d2 I like very much.
Yes.
I like knight d2 because
to
then
develop and to get rid
to
of
secure
this
c5. Yeah,
on
to secure the pawn on c5. Knight bd2 is played, so black is not in time anymore to regain the pawn.
Yes, and with this extra pawn, it gives
Okay, queen c7.
Chances for
Only
white,
now.
really good ones. So now black still want to regain the pawn, and if white takes on e4, then
yeah, maybe that's
d
gonna
takes
be
e4.
that's the way white is planning to obtain compensation. Black is planning to take, then
And knight d2 maybe
knight
again.
d2 for instance, and
just to
then
attack.
f5, and black will have strong formation on the king side. So f5, e5, possibly f4. So maybe this position is actually not as clear as it seemed.
Okay, maybe then knight should go to d4.
So capture knight d4. Yes, but then after e5 still this knight is driven away. So maybe it's actually Musicek who knows what to do there. So I'm not sure. So it looked from an image on the board. Yes, she spent some time.
On the other hand, she spent quite some time. So it doesn't seem that she just knows that by heart.
Yeah.
You know, it's
That's
some
right.
theoretical line. It seems that she's coming up with the moves at the board.
Okay, so let us think what else white can do. So it seems like to take on e4 is practically automatic. Otherwise,
the pawn on c5 would be just
well,
captured.
so black will have all this strong center and everything just for no compensation. Yes, so this knight takes e4 is practically a must. Then maybe something else can be played here. Really don't know.
Okay, I believe that she just exchanged this knight on e4, and
so we are shown the other game. I believe the game of Other Musicek. I'm just not sure if we can.
Let's actually maybe change for a moment and check what is going on in some other games. For instance, maybe even third board Lagno crush just to see some new face, on the top board.
Yeah, that's
Serena
right.
Krush, American Grandmaster, is now playing on the third board. So let's see what is going on in their game with Katerina Lagno. Meanwhile, knight d4 was played. Yes.
Oh well, knight d4 was played.
Expecting
yes,
e5.
and we are
so let's see.
Yes, there.
Here is this game.
Yes, some French defense structure I can see here. So now last white's move has been knight c5. Well, not a lot I can say so far about this position. Looks more or less comfortable for black, I would say. So castle the typical reaction would be. Castle. I don't know actually about knight c5 what exactly
Yeah, somehow
the
today
point of this
Katerina Lagno doesn't look that confident in the
as the
opening
first
as
day.
yeah,
Yeah,
as the
she also
first day,
spent
yeah.
quite some time here. The knight c5, castle short, then, well, keeping in mind some possible exchange sacrifices on f3, especially if white would be forced to take with the pawn. I'm not quite sure if it's such a promising position for white. So let's say white has to decide something right there. Because if, well, that's, I mean, it's not even easy to understand, I mean, which move white is planning to play.
Yeah, it seems that black is quite
The black is quite comfortable.
comfortable.
Yeah, the semi-open f file here. Also, black might want to move the bishop to e8 on the next move, then h6, g5, and bishop is coming out.
Yes,
So
which would be
yeah, would be actually problematic for
white
then.
now, yes.
Yeah, so maybe white still has to take on d7, but then okay, for the for French defense player, that's a dream position, I believe.
b6 was played.
I mean,
Black
well, yeah, black
actually,
didn't castle, huh? So that's
this,
a little
and
bit strange decision, I have to say.
she probably just decided to force white to take on d7.
Yes, but with this b6, actually, you're snatching the square from your own bishop. So bishop could have been played to b6,
Yeah,
but
true.
so I'm not quite sure if. Yeah, so I mean, black is okay with loss of a one tempo. So if this pawn would be on b7, it would have been kind of better for black compared to the game's version. But still, black has to be all right. And somehow structurally, I would prefer black, especially after, as I said, castle short and then maybe doubling on f file.
Yeah, maybe white should right now start some play in the center with c4 or something.
Well, actually, after b6 being played, yeah, this c4 seems to be much more likely to be possible. Like c4, and if dc4, then queen a4 trying also. Well, she starts with queen a4, queen d7, queen a4.
But I'm sorry, what about knight
Knight e5. Well, at the moment it's not such a good idea because take and e6 is still hanging, so you have to take back with the knight and rook e6. Yeah, but it might be, of course, the case later on. That is what actually, I think that is what Lagno is planning to do. I mean, to try to use this pin. So in case of a short castle, knight d4, now it's absolutely clear that this pawn would be much better on b7.
Yeah, true.
Then black has to take there, take on d7, take on e6, and it looks like an advantage for white. So b6 is a little bit unlucky move, I would say. So perhaps still there
but on
are
the other
options
hand,
for black.
even knight e7 I guess
Yes,
can be
I
played.
also thought knight e7, or perhaps h6 first, then knight e7, transferring the knight to f5. h6, that is what she does. h6. Then bishop has to go away, perhaps. Not clear where to put the bishop. That's another moment, and it's not clear where to put this bishop.
To h4 or?
No, okay, if bishop goes to h4. No, she
played
decided the other
d2.
way. Yeah, bishop d2.
Yeah, because still she wants to play c4 at some moment and probably replace the bishop to.
Yeah, no, I would say knight e7.
I don't know,
Just
the
not
other
to
diagonal.
have not to have a headache with this pin anymore. And then when queen is moved, then castle short. Let us say queen g4 perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah, and then
castle
just
short, and
castle.
yeah, still black looks perfectly comfortable, and she might still want to play. Well, actually knight d4, maybe black is not that comfortable, so e6 is hanging. And on knight f5, queen g6 is available. So, well, king f7 is still saves the pawn, but rather unpleasant move to make.
Yeah, true.
So h6, bishop d2, and black is still thinking. Well, okay, should we switch?
Yeah, let's go to
game? Oh, well, board
board
2.
number 2, yes.
Yeah, board 2. Giria
I
with
haven't seen this
Kosteniuk.
game yet. It's Olga Giria on 4.5 points, playing with Tatiana Kosteniuk on 5.5 points.
Yes, so. So two bishops for
Again,
Kiev.
they just played in Grand Prix.
Yes, and look what's going on the clock. So that's probably the most important at the moment is what is going on the clock. It's just
Yes, and this is the
4
first time I
minutes,
can see that Tatiana Kosteniuk has more time than her opponent actually.
yeah,
and
that's right. That's
almost twice as much.
right. Yeah.
Incredible. And I remember that in Grand Prix, Olga Giri actually won her
Yeah,
game
that's
against
right.
Tatiana
It was
Kosteniuk.
penultimate round. Yes, she
So
won.
now I'm sure that Tatiana seeks for revenge.
Yeah. So well, I don't know about the position though. If it's that complicated, so someone, let's say, maybe more practical than Giria would just make a move and push the button, as we as we discussed a couple of times. Maybe White's position is not that brilliant, but still, it's well, you cannot improve the position by just spoiling your time. And I don't know.
The problem
Well,
of
knight
White
a4.
is
Yeah?
C4 pawn somehow.
Oh, so well, it's maybe not knight a4 the problem, but instead something like bishop e6. Yes, and this pawn's gonna be still knight c2 is played, so knight will be placed to e3. Well, black is comfortable, of course. I mean, black can, in
Play
the worst
knight
case, yes, just to play
A4.
knight a4, capture the bishop, and then this knight is still a little bit restricted here, so black will develop with bishop e6. Looks rather comfortable. But maybe Tatiana will look for something more than that. Maybe she's gonna look for something more than that by playing bishop e6 and on knight
Knight
e3
E3.
something like rook c8.
Yes, to continue pressing on C4. This
Yes,
looks good.
rook c8. Yeah, looks interesting.
And probably rook C1 then.
Okay, just a
I
second.
know, but rook
and knight
C1
c2, bishop
doesn't
e6.
help so much.
Yes, rook c8. Yeah, after rook c1, I still can take the pawn. Perhaps.
Yes, exactly. So what to do? B5.
Rook c8. Well, b5 is a possibility, right? b5 is a possibility, but then okay. Once again,
And then one can get rid of this
capturing the
bishop, and
yes.
somehow would be nice for black maybe to transfer the knight to d4, but how to do that? Needs a lot of moves.
Maybe, okay, maybe to start
Some
attack here.
King side
G5,
activity, yeah?
G5, F4, especially in this short time limit. It won't be that pleasant. Won't be
Yeah,
that
but now
pleasant,
I wonder if Tatiana would come down to this 4 minutes too. Because she
yes,
started to
yes.
think really.
Yeah,
hard.
so she likes to think, of course, and maybe a situation with on a Giria's clock will sort of motivate her
To think,
to think as
yes.
well. Yes, she's not accustomed to the situation when she's actually pressing on time. She used to play under time pressure, but not the other way around. So knight c2.
Oh, so
I don't
far-
know if there are any other serious options here. So bishop e6 and knight a4. So it's a choice between
Yeah,
those
bishop
two.
e6 she played well. So
Bishop
far
e6.
it's quite a
Knight e3 is
comfortable
natural.
position for black.
Yes.
Knight e3 is also what we expected. And the rook c8 probably now.
Yeah, rook c8 looks
Well,
like.
another option can be maybe taken on b4 and then. But okay, this is not good.
Yeah, at least
I
you're not
mean,
winning the pawn, so c5 white's going to play.
Creating yes, this possibility of c5 for white
Yeah,
is
I would
really
say
not good.
against two bishops, you normally like to stabilize the structure, so that's why rook c8. If it forces b5, I'm still not sure. Maybe actually white has to play something like this, even at the cost of a pawn, try to open the way for this bishop to a3. Maybe this can work somehow.
Okay, but we can first. Wait, if you take on c,
Ah, yeah,
We
after
can
take on
first take
c5,
the
of course, yeah,
bishop.
taking the bishop, then white
and then
will
yes,
not be left with two bishops,
and
but
this would
just
be
with
a really
yeah.
bad structure for white,
yeah,
and
with
the
a spoiled
c4
structure.
pawn would be very very weak. So
Yeah, maybe just lost after a couple of moves. Rook, other rook to c8, and yes, and this bishop still fails to come into play. The bishop on g2. So looks like the position is better for Kosteniuk. So well, I don't know, especially this one we discussed it well b5, and so just wonder how it's going to be with the time.
Yes,
She
so
already spent a
far-
couple of
So
minutes.
far,
yeah,
Tatiana is coming closer to her opponent on time somehow.
Well, it's interesting which move she's coming with. I just thought, knight a4. I just thought if knight a4, queen b3, then maybe b5 is the move she's considering to set,
That looks
to set it on fire. But
it looks nice, but
no, I'm not sure. Okay, in the worst case, white can still play queen c2,
yes, that's
not
what I
running
thought
under
of.
the pin.
Queen c2 would be just
So,
easier.
well, so after some thought, she played this rook a8, natural move, b5. So today we are quite good in predicting what's going to happen.
Yes, surprisingly.
Yeah, knight
Knight
a4,
a4.
taking on b2.
That's also what we
What
suggested,
we said, yes,
yes,
queen
and
b2, and then g5. That's interesting.
if she would go for it, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's actually not necessary. Maybe I just thought might be a good idea, but maybe it's not necessary.
But on the other hand, what else to do?
What
for
else to
black?
do? To try to get to d4.
With a rook, maybe.
If knight cannot go there, maybe a rook can go there. So rook d8, rook comes to d1, then yes, still
Yes,
you
and
cannot. And
white
the more
start
you
to
exchange,
exchange the
the more
rooks.
you exchange, it's somehow less and less promising. Queen c7. Queen c7. Well, if I
Maybe
understand this move
f5,
correctly, to control e5.
Could control
So not
e5,
to
maybe even,
let white queen to step to e5.
maybe even take f4 at some point under the control. After g5 would be handy, maybe.
Yes. Yes. So queen
Also,
c7.
Knight d7, knight e5.
Yes.
might be possible.
Perhaps yes. To place this knight on e5. Well, the problem for white actually, so white doesn't really have a real counterplay.
Maybe b6.
Okay, bishop h3. Bishop h3. So this way, at least slowing down white black's attack a bit. So g5.
But on the other hand, knight d7, if she wanted to play this move, then she could
yes,
play it
she
rather
could still
now.
play. Okay, g6,
Yeah.
just to
G6.
make sure nothing is hanging. g6. Yeah, still looks like a positional advantage for black in this one. But maybe not easy. Yes, just put the rook to d1 and start to double. Then black will be facing a choice to change all the rooks, which normally is favorable
that's
for
what
white.
she's
That's
doing.
what she's doing. Yes, rook d1. Then black will have to choose if she wants to change both rooks or just to give white a d file. So still not easy. And somehow Gira, since the position is a little bit simplified, Gira seems much more confident.
Confident,
here.
yes.
Yeah. Rook e8.
Rook e8.
So the point of rook e8, as far as I understand it, is actually not to challenge white on d file, but instead go for a kingside attack. Not sure which way exactly. Maybe she just wants to play f4, but not clear.
Can be, but at least queen c7 could have been made for this,
Yes.
for
yes,
f4.
Yeah, so that's actually what I'm thinking. So to justify black's previous play, maybe f4 is going to be an idea.
Or maybe still first to put the knight on e5.
Yeah, so what I
Make
thought, okay,
white
let's
protect
white
c4.
plays let's say white plays rook d2. What's gonna happen in this case? Because immediate a4, I'm not sure if it's that good. Well, taking e6 and then knight d5.
Knight d5, yes.
Yeah, and since it's gonna be simplified, it doesn't look that dangerous for white. So black will have to look for something else. Not
Maybe.
easy. Not easy.
Well, still knight d7 maybe.
So
Rook
rook
d2 is
d2,
played,
this is
yes.
what she
So now
played.
we will see what Tatiana Kosintseva
Had in
wants
mind,
to
yeah.
do in this position. Well,
Yes, somehow not that comfortable. So white needs one more move, and then she might come up with active ideas as well. Some rook d6, not
exactly.
maybe threatening anything, but really creating even more pressure. So I just thought there is tricky bishop c8 available for black. maybe a strange move, but the idea is revealed after rook d1. So now I'm playing f4. When you take the bishop, I'm taking
Okay, you
the
take
knight.
on e3, yes.
Yes, a tactical trick. No,
f4
well,
immediately,
she
okay,
went for
but
f4.
we didn't like it somehow.
Yes, f4, bishop takes, rook takes, then knight
Yes, knight
d5.
came to d5, and now... okay,
What
black
to
has
do?
to take.
Black has to take.
Otherwise
that's
the
right.
pawn on f4 is hanging, so... she did it.
I can, well, a choice for white first of all to take with rook or with the pawn. Both have advantages and disadvantages.
Okay, but probably after taking with the rook, e3 would come. So
yes,
she,
yes, she
took with the pawn with a tempo.
Took with a pawn. Well, that's interesting. Where to put the rook? Rook f6.
To
Yes.
threaten taking on g3, maybe,
Yeah, I want to take on g3 and f2, maybe. And also e3
Yes,
is rather unpleasant. So after rook f6. But maybe d6 is critical.
d6 is a nice move. I like it
Yeah,
too.
d6, and if rook d6, then something with queen
Queen
e5.
e5.
Yes, and okay, yeah, this one seems simply very good for white.
Maybe after d6 she would simply play.
Oh, you mean
Queen d7.
return the queen? Queen d7. Yeah, that's a nice one. Also,
go to
queen,
h3,
Queen to
yeah.
h3. And still e3 seems to be well. This time I'm not sure if e3 is a threat. It's quite a sharp battle, but I think black missed some opportunity to make it well in more stable
in a
way. I
better
would say.
moment here. you
Yeah,
mean,
maybe black could have just a stable advantage of instead of this rather sharp position.
But on the other hand, now with 2 minutes on the clock for Olga Giri, it's also not that easy to play this sharp position. So Tatiana can maybe use her time advantage in this situation.
Yes, yeah, that's right. So, but well, d6 seems actually the only move here. So I don't see much of a
Yeah,
other
otherwise it's
possibilities.
scary.
So
Always
e3 is
e3.
coming. Yes,
You see Andrzej Filipovic.
yes,
The
he's an
chief
international
arbiter.
master himself, right? So he's well.
Yeah, he understands chess quite on a good level.
Yes, he has been an active player. And so he's not well. D6 has been just played. D6. Oh, well. I'm not
Queen
quite
d7,
sure.
I suggest. here.
Yes, yes. So well, rook d6 once again, just to tell you, it really looks dangerous for black. First of all, Queen e5. Then you cannot really play. Well, maybe actually black can play rook d7, and then have to check, play something else.
Rook f7.
Rook f7. But then white perhaps takes e4.
On e4, and then it seems that
Yeah.
white would be fine actually.
Yes, queen
Queen
d7 and
Queen
queen
e5
e5
immediately. Okay, let's see.
7, queen e5, activating the queen.
Let's see now. What is this? F3. No.
f3.
Okay,
Black
it's
is
just queen
captures.
e4, yeah.
Yes, maybe queen h3. It's gonna be critical. Now I'm threatening f3. Is that
But
right?
still you should perhaps take on e4, no?
Yeah, if queen e4, then I'm capturing this one. And after h takes, no, nothing works. I thought about
You
some
wanted-
naughty things like
this.
checking there, but no.
No, but the
this-
queen from e4 protects.
yeah, so everything's
of
defended.
squares.
Yeah, so that this is gonna be bad for black first of all. Yeah, after queen, so b6. Well, come on.
Oh, come on,
It's
but
pretty
this
much
is
strange what has happened in this game. So after all this attacking
moves just suddenly
yeah,
b6.
all of a
yes,
sudden
this is-
b6. So probably
this is
accepting
really
the fact
strange.
that really attack went very well. So
But now what? Now just but her idea is
yeah, to capture on
whi-
d6, right?
yes, if white takes on e4, then black captures on d6.
Still nothing bad for white probably in this case, but at least black is safe. So maybe after all she understood it right. I mean, because our try with queen h3 or f3
Didn't really
wasn't
work,
successful.
yes.
Yeah, so b6 at least, as we said, maybe not fully well against the conception, but maybe the correct move here, right? So we were trying to do something.
Yeah, so Olga took on e4,
yeah,
and now
she takes on e4. Rook takes
rook
d6.
d6 should come.
Quite logical. Maybe
Maybe take on
yeah,
g3.
maybe she considers to take on g3 intermediate, but no, rook d6. Then now queen c4 check.
Okay, king.
Well,
I don't know.
king has to
rook,
go somewhere.
or rook f7 or king h8 or king g7 even.
Yeah, rook f7 actually looks interesting. Cause what I mean, in case of king g7, for instance, white is planning to give this check and to fight for a d file. So defending the rook on d4 with a check.
Yeah,
so that's why
that's
actually.
why rook f7.
Yeah, that's why I believe Tatiana played rook f7. So now rook d6, queen d6.
So one pair of rooks is exchanged now. Okay, it seems now that the position more or less clarified from this attacking moves. And
Yeah,
well,
so no attack, of course, for black anymore. But still, maybe black can hope in some.
I think black has a slight advantage just because of c5 pawn. Or maybe not.
Okay, queen b3. Now white is planning to fight for d file. So it's
Okay,
still not easy. Huh?
But black can maybe take on g3 and play queen d4
to prevent that, yes?
yes, to prevent rook d1 because of f2.
But actually in this case I might as well think of this
this I was
capture.
not even
Of this capture.
But still,
I'm not sure if it's good. I'm not sure if it's good. Yeah, now let's say white cannot really go for a pawn endgame. Okay, king g7 instead has been played after some thought. So white is given a chance to take control over the d file. King g7. So on rook d1, I believe Kosteniuk is planning queen f6 or something like this.
But on the other hand, okay, d file is nice, but f2
Yeah,
would
f2
be
is
also
gonna be hanging.
vulnerable. Yeah.
Yeah, still a little bit of pressure for black. Maybe black is slightly better.
Yes,
and
and
also,
Olga has less than a minute now. Actually,
yes,
on the
also
clock.
I mean considering the situation on the clock. Yes, not easy. Yes, so well, rook d1, queen moves somewhere. I don't know if queen e5 or queen f6 has to be preferred, because now also the rook can be activated, so hard to say. Well, c4, is it an option or? I just thought, no, queen c3
queen
of course.
e5.
Queen e5, yes, first to take control, also attack e2. Take control on this long diagonal.
Well, still, black's position is a little bit preferable, I guess.
Yeah, although the end games sometimes with this c pawn, the white might be in a bit of a danger.
And now we will also see that Olga is coming
Really,
under 30
really low on
seconds.
time.
Yes,
yeah.
really low
Queen
on time.
d3. So I'd say basically it's not that easy for for black to progress with queens on the board because it's black king which is weaker at the moment, right?
Yes, maybe
so no attack anymore.
for black would be nice to exchange the queens
Yeah,
actually,
would
to
like
go into
perhaps, to
rook
try to
endgame.
do something in the endgame, which still might be objectively a draw, but at least will put more problems in front of Olga Gira. The rook d2, and well, but I'm afraid it's going to be decided on seconds. So Tatiana will spend her time in search for concrete continuations, but if she fails
Perhaps,
to do
yes,
so,
I should take on g3. Actually, this pawn on f4. Okay, rook
f7, so
f7.
she preferred to keep this one. Well, maybe she doesn't like to take as although it improves white structures, so a white of course will recapture with an h pawn, and then maybe we'll hope to roll those pawns f4, e4 forward.
Okay, king
King
g2 is a
G2.
reasonable move. At some points there would be no f3.
Yes, and also
no checks on the first
on the first rank.
rank.
Yeah,
so
well, as well preparing for an endgame. Somehow king is not really closer to a center, but
h5.
okay,
Okay,
h5.
some
Typical,
aggressive.
yeah, typical
move.
move for a time trouble stage. So active moves with the pawns are always have been in favor.
Well, I believe that white should actually just stay, and try not to
Yeah, something like queen
not to
c4 and
lose
back and forth.
time too much.
Yeah? Well, actually
queen
it's white who's
d6,
going for an exchange. Queen
Now, well.
d6. Now what to do? I mean,
We can see that Anna Muzyczuk finished her game. The first board against
Alexandra
Kosteniuk.
Kosteniuk.
And actually Anna Muzyczuk won.
Ah, well.
with black, and it means that Kosteniuk stays with 6 points.
So
Anna
it's
Muzichuk is
very
now
important.
5.5, and if for
Kosteniuk, if she
Kosteniuk,
wins,
if
she
she
becomes the
wins,
leader.
she'll become the leader again. So of
Check
course she doesn't
F3.
know that
Yeah, she doesn't know the result.
the
of course.
result, but
She's not
still-
leaving the board. But yeah, still it's well, Queen E3. That's interesting. That is fairly interesting. So HG4. Now it's a critical choice for black. Well, I don't know if black can take with the rook. Perhaps she can, just to take to keep queens on the board. To
Seems
take with
so.
the rook and then to
Seems
defend
so.
on F7.
Okay, because if she exchanges the queens now in this situation, I don't think that black is better in the rook endgame.
Oh
actually.
well, so some other games which are finished. So, but still, the tension is still on, and a lot of games are still in progress.
Okay, so
King F1, Rook F4 has been played, and Q answered was King F1.
now maybe black can even push the H pawn further.
Yeah, that would be an option. So that's, as I said, the problem for black is actually safety of her own king. So not that easy to escape. Okay, I wouldn't say mating threats, but a lot of perpetual, I believe, available.
But actually rook F5 looks
Rook F5
fine,
and
with idea rook
possibly
G5. And
yes.
also at some point, rook F5 somehow protects the king a little bit.
Yeah, Rook F5, yeah, king, Rook can help. Rook
Rook
F6 has
F6.
been played. Rook F5 would have been a nice idea. Also, keeping in mind possibilities of C4 and Rook C5.
Just that the rook
Yeah.
on the 5th rank looks nice. But-
Yes, but even this one, Rook F6, looks fine here. Check.
Check in H6
King
probably.
H6. Perhaps
Yeah,
Rook
Rook
D7
D7.
might be a little bit dangerous, although I'm not sure. But Rook F7 is always available. Well,
And
still
also-
Rook D7, So perhaps King H6, if black wants to play for a win, perhaps King
Yes,
H6
and
is the
here
move.
probably rook D7 or rook D8, something like that.
Okay, let us say Rook D7, what to do for black. Now it's black who has to go for a queen's exchange. Queen F4, otherwise queen will come from
Oh,
G3.
but here the rook, the
Yeah,
pawn
she
on
takes
A7
and takes
is hanging,
A7. Yeah,
yes.
it's. Yeah, I'm not sure if she really misplayed this one. But let us say, in case of Rook F5, it still wouldn't be that clear. So then it would have been check and still Rook D7, and you cannot play Rook G5 because of a mate.
Oh, the mate, yes.
Yeah, so Queen C7, Kosteniuk thinking, and well,
And now
They're
she is
almost
also,
equal in
yes,
time.
they will now be down to seconds actually, and some crazy stuff would start to happen in the game.
yeah, it's
As usual.
absolutely unpredictable. At some point, it looked like comfortable advantage for Kosteniuk. Now it's absolutely unpredictable. And by the way, I think the best possible way for black now is to play Rook F7 actually and change the rooks.
Yes, and
King
just
H6, and at least in this case,
try
after
to
Queen A7 C4, this pawn should secure a draw for black. I
actually
mean,
not that draw, but
yeah, maybe black
maybe
is still
even
playing
black
for a
is
win.
playing for a win. Yes.
No, I think, I mean, if black is in any risk of losing, but
yes, rook F7 is played.
Just played.
So
Rook
rook
F7, Rook
D7.
D7 comes automatically.
Okay, but now
Yeah,
Tatiana should
not a
have
lot of
expected
options,
this move, so she
Not a
should
lot of options.
play
Maybe
quicker.
maybe still Queen E6 is an option, so to keep it once again a Queen's endgame, but well, 15 seconds.
Yes.
Well,
Now
incredible
it
how
is, she's really low on time than Olga Gira, who
Yes.
who is around 1 minute always, but now okay less.
Yes, but
Tatiana is just
Kosteniuk now
half
she's
a minute.
switched to her normal play, I would say,
Yes.
with seconds on the board and making moves in the last seconds. That's exactly where she's. Well, I don't know if she's that confident or something, but it works fine for her.
Okay, so now the question is whether white takes on A7.
Yeah, this then pawn is arriving to
Yes, she
C3
took it.
automatically.
C4
so take
is
C4.
played. And now
then-
I guess white should
Well,
look for
sick for
perpetual.
perpetual. Yeah, it's not that easy actually.
Well,
Yeah,
actually, I don't
this
even
pawn
see
is
it, you
running.
know. I mean, for instance,
Well, Queen
okay,
C7,
Queen
C3.
There is no
C3.
check at all.
Yes.
And now
What to do for white? Queen c8. So planning a check from h8. So which gonna be the case on queen d2, for instance.
okay.
It's
Meanwhile,
gonna
the
be
game on the fourth
check
board
and check on e5.
between Antonetta Stefanova and Nana Zagnidze finished in a draw.
Yes.
Just for the information of our viewers. So
so
they
what-
both. No, actually not. I was mistaken. Stefanova won against
Stefanova won.
Nana
So
Zagnidze, so she's now on 5.5 points.
yeah, it's interesting what has happened in Lagno with Grush. Meanwhile, and I don't know, but we cannot leave
But
this
we
one.
cannot leave 13,
We cannot
12
leave this one,
seconds,
it's
you know,
10
and
seconds
it's
for-
just going down to the seconds. It's
Okay, queen
absolutely
d4.
impossible, yeah, to go away
Queen
from this game.
d4, so no perpetual, it seems, but at the same time the pawn is not moving forward.
Okay, but it will move after Queen d1, c2, so maybe
Okay, h4.
okay, good move.
h4,
to-
yes.
to, you know.
Then queen d1 and c2 is, well, a little bit too optimistic. Queen f6, well, rather annoying for black.
And
black
Ekaterina Lagno made a draw with Irina Krush.
Yes, so
So-
she's on 5.5, right? They're just half point behind Kosteniuk, and it seems.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there is a slight chance Kosteniuk will still remain in the lead if Giria wins, surprisingly.
Okay,
King
let's
f2.
see.
Well,
But let's
what
see
happened?
what's-
Olga played King f2 and blundered the pawn with a check. It's incredible what's going on here. King f1. Now, of course, it's again huge choice for
Again, back.
Kosteniuk because now
F6,
the
yes,
king
it's-
is free and also an extra
well, now,
h pawn she's got.
now, yes, suddenly, all of a sudden, it's really good for Kosteniuk when she's.
Oh, King g2. Okay, but she could have played King g2 immediately with
Exactly.
pawn being still on h4. So Queen e5, I would say, would be rather annoying, and that is
Yes,
what
that's what she did.
plays. So more possibilities to check. Also, e2 is hanging. One day h pawn may start to run as well.
Well, now with H pawn.
Yeah, with two passed
Now
pawns
it's
and
really very difficult for white. And you can see it's
King
5
f2.
seconds.
Now, well, I'm not quite sure. Queen c5. Oh, it's gonna be another queen endgame in case of Queen c5. Take, and well, nobody really knows what's gonna happen. Now, Queen c5,
No, it's
she's
better
not
not
playing.
to do.
Yes, I
Maybe
believe
just
h4.
H4.
There's still no checks for white, so well, h4
No,
is
at
quite a
first she
practical
decided
decision.
to
Okay,
make
maybe a couple of checks first.
Another
Yeah,
check, and
not really a couple. Maybe the repetition check. King g2, then
now
But
H4
white
maybe.
to sink,
Just to
yeah.
protect, to have this pawn
Everything.
protected, yes.
No, well, the check from f8 is actually available. The one I've missed. So when I said there is no check,
Okay,
for
again to E5, she repeated
King
King F2.
f2.
But now what?
Yeah, it
now?
has to be
Okay,
h4.
it
Has to
should
be played
should
if
be,
you if you
yes.
want to play for a win. Then
But
h4.
it's of course incredible, to play such
Queen
positions.
f6 back.
Okay, she wants to protect everything, but now after this move and white moves, she should play H4.
Yes. Let's hope.
Now everything is protected.
Yes,
So
but also not an easy decision for white. Okay, King g2, no checks available. Yes, so h4
so H4
eventually.
yeah, probably. Yes, that's
H4,
what
yes.
she did.
That's anyway. It looks like only chance for black. But I'd say. No, I just thought that's less comfortable.
Okay,
yeah,
Queen
Queen
C4.
c4. Queen c4. No?
But Queen C4
Maybe
doesn't.
starts to be-
There is no checks on the 8th rank now, so maybe
Queen g5. Yeah, of course. First, Kosteniuk will try to progress with
actually,
checks. Huh? So where to put the king?
On F1.
Where
No.
to put the
Okay,
king?
then H3 then.
No, h3. Okay,
King
King
F2.
f2. Then once again h3, right? So no checks. h3. If you capture Queen Queen c3, then it's gonna be. Queen f6
Queen
back.
F6, okay, she
Yes, just
returns
to
to get some time, I guess, because you can see that
Yes.
it's really seconds now. So
g5.
okay.
g5. Not bad. This pawn is not hanging anymore. Queen
back to
c8 back.
C8. White.
No, but black took the square from her own queen. Done that. g5. So
Yes, now it's how to make these checks that she's used to.
yes, somehow
No,
she
maybe
has
she
to
should-
escape with the king. I don't know how to
Queen
do this.
E5.
Queen e5, king f1.
Hmm.
She has to escape with the king. Maybe just to play king g7.
And just
Okay.
go somewhere, yeah.
Yeah,
With the king.
just to move this. king g6.
Okay, but it's
just
more or
as
less
good,
the same,
perhaps.
yes.
Just as good, perhaps, because I don't really believe white can manage to take this pawn on b file. It's gonna be too much. King g6 now. It won't be that easy for white. So white will start with checks, and this way they'll perhaps accumulate some time here.
King f5,
King
f6.
f6. Yeah, actually, isn't it a sort of perpetual, by the way? Check. Check on f8.
King
So if
e6.
king e6, logically then queen e8.
King d5.
King d5. Well, it starts to be a
Queen
little bit
c6,
dangerous. Queen
yes.
c6, king d4, and no more checks, right?
No,
yes,
you can
maybe.
take on b6 with check.
b6 with the check, but maybe it wouldn't help. Then king c4, and this pawn is somehow closer than your
Can
b
be,
pawn.
yes.
Yeah, but
Okay, but that's the right. The point for she went back.
yeah, check.
Why she went back? I thought that actually black should go with the king to c4 and b3 and
yeah,
so
yeah,
on.
that's right. That would have been correct direction. So I'm not sure if she saw something, but now Gira switched to the proper play. I mean, she's playing without thinking. Just and Kosteniuk, she's not accumulating time. So you could do this. I mean,
So now
moving
after
the king
queen
and then
f8,
return.
king h5. Suddenly there are no checks, I guess.
King f9 on f7, of course. No.
On f7, yes.
But the only way is queen
yes,
g7,
queen
but then
G7.
your queen is much more passive. So I'm not quite sure if it's an achievement. Let us say after queen c8, black didn't really made any progress. Yes, and this is exactly what Olga Gira did.
Oh, that not so easy, yeah.
Yeah, still I believe black
Especially
has
with
to
the
do
seconds.
something like that. So queen f6,
F6.
no checks. Okay, once again she managed to to give the move
slowly,
to her opponent.
slowly but surely, you know. But now
Yes,
these
no,
two
it's,
pawns are on g5 and h4. I don't know if it's actually good.
okay.
Maybe g4 now she's threatening actually. G4.
G4, and if queen takes,
And if
then
queen takes, then
C2.
c2.
So that would be king G2. Maybe we had this position, by the way. King G2, queen E5. I'm afraid we already had this position.
King
King F1.
Okay.
So
but
will
now
it be another try for black? Well, actually, maybe black can do it other way. King G7. So not to, let's say, not to let these checks from behind.
Okay, but queen F.
Queen
this
D7. Then I'm
D7.
coming to F6. Check. I don't know. Maybe coming back there. So still, I'm hoping to escape with the king somewhere in the center. Maybe. Oh well, queen B7. And
Okay, but
you'll
look
grab
at this.
with check.
She's now up to
once
six,
again, she's.
six
I hope
seconds.
she's not
Okay,
planning
but
to lose on
I
time.
hope she's not really. Also, I want to see some action. You know, king
Yeah,
G7.
okay, king G7
I mean,
like this.
I was afraid for a second that she's repeating.
Repeating.
The moves,
No,
yeah.
no, it's not. It's not Kosteniuk to repeat moves here. Check, king G6. So no more checks. So this is clearly an improvement. So king is going to be on G6, and A4. So
Something some aggressive approach we see now.
yes, so something has changed. And
Well,
actually, how to improve it? Well, the queen is much better placed on C7 after all. Queen is much better placed on C7.
queen
D4.
Okay.
Now A5 is to follow. So white king is pretty safe. So A5 and B6. We may see another
My
round.
goodness,
Actually.
it will be very, very nervous situation. You know, even
yes,
for
and
for
A5
black.
exactly
A5,
what
yes.
has been played. So B takes B6, and I'm not sure who is better. Okay, I believe still that draw is available for black, of course.
Okay, but it's really difficult. You know, imagine you have
Practically winning position.
practical
let's
winning
say, yes.
position, and suddenly there is
Queen
some pawn. You
E3,
know,
yes,
trying to
yes.
queen very quickly. And what is this?
Now it's gonna be extra pawn for white actually after queen B6, queen B6, A B6. Black is promoting first, but then it's white who has extra passed pawn in this endgame. So it's really incredible what goes on here. Still perhaps.
Yes, I'm afraid
Still
that here,
perhaps drawish, but
very difficult. You know, queen.
yes, yes.
Takes,
That is how it
C2.
goes. C2, B7, queen and queen here. And again, it's black who has to think. But now at least she doesn't have to worry about the queen safety.
And also about
The king
trying
safety,
to win
yes.
this position. Yes.
No, the king safety is not important anymore. No, that's incredible. But again, she's so
maybe-
short on time.
What? Maybe queen e1 or queen e3.
Yeah, queen e1 is actually I like this move. Queen e3, well, as well is
Okay,
fine.
she is now threatening perpetual.
But
Some
okay,
crazy
so now
game,
it's
really.
gonna be once again million of checks. Queen g8, but then now she realized she doesn't have to worry
Yeah,
about
so
the
she can
perpetual
just-
anymore. But queen on e1 would
But
have been
somehow,
better placed.
you know, it seems that in this whole play from black, the most unlucky move was g5. You know, this
Yes,
g5.
this g5
Because
wasn't really to a
otherwise,
point.
black could always escape with a king somehow, and after this g5, it suddenly became really
Really problematic to win.
problematic. Yes.
No, but all that started with Gira's blunder, of course. She had the
Yeah,
pawn on
sure,
h4, so that
sure.
was probably no chance for Kosteniuk beforehand. Well, king h6. Still, Gira is looking for a way. I believe queen c4 is not that easy for black to face. So what to do in this case? Maybe g4. Maybe
well,
g4 just to get a lot of checks here.
And after f takes g4 and king
Yeah,
g3
queen
and
G-
h3.
Yes,
Suddenly
again, again, black may hope for something. Yeah, queen c4 she just played, by the way.
Well, g4.
Also maybe queen e5 is a little bit calmer approach here. Queen e5.
It's after
Again, get into g3.
Mhm.
So the question's gonna be who's faster once again. Queen e5. That might be the same trick, by the way. So queen c, I thought queen c6, but no, b6 first. Then queen g3 here. If white plays
H3.
h3, then I thought this check maybe. King g7, Kosteniuk played. So I don't think she's very much comfortable in this position. King g7, I wouldn't be
Okay, but
surprised
on
if
the other hand, what to do for white?
What
I
to
mean,
do for
b6
white,
is
yes.
not.
now white will try
An
to
option.
move the king forward. Yeah, but this h pawn is still on. Okay, queen c7.
Okay, now back.
Yes, king
Yeah.
h6, logical. Queen c4,
Okay, they
king
repeat the
g7. So
moves,
they're
they
repeating the
repeat.
moves. It's quite understandable. They're both so short on time. Queen e4.
Queen e4.
Yes.
This is interesting, yeah.
This is quite unpleasant, actually. So that's why I didn't like this king g7 so much. Yeah, queen e4, quite a strong move.
Well, maybe
Maybe simply winning for white. I
maybe
don't know.
just queen c5. What happens after just queen c5?
Queen c5, queen b7, and you have to go on,
To
on
know
an 8th
eighth
rank,
rank,
and you're
yes.
not threatening any check.
But come
or
on, 3
something.
seconds she has. What is this? Make the move.
Queen
Okay.
b3.
I'm jumping, you know, from my
Yes,
from my
yes.
chair when I see these 2-1 seconds. It's incredible.
No, but now few checks and the pawn starts to run. Okay, not this check. I said queen b7, queen c6, and then b6. But okay, queen e5. Well, king h3. So she plays this queen endgame as the rook endgame, activating the king.
But you know, it's very unpleasant for Kosteniuk, so especially
Okay, queen d1.
after the
finally.
position she had. So maybe it's
Yes,
not even
sure.
a bad approach, you know, just to a bit to go to make some moves around and then to start these checks.
Queen e6.
So now actually it's even what, maybe even better. b6 can be played or not, because the king is just running to h5. I mean, it's no.
But
then
why
h3.
doing it? Yes, I mean the king was stopping the pawn safely, and instead she preferred to. I mean, maybe she's
Of
playing
course,
for an attack or
because
something.
because she wants to show us some great show, you know.
Yeah,
because
yeah, sure.
we are here
So, well, I'd say
to see some really
has to
interesting
be
games.
has to be check. Oh, come on, queen d2. What's that? Actually,
And
after
again, she made
after
this
queen
move with 2
D2?
seconds actually.
yeah, after
so
queen d2, king h5 seemed to work because h3 is not an option actually. Yes, h3.
Anyway,
Still,
H3.
she played h3. What else to
but
do?
what after
Yeah, queen takes h3
queen
perhaps.
takes h3, queen takes e2 or what?
Well, but this
But
now,
this looks now
absolutely winning. Queen
really
d7.
dangerous for black. And
Queen d7 and king is, well, white is winning. I have
why
to
was
say.
it to give the The pawn on h3, I don't understand really.
No.
But not that
h3,
easy.
queen e7. Well, maybe this one is stronger.
King h8.
King h8, king g6. So no checks on 6th rank. No checks on 6th rank. King g8. Still king g6. King g6, and as I said, she goes for a mating attack.
But here even e4, you know.
Queen c2 and e4. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. e4.
My goodness,
wow,
it
what
would
a
be
game.
a
What
real
a game.
upset for Tatiana Kosintsova
What a game.
once it happens.
Yes, and nothing black can do. It's gonna be
Yes,
mate.
she resigned.
Yes, well,
Well,
what a
crazy
disappointing result for Kosintsova.
game, yes. But we should, of course, mention a great fighting spirit
Yeah.
from Olga Giria, who, even though she blundered the pawn and then got
kept
into a very
fighting.
difficult
Yeah, she
position,
kept
she not only
fighting
kept
and-
fighting, but she got all and used all the chances given to her by the opponent, and even won this game. So quite a good result. 5.5 points is now for Olga Giria.
But that means Kosteniuk stays in the lead.
Kosteniuk
right?
stays in the lead,
Even
and
after the loss of
and
this game, she still stays in the lead, and the round is finished, by the way, so that was the longest game.
yes, and a bunch of players with half a point less than Kosteniuk. So we will be back soon. Now for a short
to
break.
follow round number 9.
From an early stage, Xiu became the fear of her junior competitors, proving she was the most talented of them all in 1997, 1999 and 2002, when she took to China the gold medals from various age groups, under 12, under 14 and under 20. But maybe her most stellar results came within the national Chinese team, where she performed fabulously. Xiu played an important role in the last 2 victories of China in the Women Chess Olympiads. Her first one in Bled 2002 was exceptional. She took the gold medal on the 4th board with a massive score 11 out of 12. In Calvia 2004 she took gold again, on board 3 this time, with an impressive 10 out of 12. In Torino 2006 her team didn't win, but Xiu decided to press the repeat button and won gold again, on the top board with yet another outstanding score, 10 out of 13. The Chinese Grandmaster continued to rise, leading her team to victory in the Women World Team Championships from 2007, 2009 and 2011. On an individual level, Xiu reached the semi-finals of the World Women Championship in 2010 and won the 2013 Sport Accord Mind Games Basque. In order not to disappoint her fans, in 2011 Xiu won the Women Grand Prix stage in Nalchik with a great score 9.5 out of 11. Bear in mind that she actually lost in the last round to still finish 2.5 points ahead of her nearest rival. Although Xiu didn't cross yet the 2600 barrier, the chess spheres know it will happen, as she clearly showed that when the Chinese is in the top shape, she is going with the principle Veni, Vidi, Vici. Xiu knows very well which are the keys to success. Integrity and hard work are the most important qualities, she said. The Chinese is currently working on her educational research in the Peking University in Beijing, entitled New Qualities of Chess Players. For those who are interested in the results, just a bit more patience. Xiu has first of all tournaments to play. In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships under 18 and under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Jermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions. In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news: there is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driven ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Langepas, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty-Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and kind Olga turning into a merciless opponent over the board. It was a twist of fate that enriched the chess scenes with one of the biggest Russian and worldwide talents. On the way back home from dance classes, Tatiana and her sister Nadezhda were lured inside the chess club's four walls. Everyone knows what happened next. The two Kosintsevas became inseparable ever since, heading straight to the top of the tree, seizing left and right titles, prizes, medals, glory. With full steam ahead, Tatiana soon became a fearsome competitor at the top level of junior chess, winning the gold medal in the Under-10 European Championship in 1996. Her resounding performance few years later, when Tatiana won the Russian Women's Championship in 2002, promoted her to the Russian Olympic team, where she was far from disappointing her captain, scoring an incredible 11 out of 12 in 2002 Olympiad. Since then, she became one of the key weapons of the Russians in the following 5 Olympiads, especially in 2010, when she helped her team to victory, producing a gold medal on her top board as well. But the best results in her panoply must be considered the 2 triumphs in the European Women's Championships in 2007 and 2009, as well as the victory.
Разрешите вам представить арбитра из Австралии Анастасию Сорокину. Анастасия, ты уже не первый турнир судишь чемпионат мира по рапиду и по блицу. Вот предыдущий проходил в Батуми в 2012 году. Какой уровень организации этого чемпионата и как ты можешь сравнить его с предыдущим?
Ну, тяжело сравнивать, потому что и один, и второй чемпионат были организованы на очень хорошем уровне. Здесь очень хороший зал. Мне очень нравится, что организаторы идут на всяческую помощь, поддержку. То есть, если там жарко участницам, холодно, то есть тут же все проблемы решаются. Очень хорошая организация, мне очень нравится все.
Что касается правил, вот нововведений, которые были впервые применены на этом чемпионате, что ты можешь рассказать о них?
Ну, оно уже не такое новое, в принципе, правило, что нельзя предлагать ничью, да, то есть как бы ничья может быть только зафиксирована арбитром в случае там троекратного повторения позиции или ходов, или правило 50 ходов. Ну, то есть как бы все участницы соблюдают правила, коллегия судит довольна.
А тот момент, что теперь уже можно зафиксировать и 50 ходов, и троекратное повторение с помощью трансляции, с помощью компьютеров, насколько это помогает в работе судьям?
Ну, конечно, нам это облегчает, потому что так мы должны были бы записывать все эти ходы, а так мы, в принципе, можем проверить все через компьютер. Это, конечно, для судей это намного удобнее и легче.
Ты уже не на первом турнире, здесь проходил до этого женский этап Гран-при. То есть какие твои впечатления и от предыдущего турнира, и от Ханты-Мансийска?
Ну, как я уже сказала, мне все нравится, как бы непривычно, конечно, после Австралии затянувшаяся зима, да, но, в принципе, как бы мне все очень нравится.
Спасибо огромное, удачи вам.
Спасибо.
The FIDE Women World Rapid and Blitz Championships 2014 started at the Ugrai Chess Academy in Khanty-Mansiysk. 34 female players from 14 countries are competing for the title and prize fund of $50,000. After the 5 rounds in the World Rapid Championship, Russian Grandmaster Tatiana Kosintseva is leading the standings with 4.5 out of 5 points. She started with a draw against her compatriot Karina Ambartsumova, but then followed with an impressive string of 4 victories, including the round 5 clash against the then leader Katerina Lagno, who started the tournament with 4 out of 4. In the 5th round, Maria Muzchuk won a nice positional game against Elizabeth Petz, and Alexandra Kosteniuk defeated the defending rapid champion Antoaneta Stefanova. These two players joined Lagno on the shared 2nd place with 4 points each. The biggest surprise of the day is the score of top-rated Valentina Gunina, who has only 2 out of 5 points. The event continues over 2 more days, for a total of 15 rounds, with a single game for each round. The first playing day was also marked with former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk and former European champion Pia Kramling birthdays. They were presented with flowers by the organizing committee. 10 more rounds to play, and we will know the name of the new women world champion. Welcome back to Khanty-Mansiysk. Ninth round of Women World Rapid Championship is about to start. And
Well, once again, there'll be a wait of really exciting battles. So Alexandra Kosteniuk, after losing her game, still remains in the lead spot. This time we are showing the fourth board.
so here she
Already,
is,
no?
leader Alexandra Kosteniuk,
Facing Olga Gira.
with Olga Gira, who is now half a point behind, and actually with 5.5 points, half a point behind the leader, there are quite a bunch of people. It's Olga Gira, then it's Stefanova and Lagno, who are playing against each other. Then it's Muzyczuk against Kosteniuk Tatiana,
as well,
and
both on 5.5.
as well 5.5 points both. So it's 5 people with 5.5 points.
Yes, and on 5 points, the game we might also take a look at is board 4, Marina Guseva versus Anna Ushenina.
So you
So
see that
the game
the
has
games
just
are starting. And we will probably start from the main game, board number
the
1.
most intriguing. Yes,
where
Olga
Olga
Gira
Gira
with
is
Alexandra
playing
Kosteniuk.
against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Well, Olga Gira just played a crazy, nervous game against Tatiana Kasintseva. We followed it the previous round
Yeah,
in full, basically.
yeah,
yes,
actually
and
quite a fast development of an opening stage in this Gira with Kosteniuk. So just have to say the same line they played in the Grand Prix, where Olga Gira had an upper hand. So this current position here. Queen's
Well,
Gambit declined, so
quite
well
a-
theoretical position
yes,
of
quite
course.
a standard opening, which is
Yeah, I'd say
already surprising.
Yeah, I'd say Alexandra played this line 2 times, if I remember correctly, 2 times during Grand Prix. So one of her main opening weapons, I believe, for today. What might be, she's a little bit surprised Olga Gira went for this position so quickly. So that means Kosteniuk is thinking, but it's not that she doesn't know what to do, but maybe just
I mean, she just
thinks if there is anything
Yeah.
dangerous in front, and maybe to switch
to
the move
deviate
order.
at some point, yes.
So that's basically the reason Kosteniuk is thinking. By the way, already for a minute or something.
Actually, I don't remember how did they play in Grand Prix. What was the result?
Olga won quite a nice game.
Mhm.
Quite a nice
Ah,
game.
yes, that was
Yeah,
this
this one with peace
great
sacrifice. Yeah,
game
yeah.
by
Really,
Olga
perhaps the
Gira.
game of a tournament it was. Olga Gira with Kosteniuk in Grand Prix, which has just finished.
So yeah, then she would, of course, prefer to repeat this success this time again. But I'm sure that Alexandra Kosteniuk doesn't agree with this. So we'll see some nice battle. Perhaps let's go to board number 2 and see what is going on in the game of Antoaneta Stefanova against Katerina Lagno. Katerina Lagno was had a great start in this tournament with 4 out of 4, but now you see that she's only at 5.5 points.
So in the transmission it says only one move being made in Stefanova Lagno, which I don't believe, of course.
Well,
So
that
must
would
have
be
been
quite
something with
original.
yeah,
That would be
must have been something
quite
with the
original
transmission,
from the players, yes, to have.
Yeah, so
this.
maybe just coming back to this one, but Kosteniuk is thinking for so long.
Well, yes, now we will see what's going on in Stefanova Lagno, and meanwhile,
we'll just
you see that
gonna-
everyone is working hard at their
yeah,
boards.
we're gonna get the image of this one. I'm not
Okay, so
exactly
let's
sure how
try
this
to
one could
estimate
have
what is
happened.
going on.
Not actually sure how that could have happened. So
Well, at least we
d4,
can
d5.
see
I
that-
believe Stefanova played her favorite line with bishop f4. So I'll just try to get to this position quickly. Knight f3, bishop d6. I don't know, c4, castle, knight c3. But still one tempo is missing. I know. So c4 hasn't been played. So knight is
C4,
on
no,
c3.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
that's
Knight
the point.
c3,
Yes.
castle, bishop d3.
Well,
Not sure about the move order, but that's a current
Antoinetta
position
plays
here.
in
Castle short.
her usual style, surprising the opponents in the opening with a very unorthodox play.
Knight c6 and e4 has been played. So that actually looks
But now it looks
much more like a sort of Sicilian,
yeah,
where
but
black
now
managed to carry d5 break.
somehow stabilized. Everything stabilized. Yes, and it seems that well.
Yes. Well, it's interesting. It's actually that's the way to surprise Lagno, I believe, to try something rather unusual. Because in the main lines, she seemed to be very well prepared. But now Stefanova. Well, that's actually going to be an interesting game. Again, Stefanova is a very practical player.
And she has exactly 15 minutes on her clock. Like if she never
Yeah.
moved she never made any moves. So. And Lagno facing this opening has to think, of course, how to place, what
So
setup to choose
e4,
and
knight
everything.
d4.
Okay, the
So-
only problem of black is bishop on c8. So once black solve this, then everything would be completely fine for her.
Bishop e7.
But well,
Well, that's interesting. Let's say after knight f6, bishop f6, c3, the position will be will resemble the Rubinstein variation of French, which is fine for Lagno as she plays French from time to time, but it will be absolutely new for Stefanova as she is d4 player. So
but on the other hand, Antoinette, she likes to play this really different setups for white.
so
and I'm
not a
sure
big
that
problem, of course. Yes, but I just
The
meant that
position converts to completely different, openings at the end. So maybe she even had this already at her practice.
yeah. So bishop e7. Well, maybe some other options, of course, are available for white.
Maybe just queen e2, just with
yes,
with
queen
preventing
e4
b6.
yes.
because this is a
Ah,
trap.
well,
This
yes,
is a trap,
queen e2, and if black is
too
not
careless.
cautious
Then
enough, yes, take queen e4. She takes. By the way, she takes immediately. Knight f6, bishop f6, but then c3 seems, of course, a logical move. Yeah.
perhaps she would play this.
Yeah, that's interesting. If you remember, first day we were discussing this method of playing in rapid, like playing with a series of moves, right? With sequences of moves. So that's surprising. She took on f6, and
And now
normally
she
you would
thinks,
you
yes,
would expect
normally-
her to play c3 immediately.
Yes,
But
especially
instead
that
Yeah,
after knight f6, black has basically only move, to take on f6. So she should have already considered what would be her next move. Well,
and actually c3 is quite natural. So I don't know what's really is the problem with this one.
but I can say, although the position looks somehow simple, it will have still a lot of play.
Okay, bishop d6.
Bishop
So
d6.
try
This
to
is
be
interesting.
original.
This is
Okay.
interesting.
So you
now.
cannot take the bishop. That's
Of course.
obvious.
Let's show just for our viewers that if
Yeah,
black
queen
takes,
d6. It's bishop h7.
bishop h7 wins
but
the
it's,
queen.
let's say, too obvious also for Lagno. That
So rook e8 she chose, although she could also play king e7 maybe, or
bishop e7. I mean, yeah.
or bishop e7. Knight
Knight e7 or
knight
bishop
e7 or
e7.
bishop e7. Yes.
So that means Stefanova preferred to put the bishop first on d6 and then to play c3.
And maybe actually that means e5. Yes.
Yes,
because
now
now
e5
the
is
rook is
coming.
on e8 anyway.
Yes, well, I
Black
just saw
bishop
maybe.
can come into play through
Yeah,
e5.
just thought maybe black had other options like knight d4.
After
try to-
continue this bonanza.
Yes, I mean, yes, try to punish a little bit white for this artificial setup. But anyway, e5 looks rather, looks quite strong actually. Rook e8, c3, right, and e5. Bishop e4 followed. Bishop e4. But to be honest, I'm not sure about white's next move. I mean, white is not really not very comfortable after bishop e6, let's say, and white would prefer, of course, to move the queen out of the way and then put the rook on d1, but it's not available in this position. But although it's possible Lagno is considering knight d4 here. Might be the case.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't seem that dangerous for black.
No, it
Straight from the opening.
seems that black is fine here actually.
Bishop g4
Bishop
she
G4,
plays.
but
Bishop g4. Still white has to
actually
resolve this issue
yes,
with
this
the bishop
on d6 is actually it's just some another problem to solve to lose time for solving it because
Yes,
there
not
is
doing
no
much,
point,
and
and
as well
just,
queen
hanging
b6
all
rook
the time,
d8
yes.
might come one day.
just
Queen b6
hanging.
rook b8, and maybe it's gonna be wise just to move this bishop out of the way.
And maybe even to c5 and to go back to
Yeah,
e3.
to go back to e3 eventually. Yes, but of course that's gonna mean no advantage whatsoever for white. Yeah, but white has to do something about queen b6 actually. Queen b6 followed by rook d8. So
Well,
well, a bit of a pause in this game. So
yeah,
maybe
so
we can
let's
switch
move,
to
yes.
yeah.
Let's go to... You prefer third or
Yeah,
first?
but well, bishop c5. Your idea, by the way, has been just played. So let's take a look on Anna Muzichuk and Tatiana Kosintseva, players playing the third board.
So third board, again, two players with 5.5 points, half a point behind the leader. So
Well,
this game
this
is
looks
also quite
much
important
much
for
more
the standings.
theoretical, I would say. No, well, I assume this is the current position here. Yes. Well. So what's going on here? An endgame already, and this, well, I've said a few times during the Grand Prix transmission, Muzichuk is known to be really strong in those endgame positions, but well, we shall see. Knight e4. Well, a lot of dark square weaknesses in black's camp.
Yeah.
So, but and especially knight e4 is rather provocative move. So, well, this
Well,
way.
this looks good for white somehow, yes.
Well, this way, I'm not even sure that black is winning on c3, because white can play still bishop d2. Of course, bishop f3, but Muzichuk play is probably better. But I was about to say that bishop b2, well, not looking very nice, but still possible. And rook d2,
Just
white would
rook
have rook
d1,
d1,
yeah.
yes, and you cannot capture either bishop because of rook d8 mate. But bishop f3 looks much more challenging. So knight c3 is, well, practically forced,
yes.
I would say.
Otherwise, what's the point? at all?
Yes, and then, okay, I'm not sure. Maybe a4. So also, well, trying to trap this knight. And maybe intending to play a5 to fix those
Then-
weaknesses here. So it's absolutely clear white has full compensation for the pawn. And it's the question
it's
if...
really difficult how to
Yeah.
defend this knight, actually. How to
Yes,
save.
after a4
how to
it's
save the knight.
not that easy. But, well, if black doesn't take this, doesn't take on c3, so knight d2 maybe, at least trying to change one of the bishops, but then it's again looks rather scary, I would say.
Yeah, after rook d1,
Rook d1
it looks
and
really
black is,
scary
black
because
is
now
not in
black
time.
is
Okay,
tied
king
up.
fa, check, here rook g8, let us say, and c5, and black
black
simply
is
can't
just,
move.
yes.
Yeah, it's absolutely hopeless then.
Completely tied up.
So not that confident. Knight c5, so she found another way. Knight c5, but this time after bishop a3, bishop a3 once again. It looks rather bad for black. It looks rather bad. Bishop a3 or bishop e3. Both are possible. So knight c5, and so basically a choice between bishop e3 or bishop f3. E3 or a3.
Yeah, well,
Well, seems like bishop a3 gives really a serious advantage. Bishop a3, then putting this bishop to d6 and eventually playing c4, c5.
Yeah, the problem is that black is really too tight, you know, completely tied up. And what to...
Yeah, the bishop
Well,
is
how
not
to
coming
gain-
out of the cage.
Maybe bishop d7, bishop e8, something, I don't know, f6. Somehow to go out like this.
Yeah,
at
so
least.
really a tough defense awaits in front of Tatiana Kosintseva. So, well, quite especially after previous game, I mean, it's quite a tough task. So she's got double black, by the way. Yes, she's been in with black pieces the previous game, and once
Yes,
again
because
she's
she yesterday, the last
yesterday
two
she
games
played,
she
yeah,
played
she
with
played
white.
she had two
for
whites
in
this
rounds
time.
4 and 5, so that's why she got 2 blacks in a row.
Okay,
queen,
bishop
yes,
a3
bishop
has been
a3.
just played.
Really difficult situation for Kosintseva.
So I expect knight d7, then maybe bishop e7 intermediate, and putting this bishop on d6. Really, it's clear white has an advantage. So we shall see
and
how
even
this one
difficult to
yeah?
break with f6 and so on, because anyway the b7 would always be
always gonna be weak.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Okay, we shall see how this one develops later, but I think we have to switch to the leaders.
Yes, let's see first board. And-
Kira with Kosteniuk. Well, actually developed quite far since we last saw it. Well, still not easy to say who's better there. So I don't know if we can get this one on a screen as well. So that's
Well,
seems to be the current position. Well, black is under some pressure. So if black manages to change couple of pieces, then she eventually might be better. So we are shown actually the other game, Marina Guseva with Anna Ushenina.
the fourth board, eh? Well,
yes.
let's take
Let's
a
maybe
short
let's
look
take a
at
look,
it,
yeah.
and then go to the first board after. Take a short look at this
yeah.
game.
So, well, Queen's Gambit accepted, it seems to be. Well, not sure what kind of position is that.
Well, this
Black
is some,
is
some
in
again
possession
some strange
yeah,
position
in
actually.
possession of a d5 square. Black should be probably all right. A lot of light square weaknesses I can see in white's camp.
But on the other hand, what is this
Yeah,
c5
who's-
square?
who's-
You know, and
Yes, who's to move first of all? Okay, it's white to move, so I'll be considering something concrete maybe. Like going d5.
should be, because
Yeah, like d5. Then
the king is still on e8 and
if knight
bishop is
takes,
not developed.
then
So
no h4. But it's also
well, this
interesting.
is,
Also interesting idea.
yes.
Maybe to disturb black on this side. So
On
maybe
the other hand, after h5, black can probably play just g5. I mean,
g5 and white takes e6 takes g5. Maybe that's her point.
no, but
that's her
also
point, huh?
knight c4 and take on, and then take. Okay, some crazy thing, you know.
Yeah, not easy. That's right. And well, it won't be that easy. So I'd say black Ushenina is more titled player. Let's say ex-world champion in classical chess, but
Yes,
it
but
won't be that easy for her.
Marina Guseva is also capable of coming up with some really interesting ideas.
Bishop c4 preventing
Bishop
white's
c4.
castle. Although I'm not sure about this move.
Actually,
Well, at least
more-
h5 now is surely is answered with g5. So no more knight
no more
e6
taking on
available.
e6. Yes.
Yes, but white just can play it slowly. Maybe f3, king f2, then putting other to d1. Still hoping to break with d5 in the center. Okay, we shall
Somehow very
see.
complex position.
Yeah, we shall see. But I'd offer to switch back to board number 1.
Yes,
Gira
and
with
see
Kosteniuk, and because this, of course,
the game of the leaders.
the central game of today's round.
Oh, we say
okay.
leaders, but in fact it's Kosteniuk who is the leader at the moment, and
yeah.
Olga Gira is
Yeah,
half
just
a
realized
point
I said for
behind.
today's round, because I said as well as I said I used to only one round per day, but of this particular round, because we have 5 rounds today, with this one being 9s.
Yes, this is 9, around number 9. So what's
So
going on? Let's see.
simplified a little bit, and now I would, well, if you ask me to bet, I would choose black. Really, There are two bishops and not a lot of threats I can see on a.
But maybe after knight
You said?
d7 immediately we can
Knight
get
d7.
grab one bishop.
Knight d7. Yes, maybe I have to change my mind. Well, it's not only about.
And also queen g4.
We need the bishop.
You know.
The problem is some knight, some queen h5 or queen g4. So if rook is retreated, then how about? I know the knight is hanging. Yes. Well, queen
The
h5.
knight is
she
hanging,
played.
but she can also take on f7 with
Yeah,
check.
that's what I thought. Bishop f7, king f7, then check on h5. But maybe g6 in this case. Well, never happened anyway.
She
So
played
queen
queen
h5 has
h5
been
immediately, yeah.
And rook d7 is a threat then. So
Also,
she defends
also
the
not
knight.
easy, yes. Also not easy.
And knight
here.
f7 is a threat. Knight f7, rook f7, then capturing f7, and eventually bishop on c5 falls. Maybe black is not in the best shape, I have to say.
It's
Oh, well, a
it's really
terrific
difficult what
performance
to
from
do
Olga
now,
Giria,
actually.
I have to say. So she has been second in a Grand Prix, and now she's, well, does really well in this tournament.
Okay, but is it at all possible to protect on f7?
Yeah, it's not clear what has to be the move. Now, for some reason, I was considering only going with a knight back, something like that. But after the queen h5, it's actually not clear which move to make at all. Yes, f7 is hanging. What you gonna do? So
Actually, there are so many threats, and
yes,
it's
it's
really
not clear at all what
it's
to do.
really difficult to
So
come up with
let's
something.
try at least something. So d7 has to be defended, but no, I really don't know what to do. Okay, bishop d6.
Bishop c8 back. I don't know.
Oh,
also.
bishop c8
but
back,
okay, this
still
looks
knight f7
this looks
works.
horrible. I mean,
Yeah,
I
knight
even
f7 still works.
don't want to suggest this move because it's.
Mm,
But what else? On the other
yes,
hand,
yes, it's not clear.
okay, f7 is falling. This is
Yeah, bishop
clear,
d6 once again, knight f7, but not only f7 is falling, but maybe you just have to take on f7, and that's gonna mean basically absolutely lost endgame. Rook f7, and white can even take with the queen, just to simplify everything. So well. So
okay. Then maybe we should really play bishop c8. So in case you take on f7, I take on f7.
Oh, knight f7.
And at
but
least
okay, this one is hopeless as well. I don't know how to. Now bishop f7 and okay, queen f7, queen c5. Don't see much
Yeah.
of a chance.
Yeah.
And not to take on f7 also. I doubt really black can afford this, not to take on f7. So on king h7, for instance, it's gonna be bishop c2.
And we
And
don't even
queen
mention
g6.
and we don't even mention rook c1. You know.
Yes, I mean some
We don't
simple
even
things we
mention
are
this
not
because
interested.
even
in.
even this, you know.
So rook e8
it
is
looks
being
like-
played.
it looks
Okay,
like-
attacking the knight on e5 and forcing
Okay,
basically
now of course
forcing white to take on
take on
f7.
f7. But I mean, after this, what to?
Still not clear what to do. So I believe black cannot survive this discovered check, so black has to do something after knight f7. And I really wonder what it's going to be.
Well,
Still, she didn't take yet.
Okay, she has like more than 10 minutes still.
Yes, and knight d7. Meanwhile, okay, if you don't want to calculate, then knight d7 wins in exchange. Well,
but
at
I
least
believe
it looks like.
But I believe actually that knight f7 is better.
Yeah, knight f7 it looks much stronger.
But why even bishop? No, but bishop f7 is not.
Yes, you
that
need this
good?
queen to take on
Yeah.
c5, so that's why actually I was taking on f7 with knight. No, I just understand that. Let's say after knight d7, it's not that clear. It's gonna be queen c6, attacking g2. So still, it will be some fight. So of course, knight f7 has to be preferred. No, but well, with 10 minutes on the clock, I believe she's
Yes,
going
she
to
will.
fight.
She will because you know she just considers, I guess, different opportunities. There are few opportunities in this position. Yeah, even not few, just I mean a lot actually.
Knight f7.
So, and even knight g6 is also, but knight
yeah,
f6
knight g6
actually
I saw.
fails to queen c6.
Yes, yes.
So
That's right. Well, maybe knight g6, knight g6, queen c6, knight f7. Okay, she played queen c6. Just wanted to illustrate that bishop
this,
d5 would
bishop
still
d5,
would
yeah.
still probably win. Queen g6 is answered with queen g6 and f7 pawn is pinned. So
But
knight
okay,
f7,
knight f7 the
and
easiest
still
and-
turns to be. So now it's Giria who's going to grab the lead. if she wins this one, of course. Knight f7.
So today we have
Yeah,
a new leader after every round,
After
and
every
that's
single round, yes,
what we
that's
said
right.
yesterday, that the field is really quite strong, and the average strength is, it's quite even, let's say.
Yes, yes.
So that's why
I mean,
the leaders are changing round after round, because girls are just fighting and
yeah, and I believe
winning against
still,
each
if
other.
you look at the cross table, even after the end of today's playing day, after 10 rounds, still it's gonna be, well, at least 10 people with realistic chances to win the event.
Sure.
So,
If not more.
yeah, sometimes.
So everything will be decided, of course, on the last day.
Last day, last 5 rounds. It's gonna be crucial, of course. Knight f7 and
Meanwhile, the fourth board
has finished.
and Marina Guseva made a draw with Anna Oshena, yeah.
They found a way to repeat the position, I believe.
Although
so
you
they
remember that was this crazy
so the position was a bit strange, so I don't know. It looked better for white, but okay,
I
it's
wouldn't-
gone. It's gone already.
I
And
would not actually bet on them finishing that quickly, but nevertheless
yeah,
it happened.
surprisingly it happened. Now, I'm afraid Kosteniuk has no move at all. I don't really know what to do. So I don't believe she's going to give material away, because after that there is nothing to play with. So perhaps what she has to do is, it's really to play King H7 and pray, let us say. I mean, I don't know. Well, still Knight G5. Knight G5 seems to win on a spot, and Queen G6.
Yeah.
And you cannot capture the knight. So really no
So
move
it's just
available for
mating.
Kosteniuk. I mean, just looking for a way to continue fight somehow. So any desperate sacrifices like rook e3, white is not even interested in considering
taking,
to take.
yes.
Yeah, that's simply mate into knight h6 double check, and then knight f7 back with mate. So really no way to play for Kosteniuk.
Well, yeah, it's obvious that her position is lost. Absolutely lost.
Yes. So I'm just wondering where exactly she went wrong, because, even in this pawn, b3 take, it didn't look that bad. So knight b6, and maybe after this knight b6, knight e5, yes, threatens knight d7. After queen c7, queen h5, it seems lost.
Yeah.
So knight f7, rook f7 followed, bishop f7, queen f7, and queen c5.
Yeah, so just a
So-
healthy exchange up
Yeah, and the pawn.
yeah.
Yes, so
this is easily
it's
won.
absolutely
Should be
hopeless, and
normally easily won for white.
yeah, well, I believe in normal game, Kosteniuk just would just resign this one, but maybe she's gonna try to take her chance
In rapid.
here in rapid. Although she's the one who suffers from a short time control. She has less than 2 minutes, I believe. Well, a little bit more than 2 minutes, but now it's reduced to 1 minute something, while Gira has comfortable 9 minutes and 50 seconds.
So what to say? I suggest, since this has clarified, and we think that Olga
this one
Giri would have
looks-
no problem converting this game. Let's see
Let's
the
check,
second
yeah.
board.
Let's check the others. Yeah. So Stefanova with Lagno. This one is looks much more complicated here. I don't know if
So,
we're gonna
if
switch.
you
So
remember
I'm not quite sure if it's the
Stefanova
original position. Yes.
With Lagno, they had
It
quite
had once much
simple
further. Huh?
as it seemed, simple position from the opening, but, well, of course, full of play. And this
not
is
quite
what
sure, not
what
quite
it
sure if I'll
is
be able
now.
to restore
the
what
board.
has happened there.
Well, as you can see, yeah, that at the board, there is the
Yeah.
game progressed further than we have at our commentators board.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I can manage to get this position, but I'm not quite sure if that was the continuation in the game. Yes, and then somehow white. I know, not really. Bishop d3. I cannot really. So I have this one.
The queen is on b1. That's why maybe.
Yes, e4, bishop e4, queen takes, bishop g5, bishop g7. But too
Queen
many
b1.
too many moves somehow too many moves for black. So black already got the queen on c4 and the knight on f5.
Yeah.
So okay, I'm quitting this one, but from what I can see, it looks like black is the equal number of equal material, but black looks really more active. So Stefanova has some difficulties there, I believe. So now it looks like black is pressing a little bit. So, well, but perhaps she's going to be able to make a draw. Well, at the present position I can see queen c2. Well, no, not really. She continues to keep queens on the board and therefore the tension. So we saw in a previous round in a game between Giria and Kosteniuk what can happen with with only queens on the board.
So maybe she just wants to have some queenside action going on too, a5 or something like that. And see
well,
what
it's hard
happens.
to really to recommend anything positive for white. I mean, any logical plan, but still she's gonna keep fighting. She's gonna keep fighting, of course. Well, meanwhile, we are shown once again Gia with Kosteniuk, which still looks lost for black. So back to this one. So, well, a little bit less time for Stefanova. She's known to be quite confident in short time controls. So white really has to do something about it. A5 is possible, a5 is possible, whatever.
Yeah,
And
a5,
A5
she
she
went for
played.
a5.
Yes, okay, maybe this way, planning to disturb black on the queen side a little bit.
But okay, maybe black can also play a little bit more active somehow. Knight d4.
Yeah, I thought so. Yes, and she plays. Yes, she plays knight d4. So now if white captures,
To try to disturb
yeah,
white
white
can.
did this,
And
bishop
then
takes.
some
Well, some
questions on
intentions,
f2
yeah, on
maybe.
f2, maybe one day it's gonna be weak. So I'd say for a rapid, maybe I would have played bishop h6 here, you know. So maybe one day it's gonna be a case, this back rank threats.
It would be
Yes,
helpful.
just to play bishop h6 and yes, see what black is going to come up with. Queen c1 is
Queen
more or
c1
less
is
the
also
same
a
idea,
little bit
I'd say.
tricky. Also taking bishop
Yeah.
c8 under the.
Yeah, so
the
defending
attack.
your own pieces and attacking the piece of the opponent. So, well,
I would say I would play bishop b7 and
yes, bishop b7
looking
looks
at
nice.
the
Yes.
king, with both bishops,
Yes,
and
so
now
we could actually take part in this,
yeah,
as
in
you
this
can see.
competition. Yeah.
Well, now a6. Now I'm betting for a6. a6. It's always nice to have those pawns far advanced. I mean, maybe not objectively, but for a rapid tournament, of course.
You can see
the
Vasily
mayor
Filipenko,
the mayor of
the mayor of
Khanty-Mansiysk and devoted chess fan,
yes, and the head of Khanty-Mansiysk Chess Federation.
Right? So
Came to
he's
see the games.
watching the games with an interest. So a6 or not a6? No, surprisingly a b6, and this one perhaps bishop's gonna take on b6, and then it's rather stable.
Actually,
Yeah, so
I
we
think
are able to
restored the
restore the transmission.
transmission.
So takes b6 and bishop takes b6. So what we gonna do here?
well. But it's your move. I mean, you're suggesting moves for white.
Yeah,
So
I'm white. So,
So
I don't know what to do. Well, after a6, I'd really like to make a draw and exchange as many pieces as I can. So bishop e3 perhaps. No, but seriously, well, now black is pretty much stable, so no hanging pieces, and actually it's white who has to be careful.
yeah,
Because
so
those two bishops are looking kingside. So maybe
I would say this game is heading for a draw. Actually.
yeah, looks rather simplified, so I don't expect much of an action here. Just Stefanova's 2 minutes on the clock might be a bit of problem. Yes, let us switch to
Let's
to board number 3.
let's go to board number 3, and since you remember that on the first board Gira is winning against Kosteniuk, and on the second board this game that we just saw, the position has simplified quite a lot. So let's see what is going on
in Muzichuk with
Muzichuk
Kosteniuk.
Kosteniuk
Yeah,
game.
it looked like, well, just an easy advantage for Muzichuk, and well, now I'm not that sure anymore. I have to say, well, so yeah, e3, fe3, so that's the current position. So now I'm not that sure anymore if White has really a lot, because Black managed to develop and seems to have counterplay here.
Yeah, this is even incredible how she really how
Yes,
she managed it. Maybe we
I
should
don't know. We
quickly-
can track back a
quickly,
little
yes,
bit. Yes.
just to
Well, we saw Bishop
understand
d6, I believe.
what happened.
f6.
F6. Okay,
At
she had
once
to do this.
takes. Rook b1, e5.
Actually,
so
that's simple, huh?
yes, e5 and e4 and knight d5. And well, here it's interesting because maybe, well, I'm not sure, but maybe that could have been an option to take on d5 and to play this one, because b7 is still rather weak. So I won't be surprised if White would have won on the pawn on b7 one day. So that could have been an advantage. Rook b7, meanwhile knight c3. So position is simplified. Rook b2, e3, capture, and knight takes e3. Still, well, after some thought, I have to say it's perhaps White who's still trying for a win. But White has to be careful at the same
Yeah,
time, and that's
h3.
exactly what she's doing. I mean, h3 securing the king, so no
But-
back rank threats. But then after
Knight c4.
knight c4, rook
No,
b7 is
b7
planned.
would
Yeah,
come.
rook
Knight
b7 is
f5,
planned.
and then probably should be played
Mm.
to protect.
Knight f5, but then at least White saves the bishop, or still can play. Maybe White still can play rook b7, just to activate the rook. Knight f5 has been just played, so let's see what's gonna happen. Well, Muzichuk looks rather nervous, I would say.
Yes, yes. And Kosteniuk is only 1 minute.
Yeah, we
But
don't
it's,
really
f-
know what's
For her, it's just a normal
usual
situation.
situation. That's right.
Still quite a lot of time.
So rook
And
b7.
Anna Muzichuk really is visibly nervous, even though her position seems quite fine, and it's not that it's something really crazy tactical complications and so on. So it's
The rook
rook f2.
rook f2. So this way, basically, White invites Black to take on d6. So that means after knight d6, cd6, Muzichuk considers this position to be good for her. Or maybe she hadn't other options. I'm not sure. Rook f2. So what to do for Black? Maybe still she has to capture. Not quite sure if it's
Maybe
that.
just to start play c5, and so on.
Oh well,
So just,
I'm afraid rook f7 is a
so
sort of a
rook
threat.
f8 should
Yeah,
played.
I
Mm.
thought about this. Just like to play rook f8. Well, knight e3. Well, surprisingly, Kosteniuk decided she don't want to take.
keeping the very important piece on
Yes,
the board.
yeah, the knight is very
for,
dangerous. That's right.
For blitz,
For blitz, the
is
knight is very dangerous.
It's not blitz, but it's now down to 2 minutes and half a minute for Kosteniuk. So it's a dangerous piece. Should never underestimate its tricky possibilities.
Yes. So what to do?
What about just
Trying
rook
to-
f7? I try to understand what is.
Rook g6 is planned.
Rook
I believe
G6,
then
okay, but it's
attacking g2 as well. Rook f7, rook. Yeah. I think White might want to reduce material a little bit. And okay, rook c7. She's not
Okay,
going. I
she
thought
wa-
rook f7, then change couple of rooks and only then go for rook c8. But rook c7.
okay, she goes for the pawn, huh?
Yeah, she simply wants to capture the pawn. Knight d1. Well, not sure if Kosteniuk does the right thing.
Meanwhile, Olga Giria won her game against Alexandra Kosteniuk, and now
Yeah.
she's the leader.
Yeah, and well, for those who's gonna win this one, those
Would
who
also
gonna
join her, yeah.
who's gonna join the lead. So this one looks now after knight d1 looks rather scary for Black. Rook f7, so Black has to play rook g6. Then all Black pieces are a little bit too far, I would say. To this knight on d1.
Yes, but on the other hand,
Yeah,
Knight
it's not
e3
easy,
will come
not easy
now.
for White. Yes.
Not easy for white too.
Yeah, that's tricky. So if I would be white, I would try to simplify the game a little bit, maybe with rook e7 or
But
the
you
other
see
rook
how
e7.
nervous she is
Yes,
actually.
Muzachuk
I
is
thought
not
this is
sure
a-
still.
This is a little bit strange one because I mean it's the kind of position when
It's black who has to be nervous
it's
normally.
yes, exactly. But okay, it's less than half a minute now.
Yes, so they both going to be in a real time trouble. For rook f7
Okay, rook
has been
f7
just
is
played.
played,
Rook
rook
g6.
g6 comes immediately, of course.
Yes.
And now knight e3
Knight 93
should
is
be
going to come back,
played,
and if
yes.
you play g4, then black is answers with h5.
h5. So black
well,
managed
there
to
is a-
create some
There is a
some
nice
play.
trap, rook f3, and if black plays 93 immediately, then white captures and wins the game after this check.
Oh, nice.
Rook f8
Really
and rook
nice.
e8, and that is what she
That's
played.
what
so
she played.
so I
And
just
actually
wonder
this
if
is a trap.
Kosteniuk
Yeah.
are going to blunder this one. So rook f3 has been played. But of course, something like h6 is always available. Something like h6 is always available.
Yeah, probably she should play h6 just to save herself from all this. Yeah, that's what she
Yeah,
did.
h6.
Sometimes
But
I think that the sounds somehow they can hear us
Yeah, maybe they hear us
From-
in the playing hall. I
from the
don't know.
playing hall.
Well, this rook e7, I thought about taking on c6, but I wasn't fast enough to say this. So Muzachuk played the other move. Rook e7, then those rooks being changed, but this time it doesn't. Well, it is actually. It does look
There is a problem
dangerous
with
for
the
black
with
because the knight is
knight
yes.
on d1.
It's a second time this knight gets lost. I mean, once it was, almost caught somewhere after knight
But
e4,
still,
bishop
knight
f3.
b2 can
Knight
be
b3.
played. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
this is what she does, but I don't know if she's in
Rook
time.
a3 probably. Yeah.
Rook
Just
a3
to
or
try to take
maybe
this
kicking the king away first and then going for for an a pawn like this. Maybe also a possibility. So now rook a3
rook
at
a3,
once.
yeah.
Yes, rook a3 at once.
Yes, and she would take this pawn actually. Okay, rook e6, bishop d6 simply.
Bishop d6, and then knight c4. And it
But I
looks-
can take on a6, no? Ah, okay, this would be nothing.
Yes, this looks
Knight
like a
c4
draw.
should be played, yes.
Knight c4, and then if
Rook d3 back or what?
but I'm still not sure if it's enough for a win. Take rook e8, and the king is really too close. Thought it's most likely to be a draw after knight c4. Rook a6, yes, and seems to be a draw. Knight d6. Rook c6 is not available because of a. Or is it? Rook c6. Brilliant. So
Yes, that's the point.
yes, I
that's the
thought there
point.
is intermediate check, but then after king
Yes,
f2.
she played
King
it.
f2, black is really suffering. Still, rook c1 is
Yes,
available.
rook c1 she should play, and now
Well, try to defend this
Defend
endgame
this
being
position,
pawned
yes.
down, but it's gonna be a tough task. The rook c1, rook d6, and rook d2, perhaps. So meanwhile, Antonetta Stefanova finished her game against Katerina Lagno,
in a
and
draw.
yeah, as we predicted,
Yes.
they eventually made a draw. So coming back to Muzachuk and Kosteniuk.
So it means that really the one who wins this game would join Olga Guerina lead, but probably it's only
No,
Muzachuk
yeah, it's only
who
Muzachuk
can
who's
possibly win
trying,
this
and
game, but
still hard to imagine, huh?
it's hard, yes, because it's
Okay,
theoretically
rook
drawn
a5,
position,
rook a5.
although it's not easy, of course, in practical game.
So white's gonna run with the king to the center and possibly queen side, and black has to organize a counterplay on the king side. So maybe
Yes,
it's not
and,
that easy after all.
At the moment when black would give the rook for the pawn,
Yes.
her,
Black's supposed to have
king,
something, yeah?
her king should be already very active, and the pawns somehow closer to the first rank.
Yeah, it's
which
not
is-
easy because rook is keeps rook on d2, keeps both g2 and a2 pawns, and
Well, on practice it's never easy. Yeah.
king king g6. No, is it a position? No, somehow. Well, I missed a bit what has happened there. Just a second. Oh well, it's far away then. So it has been something like this. Now I have to restore all the game from the beginning. So this rook
Well,
a3, rook e6.
happens
pardon me for
sometimes,
this,
you know,
yeah.
they play really quick, so
So transmission
the
is not
transmission is
in time,
lagging
yeah.
behind, yes.
Check, test, rook c1, rook takes, rook d2, king f7, king e3, king f6. So it has been played like this. King c4, and then black goes for a frontal attack. Very well, the
Well,
correct
that's right,
decision. Yes,
right,
and then
yeah.
check
And
and
now 1 million
yeah.
checks.
To make a progress, you have to hide
To
your
go
king
to
on
A1.
a1. Oh well, no, c1 perhaps. Oh, okay, king c2. She's planning to go to b1, but it's still more or less the same. Check, and also Kosteniuk managed
B1 and
to
now
get
rook A8, maybe simply.
some time.
Or
Or maybe another check. Okay, rook a8 at once. Oh well, pawn, rook a8. So white has to play rook. Oh well, white played already. Rook d4.
And now king e5 can be played.
Yes. But still, white still has chances.
Of course, so yes,
Mm.
it's not that easy actually to make this draw in a practical game.
Yes, that's right. It has to be, as we said, it has to be a draw, but
King
not
e5 is
easy.
played.
e5, rook g4 with the
Yeah,
tempo.
g5
g5.
is no problem for
No
black, because
problem.
anyway at some point black would prefer to
Push the pawns.
push the
yeah,
pawns,
that's
yes.
right. So now a4, I believe, or maybe king b2 first, because after a couple of checks I may shelter with the rook on b4. No,
A4?
a4 has been played. Now one of the options could be actually to move this rook on f-file and start to... No, king f5 she prefer. King b2 comes automatically.
h5 probably.
Yeah, h5, rook b4, and still this pawn slowly moves forward.
Well, it's just that black would at some point play rook e8 and
Yeah, so I
You
mean,
know.
black also needs the rook. Yeah, also needs the rook. If a rook
H5,
c4, that's
rook c4.
that's important. To
And
also
now,
to have rook c2.
and now I guess rook e8 should come. Until it's not too late, you know.
Well, rook e8.
Is it possible or
Well,
not?
a5, by the way. a5, and then if you give a check, I play rook c2. Rook e5 in this case. Yeah, that could have been played
Maybe
actually.
not right, yeah.
Yeah, g4.
So okay, g4 first.
Well, so
I'm going to
what-
come with the king for g5, h4.
yes, but maybe white considers actually h4 here. So sort of create black a second weakness on h5. Or maybe just to, I don't know actually what white's going to do. Ah well, she's not touching this, so she just plays king b3.
B3.
That's interesting.
But now I think black can just go to
King
g5,
G5 you mean?
h4 with the
Okay.
king actually, and not even touch the rook on a8.
Yeah, maybe, okay, I'm planning to capture maybe and play g3. So it's still not easy. You won't have... No, maybe actually in this case it's already too late. So I'll have rook c3. Not sure if it's good enough. So white still
No.
has reasonable winning chances after this. So king b3. And again we can see seconds are running.
g3.
g3.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so that's why actually I thought maybe Muzychuk had to take there. So g3, check on c5. Now
yes,
it
but
looks
now
like
king f4, king f4.
ah well, this is king f4 she
king
played.
f4, yes, and
Now it's not clear who's okay. Rook h5, white takes, and then it's time to activate the rook, of course. So I mean, king e3 would be a terrible mistake after
because
rook
of
f5.
rook f5, yes,
Yes,
cutting
and
the
rook
king
f3, and that's basically game over. So it's a nice moment to activate the rook, but
yeah,
of
come
course
on, but
Kosteniuk
with 5,
understands
oh yeah,
this.
because you know
rook
I'm
e8.
always, as I said, I'm always getting crazy when it comes 4, 3 seconds and so on. I'm afraid that there will be not
So
enough time to make a
then
move.
what? Rook c5 and rook c2. That has to be a move, right? a5.
a5, but now
a5. It's surprising. I mean, rook e2, a6, rook g2, a7. So that is what she's looking
oh,
for.
she made check.
But check, yes, check, king b4 and rook e2. Now it looks okay. A6. Still, she will have. Well, it's absolutely.
No, but black should just take on g2. And
Yeah,
you
black
know.
takes on g2, a7. Then rook a2, rook a5, right?
Yeah, now
Change
check
G2
and
and
G2.
G1, and again, nothing is clear. Maybe White will actually try to play this one for a little bit, the queen endgame, which might be achieved on the board. So rook takes G2. I don't know if there is anything else. There is anything else White can do. Also, there is a possibility to try, to play something like this. Rook H4, King F3, Rook G4. Then, to win a rook for this pawn, to lose my own rook for G pawn, and still this
Yes,
H
but,
pawn might be
black-
winning. Yeah, okay, black
well,
should be able, of course, to hold this one, but that's just an explanation why Muzychuk is
yeah,
thinking.
but even it's not that easy, to achieve, because black would give 100 checks.
Yes,
first
all
of
the
all,
time. Yeah, you cannot
yes.
really promote a pawn. to
Yeah,
win
and
the
then
rook.
it will be really difficult to promote a pawn. Well, so
Rook
rook
H8.
8. Interesting. Well, I
Well-
would suggest just to go rook A2
Yeah, that's
and
that's the way to continue, I believe. Actually, it's a little bit tricky. Yeah, what's going on? I believe I think
King
White
B5.
can't lose this one.
yes, and now even after G2, rook G8, yeah, we
Yes,
can
King
we can
F3
give
and
a lot of
H4,
checks,
yes.
King F3, H4, but now we give checks, 100
G2,
checks, no?
Rook G8, King F3.
Yes, and now, okay, I don't believe that black can possibly lose this one.
Yes, this time looks fine for both sides. So still probably gonna be a draw.
Well,
That's gonna be
H4 she
Gira
played.
first. Yeah, Gira on the first spot, and then
Kosteniuk again a
clears
bunch of
second.
people.
No, I
Oh,
thought
but,
Kosteniuk's gonna be clear second. I know.
Probably.
I'm already a little bit confused with
Okay,
this.
look, Gira had 5.5 and
A lot
Kosteniuk
of
had
players.
6.
A lot of players
And a
had
lot of
5.5.
players had 5.5,
Yes,
and
yes,
now that they
exactly.
have
All
6,
draws,
so they
yes,
will all
that's right.
join Kosteniuk on the second place.
So if one of those would win, so they would join. Actually, they would join Gira in the lead. So that is exactly what happens. So now black gives checks. King F3, white played H4, and black progressed with a check. Another check, King B7.
Yes, and
Rook
checks,
B2.
yes. King A8.
Well, okay, King A8.
Okay, but what?
Standing in front of a pawn,
And
then
now,
Rook B4 even possible, and forcing practically white to take on G2, because the Rook G4 is a threat.
okay, they
So
continue
Muzychuk
some checks,
realized
and
that, and
I guess
think,
this would be just a
it's
repetition
it's
maybe
a
now.
perpetual here. Rook C2 and King B7 back. Rook B2. Yes, no chance. Well, I'm afraid Muzychuk didn't use all the chances here. Yes, and it seems to
Yeah,
be a
draw.
repetition. Yeah, that's a draw.
So yes, you see,
Yeah,
Anna
it looked. Yeah, Anna is really disappointed. It looked clear advantage for her right from the opening. Then it was shaky in one moment, and then again it looked like she's going to win, but Kosteniuk really defended really well and achieved a draw. So still we have
Few
some
games
games in
going on,
progress. Yes,
So
well,
let's see.
try to cover one of them. I see Alina Kaszlinska is playing. Is it Alina? Yes.
Okay, this is Alina
Kaszlinska,
Kaszlinska
yeah.
playing against. I don't see from behind. Who is this?
Who's the opponent? Yeah, so far I don't see Kaszlinska. Yeah.
It's Ekaterina Obienach, and actually,
Well, so the game is
they,
just finished.
just
Black
finished, yes.
resigned, I believe. Black resigned, and well, it looks like all the players are leaving the playing hall. So maybe that was the last game of the round. I'm not quite sure.
yeah, probably.
Yeah,
It seems
yeah.
that the playing hall is now
Yeah,
empty.
we can see now only arbiters adjusting the pieces. Believe that's
So it's time
that's
to
an
go
end of the round.
for a
So
break, and we
yeah.
will be back at 8 o'clock for the 10th round, and it will be the last round for today.
yeah, quite a tough day that was, but still we are not over with that. So
Yes,
coming
and
back in some 15 minutes
stay
for the last
tuned.
round of the day.
When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow their audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships under 16 in 2005 and under 20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark, undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters, when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as a Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating 6-8 hours per day to the royal game. In moments of doubt, the support of her sister Maria comes in handy, the two motivating and helping each other to climb the highest heights of success in the passion they both share, chess. A big fan of Kasparov, whose games influenced her the most, Anna displays the same fearless, attacking chess without forgetting of prophylaxis. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoanetta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoanetta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward. The Tuvshintuk's family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too, shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Bachimek. Like father, like daughter, Bachimek's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid, and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Bachimek took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Kosteniuk made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dijon. Kosteniuk occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronovali, Olga Giria, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Ho Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Kosteniuk's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Kosteniuk's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. For Anna, this happened as a pure coincidence, when her mother wanted her to play draughts. But when they reached the club, it turned out that they had only chess. This was just the starting point of a long journey. Although the young Anna learned how to move the pieces a bit later than her colleagues, when she was only 7, nothing stopped her progress since. She firmly stood up from the crowd by becoming the clear Ukrainian women champion for several years. Soon after, Anna strikes with an early pinnacle in 2006 Olympiad, where her undefeated 7 out of 10 score helped the Ukrainian team to gold. Since then, the team medals kept on coming like clockwork, Anna being responsible in a great measure for that. Her individual successes didn't cease to occur either. After bringing home the bronze from the European Women's Championship in Plovdiv in 2008, Anna made the biggest leap of the career, becoming the 14th World Women's Chess Champion in 2012. She overpowered the higher-rated Anna Muzychuk, Natalia Pogonina, Nadezhda Kosintseva and Yu Wenyun to finally reach the final against the former world champion Antoaneta Stefanova, which she defeated as well. But Anna's interests are not limited to only chess. She is very much fond of jurisprudence, subject from her law faculty at Yaroslav the Wise Law Academy in Ukraine. This, combined with her affection for the classical wizards, such as Spassky, Smyslov or Karpov, may explain Anna's playing style in terms of foresight and circumspection, melded with fearless attacks when given the chance and when the position allows it. From an early stage, Ksyu became the fear of her junior competitors, proving she was the most talented of them all in 1997, 1999 and 2002, when she took to China the gold medals from various age groups, under 12, under 14 and under 20. But maybe her most stellar results came within the national Chinese team, where she performed fabulously. Ksyu played an important role in the last 2 victories of China in the Women's Chess Olympiads. Her first one in Bled 2002 was exceptional. She took the gold medal on the 4th board with a massive score 11 out of 12. In Calvia 2004 she took gold again, on board 3 this time, with an impressive 10 out of 12. In Torino 2006 her team didn't win, but Ksyu decided to press the repeat button and won gold again, on the top board with yet another outstanding score, 10 out of 13. The Chinese Grandmaster continued to rise, leading her team to victory in the Women World Team Championships from 2007, 2009 and 2011. On an individual level, Ksyu reached the semi-finals of the World Women Championship in 2010 and won the 2013 Sport Accord Mind Games Basque. In order not to disappoint her fans, in 2011 Ksyu won the Women Grand Prix stage in Nalchik with a great score 9.5 out of 11. Bear in mind that she actually lost in the last round to still finish 2.5 points ahead of her nearest rival. Although Ksyu didn't cross yet the 2600 barrier, the chess spheres know it will happen, as she clearly showed that when the Chinese is in the top shape, she is going with the principle Veni, Vidi, Vici. Xu knows very well which are the keys to success. Integrity and hard work are the most important qualities, she said. The Chinese is currently working on her educational research in the Peking University in Beijing, entitled New Qualities of Chess Players. For those who are interested in the results, just a bit more patience. Xu has, first of all, tournaments to play. In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under 18 and Under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Jermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions. In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news. There is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driving ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Langepas, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty-Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and it was a twist of fate that enriched the chess scenes with one of the biggest Russian and worldwide talents. On the way back home from dance classes, Tatiana and her sister Nadezhda were lured inside the chess club's four walls. Everyone knows what happened next. The two Kosintsevas became inseparable ever since, heading straight to the top of the tree, seizing left and right titles, prizes, medals, glory. With full steam ahead, Tatiana soon became a fearsome competitor at the top level of junior chess, winning the gold medal in the Under-10 European Championship in 1996. Her resounding performance few years later, when Tatiana won the Russian Women Championship in 2002, promoted her to the Russian Olympic team, where she was far from disappointing her captain, scoring an incredible 11 out of 12 in 2002 Olympiad. Since then, she became one of the key weapons of the Russians in the following 5 Olympiads, especially in 2010, when she helped her team to victory, producing a gold medal on her top board as well. But the best results in her panoply must be considered the 2 triumphs in the European Women Championships in 2007 and 2009, as well as the victory in the 2010 Grand Prix in Nalchik, which pushed her up to a remarkable 25.81 rating peak. In spite of playing less than before and of some drawbacks in her career, Tatiana is undoubtedly going to strike back, and few would be surprised if she will achieve even greater results in the near future. The main question is not what Alexandra did accomplish over the years, but rather what she didn't. More than just a successful chess player, the Russian grandmaster reaped the chess world's laurels, getting the utmost out of it. She is the proud owner of the bottomless bag of medals, a renowned chess author, podcaster, blogger, educator, and last but not the least, a mother too. Alexandra's haul of trophies includes first place in the Women European Championship in 2004, in the Russian Superfinal 2005, in the Sport Accord Mind Games 2011, and she is also the first world champion in Fischer Random Chess. There is no surprise she is a constant presence in the Russian national team since 2002, where she pushed her troop to 3 times gold in the European Team Championship 2007, 2009, 2011, and in the Chess Olympiads in 2010 and 2012. But the peak achievement of Alexandra's career is unquestionably the Women World Crown and the 12th Women World Champion title, which she claimed in her native country, in Nalchik, in 2008. Professional not only on the chessboard, the chess queen doesn't need to bring additional evidence that she truly deserves her title in the kingdom she has built together with her husband, Diego Garces. Very active in online social networks, her pages on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook have more chess fans than many other VIPs could only dream of. A champion for peace in the international organization Peace for Sport, and the restless chess promoter, Alexandra became a true chess ambassador before even turning 30. It was not hard to predict the readiness of the chess world to roll out the red carpet for the new rising star, the Ukrainian prodigy Katerina Lagno. With her whirlwind progress through her childhood years, she convincingly made her first steps noticed when she claimed the Women Grandmaster title at the age of only 12. By far more attracted to play with her opponent's nerves than with some boring dolls, Katya reached the top of the ladder during her teenage years. In 2005, when she won the gold medal at the Women's European Championship, and 2008, when she decided it was about time to repeat the story. Katerina continued to enrich her trophies with countless outstanding results. Noteworthy are too many, but if we have to mention a few. In 2006, she took the North Urals Cup to her native country, as well as the gold medal from the Women's World Blitz Championship in 2010. Since 2008, she has been the Ukrainian team leader, helping her squad to gold in the Olympia 2006, World Championship 2013, and European Championship 2013. If you think that chess is the only dimension in her life in order to reach all of that, you are wrong. Katerina is the happy mother of a 3-year-old son Sasha, perhaps a GM in the future. In spite of her early successes, Katya has her feet firmly planted on the ground, working on her best results, which are still yet to come.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for a 10th round of Women's FIDE World Rapid Championship. A last round for a second playing day. About to start it. I don't know, a couple of minutes left perhaps.
Yes.
So we can speak a few words about the tournament situation so far. Olga Gira is a sole lead. And
Yeah, she has 6.5 points.
yeah,
out
then a
of
group of
9.
players has 6 points. One of them being Katerina Lagno, who is white against Olga Gira in this game. So
Yes, and on the second board there is Kosintseva Tatiana playing against Antonetta Stefanova. Also, both players with 6 points.
yes, board number 3, Kosteniuk facing Irina Krush
Again, 6 points each.
for both of
And
them.
this is a interesting clash on the fourth board.
Yeah,
two
Anna
Muzyczuk
Muzyczuk,
sisters.
yeah, versus Maria Muzyczuk. So 2 sisters are playing each other.
Well, that's interesting whether they would actually
Play. I mean, yeah,
or would make a draw.
yeah, we remember Kosintseva's sisters when they
Kostentseva's
both were
sisters
playing
always
in
were
the same
making
event. Yeah, it
draws,
looks
yes.
like they were always making a draw.
Except from when they had to face each other during the World Knockout Championship, when it was no way to get away.
Yes,
Of the
that's
play,
right.
so
I
one
believe
had to
Nadezhda
win.
won this
Nadezhda
time
won on
some
10
tiebreak.
men's games, I believe.
Yeah, on a
On
tiebreak.
tiebreak, yes.
Yeah, but basically they were not playing. But I'm not quite
No,
sure.
I mean they were
what's-
not playing the on this World Championship.
No, I mean
They
all
played.
the other
Actually,
all
it
the
was
other
here
times, yeah.
in Khanty-Mansiysk, yes, in
Yes, all the
2012.
other-
So
The round has been just started, and well, what we gonna do now? To possibly start with Lagno Viskyria.
yes,
right?
let's
Of
go to
course.
the first board.
The leaders game is always interesting, although
So after all, Lagno is back to the first board.
yeah, back to the first board and back to the opening which brought her success against Kosteniuk. So again the same line. E4, C5, 4 knights developed, and then bishop B5. Well, a little bit different move order, but I mean that is what happened there. So that's a current situation. Bishop B5. Well, knight F6 and knight C3. Lagno played.
Okay, let's see how would.
Okay, Olga plays
Olga
it a
react.
different way. Queen C7.
So she probably goes to some kind of hedgehog structure or something.
Castle. Oh, it's a little bit early to speak, I would say. Well, I don't know, knight D4 if they play or not.
But I think, well, knight d4 should have been played without queen c7, probably not.
No, well, also they play it like this. So it's a little bit different. So now knight d4, on immediate knight d4, e5 is possible. Now e5 you cannot really play because of knight f3, intermediate check, then queen takes on e5. So it's, well, perhaps about this position, taking here and playing knight d5. This one I don't really know how to evaluate, but I believe this position has been played a few times. So queen c7 and Lagno, yes, castled. But also something like e6, a6, yes, also possible. e6,
E6
that
she
is
played,
what
yes.
she does. So what Katerina's gonna do here? The still theoretical position, I believe. So, well, she takes on c6 at once.
Yes, I
yes,
think
and
that
the
this is
point
also some kind of theory, yes.
Yeah, the point is, I think if the queen takes, maybe she's going to play. Yeah, well, perhaps she's going to take with the queen. No,
No, she took
dc6.
d6
No,
and now e5.
dc6 is really strange move, I would say, because after e5,
It would,
yeah,
ah.
it transposes to some, well, different variation of bishop b5 move, but with rather strange moves being made for black. I mean, just look at this. Just look at this bishop on c8. I mean, has no perspective whatsoever. Knight d5, knight e4. No, I'm really surprised with Gira's opening choice.
well,
Yes, this way she
The
perhaps
structure-
avoid the preparation. Yeah, but
the structure reminds a little bit of Kosintseva game.
Yes,
We've seen previous rounds.
With Muzyczuk, yes, is right. Once again, this black bishop on c8 is gonna be rather passive.
Okay, I suggest let's
Yeah,
see
let's
what is
see
going
what's
on
going on in other openings.
in the second board.
Second board, for instance,
Kosintseva.
Kosintseva.
Stefanova.
Yes, here we are.
Well,
So that's a position I believe in Kosteniuk with Stefanova, Rai Lopez, and the line which Stefanova, I saw her playing a couple of times already, a6, d6, castle, bishop, d7. Ah, well, actually, we are a little bit
Yeah,
behind
just
in the
behind.
transmission. It looks g6, yes, d4, bishop g7, d5, knight e7, bishops
exchange
were
on d7.
exchanged, and c4. So, well, looks pretty much like King's Indian structure, with light squared bishops being already exchanged. So normally should be favorable for white, but well, in reward, black maybe got a couple of extra tempi compared to regular King's Indian, so still
Yeah.
might be not that bad for black.
And
so
also, Tatiana is not a d4 player, so maybe
Yeah.
it's not
won't be that
so-
easy for her to
so
switch.
common
Let
for
us
her,
say.
yes, to
Yeah.
play such kinds of positions.
Yeah, so I believe black has to play h6 here, because normally the structural idea for black is
play
connected
f5,
with
yeah.
f5, but immediate f5 is met with knight g5, and this knight e6 is rather unpleasant.
Actually, the fourth board, two Muzyczuk sisters, they just finished their game in a draw. I mean, they
Yeah, so
they
well
preferred
decided, yes,
not to play.
Ah, well, the famous repetition from Sveshnikov Sicilian. Yeah.
Well, understandable, because they are sisters and they don't want to
Yes, I
upset
mean
each
it's
other.
not a must-win situation. It was, I mean, with this system of play, still with 5 rounds ahead, they also both are tired,
Yeah, so they
so they postponed.
went
Let's say,
for
the-
rest
yeah,
and finished today's day.
and also postponed the, let's say, the decision of a question who's better out of these two sisters. They postponed till tomorrow, so we shall see who will have better overall result. Although I believe Anna has half a point more.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
right now she's at half a point more than her sister Maria. Okay, so back to
that's,
this game.
Yeah. But once again, a bit of a pause here. So
Let's go
maybe
to
let's-
Kosteniuk,
yeah.
yeah?
Yeah, let's check Kosteniuk with crush. That's still, by the way, I'm not sure if it has to be crush or crush. Because, well,
It depends. We will see now if she will crush or
if she,
or
if
not.
well, yeah, that's right. So Kosteniuk with,
If she wins, we'll always call her crush from now
Yeah,
on, because
yes.
she will just show
well,
that
what a
the
position
surname
here.
suits her
It's already
well.
something, well, something really sharp. It looks.
Yes, it's
Knight
actually a very exciting
G4.
position.
Well, I wonder how they got to this. So it has been French with bishop b4 and this a3. Yeah, I remember someone mentioning me that there are a lot of games in computer database.
With
So
this
engines like to play this line. Yes, knight f6. So, well, in former times I remember this position was considered like not dangerous for black at all. But yeah, maybe some new ideas being brought to the game. So c5, knight e2, and then bishop d7. An interesting move. So bishop b2, bishop a4, and white decided to castle long. Well, that's interesting. I mean, the position. So what I can say that maybe it's not a good idea, but after c4, this bishop on b2 would be buried forever.
Yeah.
But okay, knight bd7 has been played, dc5. So, well, white doesn't care for a structure too much, but opens the files here and there. Knight g4, queen f4, and I believe it's an interesting idea for black to go for an endgame with queen g5 with all those white
Hold the
weaknesses.
pawns,
Yeah,
yes.
I mean maybe black even doesn't care
triple
much. Yeah.
pawns on c file are
I
just
mean,
impressive.
black doesn't care much about this white's extra pawn, but just plays queen g5. All those pawns are weak, and also white has difficulties defending f2. So, well, at the moment looks like a really favorable situation for black if she plays queen g5. So Alexandra, after, well, to coin a phrase, after her crush against Olga Gira, now she's facing Irina Krush, and still she's in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah,
maybe
queen
you know,
g5 looks-
also after the Grand Prix tournament, at some point the tiredness would also come into account.
Yes.
So
Well,
maybe that's
what
the
Irina
point.
is thinking about is perhaps something like e5, which is also a possibility. Then if white takes, then knight f2 is gonna be played. So, but this keeps the game much more complicated. So, me personally, I would prefer just to keep it simple, to play queen g5. Black seems to have really very good chances.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, if I just do this, queen g5, and how white is actually planning to defend,
to defend
on
on
f2?
f2, this is a big
Okay,
problem.
let's say
yes,
take,
exactly.
take, and then what to do, really? I mean, you can move one rook, then knight f2, move the other rook, but it's gonna be... yes,
You
indeed,
see,
this
so
is
that's what she
what
plays.
played. Yes, so now we're gonna see what has been Kosteniuk's plan. Maybe she had no plan at all. So I really don't know.
Somehow it's really
Yeah, looks
difficult for
really not
maybe
pleasant.
rook d4 somehow, you know.
Yeah, immediately there. Ah, well, yes, that's at least it's a tempo. So let us say I'm capturing f4 somehow. I just want to ensure those queens gonna be exchanged. Ah, well, I just understood. Rook d2 seems to defend. Oh no,
yeah.
no, still knight f2. And if you capture with the queen, it's e3. No, I just thought to be tricky. I mean, to defend it indirectly. So rook d4 then, yeah. Take. But then still knight f2, rook g1, and knight c5 seems to be
Well, yes,
like
somehow horrible.
maybe
for
rook
white.
a4, bishop b5. So maybe that's the way Kosteniuk is planning to play. Yeah. So in this case, it's rook a4, but it wasn't needed actually to take. Yeah, bishop
just
c6.
bishop c6.
Who cares how many pawns you have on c-file as long as they are blocked? Still, and also keeping in mind e5 threat, black looks superb.
Yeah, and now e5, yes, and
E5
knight h3. at
no,
some
it looks
point.
like in fact black has a couple of extra pawns, although the material is equal, but those c pawns are not really
Yes,
relevant. And
somehow
black's
something went wrong.
something went wrong here in the opening. I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe the whole thing with castling long wasn't really precise. So queen g5, and really Kosteniuk has a tough decision in front of her. So maybe we leave her for. Oh well, I
But
don't
we will
know.
return
Yeah,
here
yeah. I
because
think we're gonna be cruising.
It's an interesting
yeah,
game. So let's go
within
back
these three
to
games. Back to board
first-
number one,
first
Lagno with
board.
Giriam.
Yes.
So, well, it's already progressed quite a lot. So, well, just quickly what happened, because still they have enough time. So e5, knight e5, knight e4, bishop e7, d3, and f5 immediately black played. Otherwise, yes, to withstand this pressure on dark squares, black decided it's too much. I'm not sure about Lagno's decision, by the way, to take on f6. Maybe knight d2 was still interesting, keeping this bishop
From the
out of
strategical
play.
point of view.
Yes, so okay, she went for concrete stuff. Knight h4, h5, because otherwise queen h5 would be played. Knight g6, c4, king f7, knight takes, and knight c5. Ah, well, this way white has won a pawn actually. Knight f5.
And
Well, white has won a pawn, but I'd say situation is not that clear. So e5, then bishop goes out of the bishop goes to e6, for example. I assume this knight's gonna be moved to e4, and then rook is coming to g8. Oh well, d4.
d4 immediately to
Yes, well maybe to stop this e5.
stop
Yes, actually
e5.
to fight for d4 square. But then b6, bishop b7 still possible to play. I mean, the game continues.
the game continues, but well, definitely the position of white is favorable.
Yeah,
And
well,
the
white
pawn
should
up,
be
and
better.
there is
of
not
course.
much compensation. It seems.
White should be better, but I just mean it's not immediately over, right? But of course, yes, Olga should be a little bit disappointed how the opening went for her. No, but what I would say for a rapid chess, I really believe like with b6, I don't know where this knight goes. Let's say knight e4,
And
bishop b7,
and
then
some,
intending c5 one
some
day. Rook
pressure
g8.
on the king.
Yes. Yeah, maybe it's not that bad objectively. No, I'm just looking at the position. Maybe it's not that bad objectively. So rook d8 or rook g8. So some counterplay black definitely is gonna have.
Well, let's
Let's
go to
move once
Kosteniuk.
again. Kosteniuk with Stefanova. What Antoaneta has done here. So we left her. Oh well, it's once again progressed quite much. So, and she keeps it in spirit of King's Indian. Well, as far as I've been taught, while being a kid, that in King's Indian you really need this light squared bishop. So, but maybe she can deal without it. The G4 she already managed to get. No, but I'd say really it's gonna be problematic for Black to succeed with this attack.
To create a really strong attack. Maybe even already now. White
Yes.
can do something on the queen side.
Yes, but maybe first to take care of of Black's counterplay, and well, one of the typical
Just
methods could be
Getting a
bishop
one
h4.
knight, yeah?
Yes, and well, first of all, the question is what you're gonna do with this pawn, and if let's say Black takes, then perhaps I can just take back, then play king. So after knight
King
g6,
h1.
say okay, I'm even taking this knight voluntarily, playing king h1, rook g1, queen f1, defending everything. Maybe I'll use g file, and of course, still white keeps a possibility of playing knight b5, b4, c5, pressing on the queen side. So, well, for one, it may look like Black succeeded with creating some counterplay, but white seems quite perfect
Well,
here.
strategically, of course, white is better here because just look at the bishops and you'll understand
Yes, that's right.
everything.
Well, maybe okay, king h1 might be also an option, but then Black may go for typical King's Indian idea to sacrifice the pawn with g3, and after bishop g3, knight h5, knight g6, try to create some play, although I'm not quite sure if it works in this particular case.
But still, probably Black would go for it
Yes, and maybe
to get some
that's
games
the way
simply.
to play. Yeah, maybe that's the way to play. So we shall see
Right
how
now
this one
Tatiana is
develops. Not yet. Tatiana thinking, yes,
thinking.
and maybe that's exactly what you pointed out before, that she's not a d4 player. So all those King's Indian ideas might be not really familiar to her.
Yeah.
So she has to
probably,
invent
yes.
things which are basically known, and it's always not that pleasant.
On the
So-
other hand, Antoinetta should know.
Yes, okay,
About
she
this
plays,
opening,
at least
so-
she plays Spirits. I'm not sure about King's India, but she plays Spirits, and somehow when you're attacking the king, it's always easier to play.
Yeah, so even though white has some positional edge, we would say that this game can
Yeah,
turn somehow the tables because
unpredictable, I would say.
black is attacking and
Okay, Queen
and,
E2.
is in a more familiar territory.
Yeah, Queen E2 is probably a preparation of B4. So after B4, A takes. If black swaps the rooks, then white is taking with the rook, and as well maybe king's gonna run on to the queen side, king f1, king e1, and so on.
Yeah,
So our
Somehow
fourth
this,
board is
fourth
finished, right?
board
Music's
is
has made a
finished.
draw.
and somehow this fifth round, probably because of the tiredness of the players,
Yeah,
is,
it's not developed.
is developing rather
yeah.
slowly.
Yes, but still, after some 5 minutes, I believe it's gonna be quite tense in all those 3 games on the first 3 boards.
So let's go to Kosteniuk with Krush because
Yeah,
it's
Alexandra
probably the
had
most
really a tough
exciting
decision.
position at the moment.
Yes, and well, and this is exactly what happened, but I'm afraid Kosteniuk just blundered. So she played rook d2, and after knight f2, now her position seems to be really critical.
Yeah,
That's a current
that's
situation. And
what
well,
we-
she played
that's
rook
what we
g1.
showed. Rook
She
g1
played
was
rook
played,
g1.
and now
Okay, black has few options actually to keep the queen or. Okay,
okay, she
black
exchanged
decided just
the
to
queens.
exchange queens, while the knight is handing then. The knight g4 perhaps.
yeah, probably just g4 or maybe
Yes, knight g4 she plays.
g4 she played. Yes.
Yeah, eventually, as we said, okay, maybe in this way Kosteniuk managed to get the same position in more favorable version, but still it looks rather ugly for white. Oh, okay, knight g4. Indeed, was played
On the
here.
other hand, maybe it was just the least from the evil.
Yeah, least of evils. Yeah, that's right. Just yeah, I don't know if white can or should white keep c5 pawn. I'm not quite sure. Okay, h3. Anyway, move with the tempo. With the tempo is always
Now knight e5 and knight f3
knight f3 is a threat.
is a
That's
threat.
right.
But probably after knight e5, white would play rook e2,
Or well,
and
yeah.
f5
rook
is
e2.
impossible because of
Yeah,
e6
knight
is
e6.
hanging.
Yeah, but still knight e5 seems to be the move. Or knight. Yeah,
yeah,
knight
knight
e5
e5
she
she
played.
played, and after rook e2, even knight c5 works perfectly. So,
Yeah, it's not easy
well,
to
really
say.
difficult position for white here.
Yeah, looks like really Kosteniuk.
Well, and then it would mean that Irina Krush actually would climb up in the standings.
Yes, well, at least to shared second. She's on shared second now, and if Olga Giriam won't win, which seems to be unlikely at the moment, then Irina is gonna be one of the leaders.
Yeah,
Getting
so
into
she
the last day
started.
of play.
She started the tournament yesterday, maybe not that successfully, but today she played
Yeah,
really
that
good.
means
And
today she played rather well. Well, knight g5, and also from 3 minutes deficit, you can add to a inferior position of Kosteniuk. So all in all, it looks rather bad. And this bishop on b2 still, well, rather
maybe
ugly, I would
maybe
say. So
white should sacrifice,
yeah, just play
something else.
c4.
Just play
well,
c4 and
yeah, c4.
whatever happens,
it's
and
Actually,
just to
now I'm
open
looking more in. Well, c4 knight f3. We forgot about our own threat. So now the threat of knight f3 has to be parried first of all, but then
bishop
c4.
e2 then, eh?
Bishop e2.
Probably.
Well, I'm still considering if knight f3 might be a good idea. So if you take on f3, which basically is the only move, then ef3, then this pawn might be defended from c6. So rook e1 has been played. So rook d1. Yes, rook d1 has been played.
Rook d1. Well,
Yes, now on knight f3, rook h1 is available, and knight will have to go back. So I think it's a good moment
maybe
for
just she
to
took on
capture.
c5,
And
but I
c4,
just thought
of
maybe, but black can still play long castle, yeah. Obviously, I mean not now. I was
you mean,
considering
yeah,
for a
to-
moment,
to-
yes,
to
just to castle.
First to castle, yeah, maybe that was actually a good point. To castle first, because really this pawn is not that important, it seems. And after knight takes c4, well, white becomes a little bit. Well, they get some activity. So, well, perhaps that's gonna be a way for black to play. To place this knight to d7, then king e7, bishop perhaps return to c6.
Yeah,
And then
just the
start
position
rolling with the pawn.
Stabilizes, and then pawns would.
Yeah, decide the
Would
game.
roll,
Basically. Yeah, I believe still black has decisive advantage, but still it's complicated enough to go wrong. Still, it's complicated enough to go wrong for black.
What else can be suggested here?
Yes,
Knight
I'm
d7
not
looks
sure.
really logical.
Yeah, logical move, I'd say. Maybe she wants to change the pair of knights, but knight g6 runs on the knight h5, and all of a sudden, white may have some hope in this game. Knight 3. No, okay, there is a threat of knight f6. Somehow, white gets some counterplay. So knight knight cd7 has been played. This one I'm not sure, because knight on e5 is always hanging, I would say. Well, perhaps she's planning rook c8 and just brutally win this other pawn to crush once again.
But
No,
maybe
maybe-
knight h5 here too.
Yeah, knight
But now king
h5 is
e7,
a
there is
possibility. Yes,
nothing.
king e7 and bishop c3. Well, a possibility, but rook c8. If you give check back, knight c5. Yeah, still black seem to have an opportunity to develop things, develop the pieces, and yes, probably black is just fine anyway. So g4, but I'm afraid this counterplay is a little bit too slow. So now,
But
rook
probably she just
c8.
wants to put her bishop on g2
bishop on g2
and
and
attack
grab
on
this
e4,
pawn.
yeah.
Yes, maybe. Rook c8.
Rook
That's
c8,
well, we
yes. And now
correctly
after
guessed what
bishop
was the
g2 is
plan.
not even working because of rook c4 simply.
Ah, yes, rook c4 attacking c2, defending e4. Yeah, really, as we said, tough task for Kosteniuk to, well, to hold this one. Basically, I don't see the way to defend on c4. So rook d4, it's met with knight f3.
Now that I think of it, maybe rook d4 would have been better instead of g4.
Well, but you mean in this position? But again,
Yeah.
knight f3 is the
Knight
case.
f3,
Yes,
yes, I'm
always.
blundering, yes.
Always knight f3. No, maybe just there is no way. So rook c8 and then knight h5. But in this position, well, what's gonna happen? Black simply
Can take on
takes
c4, you mean?
c4, I believe. Yes. Is there anything white can do?
But rook d7. No.
Rook d7. I thought about that, but king takes.
No, king, knight
Check,
f6.
and then it's just a question if black can find the proper way, the proper square for the king. So
But
king
now I
d6
take on
looks
c.
right.
No, not on c4.
King d6. You still can take on c4. Rook takes, but this looks rather bad. I'm not sure actually. Yeah, maybe it's not that bad.
But
Check
it's
it's an
after
extra
all,
piece.
it's an
Yeah?
extra piece, so I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
extra
that
piece,
white
it's
actually needs this. Black
needs
sorry,
this.
black
Yes,
needs
yes.
this.
The knight h5, but then well, not like this. G4, rook c8, knight h5. So black just has to make some calm move.
Just king e7, I guess.
Yes, that's right.
There
We
is
were
no problem
discussing
with
this
this
one.
move,
Yes,
yes.
king e7 also.
Just
well,
protecting.
protecting
from all these threats.
basically protecting everything. Yeah, that's right.
And still keeping pressure on c4.
Yes, maybe connecting rooks or the other rook may
Yeah, this move looks really logical.
logical and strong. That's right. Knight h5. So just let's wait for black's move here, and if she plays king e7, I would offer to switch to the other game, because with this one at least it's gonna be clear that black is much better. And
Yes,
indeed she played.
that's
Yeah.
what-
Well, bishop c3
immediately bishop c3 though.
So bishop b4. Well, Alexandra is fighting, of course. She will not give this point so easy.
And actually not so easy, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
What to do now?
So once again, this trick, I mean, if knight takes, it's gonna be check. And on king e8,
E8.
once again, rook d7 is available. This time, seems like it wins a piece. Check there, and then king has to go to c7, then
Then we
white
can
simply
s-
takes on
or-
g8. So
or-
this white's gonna be winning after this.
Yeah.
So Alexandra managed to find some play. Oh, well, but I would say
So we said
it's-
that this move is logical, king e7. Now we don't know what
no,
next
that's
to do.
right.
Okay,
that's right.
b6
Actually,
is
that's
actually right.
That's
yes,
a nice
because then
move. But well, I have to say, well, you can see that this knight on e5, as we said, it's always. Well, it looks like a headache for black, so it still would have been better to place the other knight to d7. So black would have
yeah,
been
but
much
on the other
solid.
hand, now on bishop b4, there's knight c5.
Knight c5,
back, and
yes,
well,
but still black can't take c4, so she has to switch to some other plan. Maybe rook d8 after all. Well, bishop b4 is played, but then knight c5. At least c4 pawn is not hanging. Maybe bishop c3 back, by the way.
okay, but now we can
Now,
go
once again, this knight e7,
with
yes,
another knight, yes.
building finally the position we wanted from white, from black. So knight c5. Yeah, we cannot somehow leave this game. It's
It's
They're
yes,
rather
it's progressing
exciting, yeah, that's
quite
right.
quickly, and it's rather exciting, yes, because the other games are slower.
yeah. I'm
And
just wondering
this one
still
is more
about Lagno
tactical.
and Giri. I mean, to just to
Yeah,
check.
let's quickly go there. Let's quickly
Yeah,
go there, and
let's-
we will
let's see.
return back to this one later.
Yeah, because Lagno had a well extra pawn, and obviously, well, as we said, practically winning position. Well, I'm afraid we are a little bit behind in the transmission here. Well, it looks, yes, g3 has been played. So, well, if I'm restoring this game correctly, I guess it is the present position on the board where Gira is thinking. Yes.
Yeah, it seems so. Seems so. Yeah.
Yeah, she has.
So
had
the
white
white
has
is
less.
still pawn
Yeah.
up. First of all,
less than 2 minutes for Olga Giria. And although this bishop from a6 is not really active, so if black would have this bishop on d5, that would have
Then
been
would
other,
have been
other story, of
absolutely
course.
another story.
Yes, well, rook here, queen e4, and rook d5. But, well,
I think the plan of white is rather simple, just to double on e file and
yes, rook e3
press on
looks
e6.
like rook e3 is a nice move. Rook e3, rook e1. Now when black defends e6 pawn, then maybe rooks are going to f file. Yes, so black not only is a pawn down, but also under
pressure,
under
yeah.
the pressure all the time. Yes, so it
And
looks
plus she
rather
has just 2 minutes on her clock, so it's a really difficult situation for Olga Giria.
yes.
So probably, okay, we can't say for sure, but probably would again have the switch of the leader.
Yes, and Lagno, who is on 6 points now.
And probably
And-
would be also joined by the others.
Yes, one of them most likely being Krush, actually.
Yeah.
Yes. So still Lagno is looking for a possibility to finish it off in a most precise manner. But well, rook e6, rook e3,
she
rook
played,
e3.
yes.
She played.
Oh, that's
Actually,
quite
she
logical,
played.
yeah.
Yes, and also it's quite unpleasant for Gia, as we said. Also,
The problem is also that there is not much active to do.
yeah,
For her.
not well, not really.
So pretty much she's down to staying and waiting until white.
Really executes.
Yeah. Yes, because really there is no. That it's very difficult to come up with some active plan here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe somehow to try to transfer this bishop, but it's, of course it's very very slow. But through c8 to I don't know,
D7, E8,
or
move
something.
the king, and well, yes, but hardly realistic, right? So E6 is also well a point that black has to carry about.
Yeah, but after bishop c8, the pawn would be protected with this bishop, and
Yes, bishop
the
C8,
queen
but
would be
then
free
okay, you're
somehow.
letting me to play rook f1, let's say so. Also, perhaps this pawn has to be moved to f5 in this case, though.
yes, and
that
then the
will
rook
give
on
additional
d5 would
square.
be,
Additional squares on e5.
well,
looks
really difficult situation for Olga.
Yes. So Lagno has well, actually Olga has only 30 seconds, so maybe we
We stay
can,
here,
we
yeah.
stay here for some time. Well, it's not clear what's gonna be finished first, this one or Kosteniuk with Krush, but yes, Kira really has not a lot of time. Rook
Okay,
G5.
now probably rook e1 comes naturally.
Yes, rook e1 first, attacking the pawn on e6, and when, as we mentioned, bishop c8 is going to be black's move, and then something with rook f3 or rook f1 switching to an f file. Yes, rook e1 has been played, bishop c8. So this time our transmission is even in front of the players.
It's a
Rook
rare
f3,
case,
a
unfortunately.
rare
but
case, yes, but well, this time here.
Okay, so
Looks like f5 has to be played anyway. Okay, maybe not this move, but one move later. It has to be
and then
played.
the game would go through these black squares.
Yeah, it's gonna be rather one-sided then.
Because
Well-
basically this bishop on c8, it's like a pawn.
Yeah.
It's not helping with the black squares and
Yeah, white's gonna have like
Yeah.
an extra piece in the attack. Not that easy to break through for white, but yeah, after f5, white can block everything completely. Queen f5 has been just played. Queen e5, rook f4, and then white basically can do whatever she wants. She may transfer the king to b2, for example, then
Wow.
progress with h pawn. No one's gonna do this, I believe, especially in a rapid game. But why not? And
but actually I believe that maybe it's even, I don't know.
queen is
better
not
to-
even hanging. Eh?
First of all, yes, queen is not even hanging, and maybe on e5 it's not the place for the queen, but rather
For the bishop, yeah. Well, that is what Lagno also thought. Queen h4.
But just in case she decided to move away the queen, because it's not hanging in the moment, but who knows? And
Yes. If it
It's
stands there
rapid.
for so long,
But
you
look,
might forget one
It's
day.
just
Yeah,
5
6
seconds
for
for
5 seconds,
Olga
6 seconds
Giria.
for Olga Gira. And she blundered, by the way. Now rook f5 seems to win the game
Yes,
on
it
a
seems
spot.
so.
This rook, well, it's gonna be queen for 2 rooks, but with this bishops, with white bishop being so strong, it's gonna be finished in no time. So king g8 is just the only move here not to lose immediately. Then white captures, and I don't know, rook d7, bishop e5. You cannot really hope to save
Yes, and
And rook f5 was
Katerina
just
goes for
played.
this line.
that. Yes, rook e7. So if black captures, she will lose the bishop as well. So king g8 is the only move. Yes,
Yes,
she
and now-
plays it. Rook d7. Well, she took with the bishop, but once again, bishop e5
Rook
seems to win an
h7 is
exchange,
the
and queen
only
d8.
move, but then queen d8.
Yes.
Well, so the rook cannot move from g7, and that means that this game is over.
Yeah, that's huge material advantage for Lagno, and no real counterplay for Olga Giria. Though Lagno is still thinking. Well, queen d8 and bishop e5 wins as well in this present position, so she's
Yes, so
probably, but
okay,
she played immediately.
bishop
Bishop
e5.
e5 immediately, and it looks rather convincing, and especially with seconds being. So the other way around, I could imagine white doing something wrong with 20 seconds, but still you can give couple of checks to gain more time. So this one is practically over. So should we switch? I think we have to.
Maybe we just see this last
Yeah.
few
Well,
moves.
but I don't know if she's
But do you think that
she's
she will,
planning
she's
the.
not planning on resigning? Yeah, she will continue still to fight. Yes, let's switch actually
switch, huh?
to Kosteniuk with Krush, I guess.
Yeah, that was rather exciting. This one.
It was a very exciting game.
Well, but I'm afraid we are behind in transmission there. Kosteniuk with Krush. Because
Okay.
this position we saw quite some time ago. I believe they made really a lot
Okay,
of
we
moves
will see
since.
now at the screen. So
Yeah,
what is
they've made
happening? Wow, this
really a lot
this
of
position
moves.
is really difficult to watch from the side because it's
yes,
it's rather unorthodox.
yeah, it's so complicated. I'd say white has progressed a lot compared to how it looked, but still black keeps. Oh well, so now we got the moves here. So it's white to move after king f8. Really, I mean, white progressed quite a lot, and it's possibly already Kosteniuk who's looking for
For
well,
some,
for maybe for
for
a winning
something more, huh?
continuation. Yeah, for something more than a draw.
That's impressive actually how the tables turned.
Yeah, so still extra pawn for black, but yes, white really has some chances. Looks like black will have to play knight f4 one day. I mean, just to return the pawn, but
Somehow
reduce
now
number
this
of
bishop
pieces,
on a4 is
yeah,
really
that the
not
bishop
doing
on a4
anything. Yes.
yes, doesn't do much. Okay, knight d6, rook c7.
And we can also see that Alexandra Kosteniuk has more time.
Yeah, that's right. Well, perhaps Krush could have tried knight d3, actually a tactical chance, instead of rook c7, but okay, rook c7 was already played. So what is the idea for white? Rook f6 perhaps, rook f6 followed by rook f1. Also defending the knight on defending the
Yeah,
knight.
because knight d3 is still an
yeah,
option
well, a
for
possibility. Yeah, we don't know if it's a threat or not, but yes, rook f6 seems interesting.
black. Actually, after rook f6, maybe knight f4 can be
Rook
played.
d5, Kosteniuk played instead. So the point being, she wants to take on f7, if I got it right. For instance, on move like bishop c6, she's gonna take on f7. Oh well, just a second. Bishop c6, and she's gonna take on f7, attacking this rook on d8, and she has, I mean, intermediate check with the knight. In case of rook d5, it's gonna be, let us say, knight e5 check, and then taking the rook. It's already going to be an extra pawn for white.
No, and
And
meanwhile,
actu-
the game on the first board has finished actually.
Yes.
Yes,
So
so
Lagno
Lagno is a
won.
new leader. Yeah.
Yes, and exactly as I said, black blundered this. Bishop c6, knight f7. So not quite sure if black has an equal game after this. So what a turnover, I have to say. Well, Kosteniuk is a fighter, that's clear, but I mean it was all in hands of Irina Krush.
Yeah, true, because her position was really superior.
Well, simply winning, I would say. So rook d5. Now she's really, I mean, she may not be able even to hold the balance. Knight e5. Yes, that's right. And it's not that easy to find a proper place for the king, actually. So, because after knight g6, the other rook might be hanging as well.
Yeah, true.
Okay,
King
king
G7.
g7, and now it's a crucial moment. Ah well, but simply cd5 wins the game. Look, I mean, bishop is hanging and also knight g6 is a threat.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's total collapse
Well,
for black, and well,
so
unexpected result here, but
Irina Krush didn't stand the pressure of these last minutes on her clock, and somehow simply collapsed and
well, from
blundered.
Kosteniuk, she's quite experienced, so I don't expect any
any mistake,
blunders,
yeah.
any mistakes. Knight g6. Oh well, just a second. C takes, bishop takes, knight g6, and white is simply piece up in this position. Don't know if if black can do anything.
Yeah, of course, a disappointment for Irina Krush, but once again proving the strong character of Alexandra
Yeah, that's
Kosteniuk.
right. Of course, we have to give her credit for, really trying to save this one and being successful. 3-2, rook c6, okay. Knight e7 wins even more material. She seems totally lost.
Yeah, probably she
And
will now
bishop
resign.
e5
Yes,
is
so she
bishop
just
e5 was it.
resigned.
Yeah, what an incredible luck from Kosteniuk. So she goes she started this one as the leader, and she goes to the last day as one of the leaders, right?
As the leader, yes, and also the same applies to Katerina Lagno, who was leading after 4 out of 4 perfect start yesterday, and now it took her another 6 rounds to gain the leader position back.
Yeah, so one of the games we are covering is still in progress. It's Tatiana Kosintseva with Antonetta Stefanova. I'm not sure if that's a present position on the board, because they are playing rather quickly. Yes, rook c2, and
somehow
and
the queen side cleared.
Yeah.
And as we see, yes, black didn't manage the attack. But on the
also
other
black,
hand, black
has no weaknesses anymore.
Has no weaknesses and is quite active, I must say.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, rook d2, rook e1, and now bishop a5 comes naturally, and
Bishop a5, rook e1.
white is on the back rank somehow.
Yeah, okay, just a second. So rook e1, bishop a5, rook f1, and rook a2. So this way, knight is kept passive. Still, it won't be that easy for Kosintseva.
It's really difficult to come up with something actually for white. What to do here?
g3. This way, she tries to free her pieces, but I would say black can safely play knight f6 simply, and
but
still
then,
if white takes
if white
both,
takes once at f4 and then
then bishop d4,
d4 and can jump finally with a knight to c3. This would be important.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
For
So
white.
knight f6, maybe it's not the best reaction. Maybe it's not the best reaction after all. So interesting what's going to happen.
Well, maybe she can just protect with bishop d2 or something.
Okay, she takes.
Okay, she went
white
for
takes on f4.
For an extra pawn on f file, I guess. Yes.
Yes,
so now,
indeed, she
now
does.
black has an extra pawn on one of these doubled f pawns. I don't think there makes much difference actually.
Yeah, it's more about piece activity, I would say. It's more about piece activity. Because
So maybe bishop d4 should be played now. To
yes, or bishop
prevent-
h4. Bishop
yeah,
h4.
bishop
She
h4, she-
decided this one to be better.
Now she already threatens to take on f3 actually, and then to jump to f2. But also even now to jump to f2 with a knight, and
Yeah,
it's,
maybe that's
and then it's
mainly
kind of
a
fine
threat. Yeah?
for white,
So bishop b6 check has been played.
because actually black's knight is also not very
Very nicely placed. Yes.
placed. It's
So I'm not sure about this
can't
check, by the way,
go
but
much
yes.
further.
Although it would be nice to force white king into a corner. King h1, then maybe rook a1. She has rook a1 available, and then it will be hard for... Yeah, rook a1. What
Actually,
you
yes.
gonna do?
What to do?
It's
White
gonna
for
be
white.
gonna be deadly pin. Bishop g5. Yes. Well, that's interesting. So this
Actually,
pawn
maybe
falls.
instead of king h1, I don't know. I should have
Something on f2, but
something
then
on
would have
f2.
been
yeah.
another pin. So this pawn falls, but
Now if
still it's hard.
manages to activate the knight, then it would be
King h7. Yes, if white takes, then knight f6 maybe. Just
Yeah.
then covering.
it would be difficult for white really,
Yeah,
because
so
with this
that's
pin, how
almost
to survive? Yes.
No way to unpin. Almost no way to unpin.
So maybe just h4 is better. Yes, not to take actually
H4.
yet at least.
Yes, bishop d4.
Yes, but still threatening to play knight f6.
Yeah, maybe knight f6 is the case. So
Okay,
this
finally
time
she
she
took
takes knight
Knight
f6
f6.
anyway.
At least we can take on d6, but I don't know if this would.
Knight
be good.
e4 then. Knight e4 and then rook d1, knight f2, or immediate knight f2. So still looks rather bad for Kosteniuk.
But bishop e3 is possible, or knight e3.
Knight e3 at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, this way bishop takes, bishop e3.
But what to do else? I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
she should
well,
have
that
somehow
was the only move, of course.
get rid of this pin.
But black surely has to take on e3, and still black probably is winning, although it's going to be technically
Rook
hard.
F1
Rook f1,
now?
yeah, to eliminate this pawn. Rook f1, it's going to be not that easy technically. Knight e4, that's right. Rook f3, and bishop e5. Yes. Maybe not that hard. I mean, knight f6, and you're always going to be bounded to this pawn on d5, so king is coming to a center, maybe it's still...
But on the other hand, we should understand that for white, it's just somehow white should give their rook for knight and d pawn, but it would
yeah,
be
that's
really
right.
difficult, yes?
That's right. Yes, so once
Because the
again...
bishop on e5 is not supporting h1 for
yeah,
the pawn
that's
to,
right. So
to queen,
again,
so
we got
it
this
would be a
motive.
draw. But how to do that?
Well, actually, Stefanova somehow she doesn't seem to be that confident. Well, maybe she's facing a choice to put this knight on c3 or f6. Although I would prefer f6. I mean, to keep everything together. Well, somehow it was
King g6 she played, that's why.
king g6.
Yes, and now rook
king
d3.
g6, rook d3, king f5. That's right. King f3.
Maybe even bishop f6.
Yeah, also a possibility, yes, to grab this h4 pawn. Bishop
Oh, yes, that's
f6.
what
Yes,
she
they're
played.
listening in us.
For
no,
sure,
no,
eh?
I'm sure they're listening in us in the playing hall. Rook e3, yes, starting to disturb this knight on e4.
Yes, but still just simple knight c5.
Knight c5,
and
yes,
pawn.
that's right. Knight d2
I
check
was
she went.
thinking about it, but
Knight
it was
d2.
my first intention. But then
Knight d2, knight c4, maybe that
then
is what
probably
she's looking for.
king e2 she played. King g3 was impossible because of knight f1.
Knight f1, yeah, that's right. So this. Then knight
But
may come to e5.
But
yes,
the point
eventually.
is that h4 would fall.
Yeah, looks like h4 is gonna fall. Check still I have available. So where black has to go to g6.
Why to
Right.
not to e5?
Well, king e5 is a possibility. I completely missed this one. So somehow, in my plans, the knight was coming to e5.
Yeah, but she gave this check, but it seems that
Yeah,
she-
king e5 and
it would be really difficult if not to say impossible for white to save
Ah,
this.
but that could be actually quite a long game. If black wins both pawns but loses h5, then white's gonna give the rook for the one for the last pawn remaining. So we might see mate with
The
knight and
mate
bishop,
with
and
knight
it
and
might be a little bit problematic also. So king here, this rook e3, so king takes, and this is actually where it goes. This is where it goes. Although I'm not sure if white can really
Take
take this pawn
h5.
on h5. Maybe
Well, at least rook e8 now, maybe. And
rook e8, yes, but still no rook h8 available. So black can play
so
knight,
just
knight
return
d7.
with the knight,
Yes, knight d7,
yes,
and
that's
then
what she did. And
she can play bishop
knight
e5,
e5,
knight f6 to keep everything defended.
or even like this, yeah.
So king e3. Now it's a question if she wants to take this pawn or... Still, I believe, with seconds on the clock, I would prefer just to keep it, keep everything under control, to play bishop e5 and...
Well, she took
okay,
it,
she
actually.
takes. I hope she didn't blunder.
But the point is that now there is bishop g5 check, so she...
Yes, but... yes,
so she just
check,
wins this
king
pawn.
goes to e2, and if you play h4, that means you've blundered rook h5. I mean, if she's planning to do
No, but
this.
she would play knight f6,
well.
probably, yeah.
No,
That's
now
what
after
she've
king
done.
f3, perhaps stronger would have been indeed h4, and after rook h5, knight e5 is available, but this one is winning as well, of course. Rook a8, king e5, yes, both pawns are defended. Still, white's task is to give a rook for d pawn and the knight, but it's really hard to achieve. So well. So still not over, this one.
Yeah.
King f5.
But I think that really
Yeah,
really
Stefanova
tough
has
for
enough technique to win this one. Yes.
for Kosteniuk and Stefanova.
Yeah, she finishes, that means she
would
finishes
finish
this
this.
day with 2 losses. Rook a1, rook d1, d5.
So probably this is even the last game.
Yeah, maybe one of the
Of
last
today's
games
round,
here.
yeah.
Yeah. Rook d1, d5, rook a1. Back.
Meanwhile, Rajabov won against Carlsen at Championship.
well.
Yes, so,
So
world
this
champion
is unexpected.
lost the
So
second game.
Carlsen,
in
I
a
don't
row.
remember. I don't
I
remember it all. I
him
mean, the
losing
last time,
two
last
games
time
at
he
all,
lost
yeah?
2 in a row. Yeah, that's incredible. Bishop f4, meanwhile, played here in our game. Rook a4, bishop b5. Well, the moves are not that relevant unless black is planning to blunder heavily. I mean, those moves are just okay.
Okay, this is not also not difficult to convert.
Well, Kosteniuk is still stubbornly defends this one. King g5. Ah, well, then the rook is a little bit caught, I would say. So then h-pawn has
Then
to go.
comes. Well, this is really...
Well, now I'm not really... I don't doubt that black's gonna win, but just I'm curious if it's gonna be mate with knight and bishop, or... Yeah, so far
So
black
far
has 2
it
pawns.
doesn't seem
so
that it would
yeah,
come to
black
knight and
has 2
bishop mate
pawns.
because of...
Oh, well, it looks like I
It's really difficult
found
to-
a setup for black. I don't know if Stefanova was going to find it. Knight e4 here, then knight g3. And you
Yeah,
have to leave
exactly,
h file and
exactly,
h
that's
pawn
what-
is
that's
moving.
what
Yeah,
she just
and
did.
when this is what she did. Somehow it looks like everything's going to be defended. King goes there. And still knight g3, right? I guess. No. Yes. Knight g3. Somehow everything is still kept defended. Rook e1.
Oh,
We are not afraid, with 2 pawns being on the board, we are not afraid to lose, 2 pieces for the rook.
Yes.
Still it would be absolutely winning.
okay,
By the way, maybe it's a...
maybe bishop f4 also possible.
Okay,
Well-
king f5, and then all those pawns are progressing slowly but surely. Okay, rook a1.
Okay, one, but now it's
Again,
okay,
she's moving the knight.
first
Knight
knight
e4.
and then I
Then
guess.
she's planning knight g5, h4, h3, h2.
H2, yeah.
But in this case, it's actually okay.
It's okay.
Rook back.
H1 prevents H4.
Yes, but well, okay. If I'm gonna give this check, where to go with the king? Because king g4 is also an option.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's of course winning for black. So just a question of, well, a little bit of a technique, and I believe Stefanova has enough. But well, when you're under pressure and it's a fifth game of a day, so something might happen. We've seen really terrible blunders today. So king g4 actually will most probably this one is winning indeed. Yes.
Just
Now bishop comes to
pawn.
g3 and h pawn.
Yes, H pawn just decides.
Yes, check. Bishop g3, right?
Bishop
and on king
G3 and
d3,
now
h4 is just good enough. So if you capture the pawn,
even you cannot capture the pawn
yes,
because of knight
that's right.
f3.
Yeah, bishop
fork.
g3. So basically, that's the end of the game. Rook comes here, knight e6. Yes, again. So white will have to spend some time again to attack something else. King f1. Then again, the pawn is
simply
moving,
H4.
right?
Well, yes.
Although the king arrives to the corner, so it won't be easy.
Well,
h4, king g2.
not a successful day for
For
Tatiana
Tatiana
Kosintsova,
Kosintsova,
I must
yes, we
say,
have to-
because she started this day as a leader, but now unfortunately she's
Check,
moving
king
a little
h1
bit.
and d3.
a little bit behind in the standings.
Yes, but still, I believe everything is possible. So, the leader has to, the winner of this tournament will really have a tremendous score in the last round. So, in the last day,
Yes,
in the last
exactly.
5 rounds. So,
So probably
even
okay.
at
Anyway,
the
the
moment,
last day will
the
decide,
last day is
yes.
going to be decisive. King f3. It comes closer and closer, and nothing really can be done here. Not a single chance.
Well, let's remind our viewers that tomorrow will be the final day of Rapid World Women Championship.
Once again, 5 rounds.
Yes, and tomorrow we'll decide for the new women rapid champion, world champion. So stay with us tomorrow, and
Yes. Well,
and then we would also continue with Blitz day after tomorrow.
day after tomorrow, the Blitz Championship starts, and going to be held also for 3
For
consecutive
3
days.
days, yes.
Well, by the way, I just understood. Stefanova, which hadn't been on the first tables, but she's defending champion.
Yes, exactly. So
So,
of course nobody
of course,
should
she's very
underestimate
strong
her.
in rapid. Rook f1, so a tricky move from Kosintseva, but the
Nice,
rook cannot
nice.
be captured.
Well, any chance should be
Any chance
tried.
should be used, but well, okay, d2,
D2
of
is,
course. Still, you cannot
decides.
do much. Rook g1. Well, it's a time to promote, I believe. Maybe Stefanova will play bishop e1 actually, after which black will not even have white will not even have a possibility to give the rook for this queen. But well, it doesn't matter really.
Yes, actually.
Bishop f2.
Bishop
Well,
F2.
it's a little bit surprising. I don't know why exactly she played like that, but
anyway, Tatiana just
anyway.
preferred to resign in this position. Well, so
let's see
after
if that
this
was the
second,
last game, huh? Just a
yeah,
second.
that's the
maybe?
last game for
well.
sure. And well, after this second playing day, Lagno is
Stefanova and Kosteniuk are in the lead.
Yes,
Yes,
Lagno,
so three-way
Stefanova
tie
and
for the first
Kosteniuk
place, getting into the last round.
with 7 points. So now I believe we would have some press conference with one of the
The leading
players,
groups.
probably somebody from this leading group.
Perhaps
so
not
stas-
Kosteniuk.
yeah,
as
because
she's been our
she's
guest
been
yesterday.
a guest yesterday, and she had her birthday. So, but we say goodbye for today.
Yes, and come back tomorrow, 3 o'clock local time. It's going to be exciting.
Yes, because as you remember, the new women world rapid champion would be decided tomorrow. Okay, bye bye, and stay for the press conference. It was a twist of fate that enriched the chess scenes with one of the biggest Russian and worldwide talents. On the way back home from dance classes, Tatiana and her sister Nadezhda were lured inside the chess club's four walls. Everyone knows what happened next. The two Kosintsevas became inseparable ever since, heading straight to the top of the tree, seizing left and right titles, prizes, medals, glory, with full steam ahead.
We have world rapid champion here with us, Antonetta Stefanova, and she finished the last 2 days. And your comments about these 2 days?
Well, it's very tough competition, and also 5 rounds per day. I think it's completely crazy, because normally we play. Activating all my pieces, and yeah, I mean, okay, there I got better and much more active position. I don't know if there was something better for Tanya, but we were both short of time, so I also didn't see if she could play better after that.
So what are your goals in this tournament? Would you try your best to hold your title?
Well, of course, that's why I'm here, right?
Yeah. Thank you very much and good luck in next rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Фото? With whom? Как будто бы мы продолжаем делать интервью. Окей.